of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and Raymond Reefer is back home in beautiful Guyana, where we spent years with the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the skipper of Barbados Pride. And next to Raymond, we have our match hello there, wherever you are. Welcome to the National Stadium at Providence in beautiful Guyana. This is fourth round action in Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship 2025. And it's the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, against Barbados Pride. We are out in the middle, and with me are the two captains, Kemal Savory for the first time, the skipper of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and Raymond Rifa is back home in beautiful Guyana, where we spent years with the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the skipper of Barbados Pride. And next to Raymond, we have our match referee, Jonathan Blades, who will be overseeing the integrity of the coin. With the coin in his hand is the home skipper, Kemal Savory. Let's flick the coin.
Heads. Heads is the call.
Well, heads is the call. Our match referee will confirm. So Raymond Rifa, he has won the toss. Congratulations to you, Raymond. Congrats to you. You have won the toss. You have seen a tinge of greenery. What decision have you made?
We decided to bat. Yeah, you mainly flips a little drier than usual. So this one is the best to bat first up. And so we're second
Yeah, tell me something about the batting strength of the Barbados Pride this year.
Yeah, we got some days that are in pretty good form. Days that take a push out to get into that Resumption. So definitely looking forward to you guys having a good start and getting into the season.
Yes, tell me something about that bowling lineup you are going to have here at the National Stadium. Is it a combination of spin and pace?
Yeah, we decided to go in with 3 seamers and 2 spinners. The 2 seamers are McCaskie, Shamar Woda, and Alfie Ford. 2 spinners, Yagaliko and Shane.
Yes, so congratulations, go well, all the best. I just have a word with Kemal Savory. Kemal, the toss hasn't gone your favor. Are you disappointed?
No, not really. We have to play cricket. We can't control the toss. So having said that, it's a good wicket.
Now you'll be bowling first on this wicket. Tell me something about your bowling department. Is it heavily spin based?
Yeah, we have Sammy Ponal, we have Anthony Adams, and John Richie looking at who's making his debut today as well.
Yes, you have missed some senior players. Kevin Sinclair is out of the country, West Indies duty. He'll be coming back maybe for the second round. You also have a good occasion Moti that will be coming back. I think that void will be filled with some young players today.
Yeah, definitely. It's always a strong team when you have senior players around. Having said that, we have some great talents around the group right now. So it's just a matter of time to grab the opportunity.
Yes, so go well, Kemal.
Thank you.
So that's the news from the middle, is that the Barbados Pride, they have won the toss and they're having a bat first.
Well, hello and good morning to all of viewers around the Caribbean, around the world. We are here for the first match in this CWI Regional 4-Day Championship between Guyana and Barbados. Here at Providence Stadium with me is Indrajit Prasad, and at the toss you would have done the toss, and how did those results go as we just saw?
Yes, well, good morning to you, Liam. What a pleasure working with you. We watched the first delivery here this morning. Isaac turn, that's a good shot. Cutting back into the right-hander, that was pretty close. But umpire Nigel Duguid deciding to say maybe it was just doing a little too much going down the leg side. Not a bad shout.
Yeah, it looked a bit higher as well. Thorn a bit taller, so he's going to get some extra bounce. But it's a good start, right on spot. You want to make these opening batsmen, Zachary McCaskie, who just faced up the first delivery, and Liko Bouch on the other end. You want these two to play at as many deliveries as you can early on with that swing on offer. And so I got that one to just jump back in a bit and causing some really problems for Zachary McCaskie.
Yes, something for him to think about with 3 slips in the gully. They're all in catching position. That's another good delivery, just short of a good length there, and making a little rise from the pitch, not vicious. This pitch is not known for those vicious bongs. You asked me about the toss. Yes, we were all out there this morning, and to let our listeners and viewers know that the Harpy Eagles, they have left out Junior Sinclair, the right arm off spinner, very handy with the bat, and also left out from their 13, Thaddeus Lovell, the young fast bowler, as expected, with the likes of Niall Smith Thurn in the side. He will have to give way. On the other hand, Barbados Pride, they've gone into this match without the services of Matthew Jones and Raymond Simmons.
Edging again, and that's a good delivery once again from Tone, just short of the man at gully there. Just one bounce into his hand, but good early start from Tone.
Yes, I agree with you, Liam, and this is what you expect your fast bowler to do. He's touching down, making McCaskie play at the 3 deliveries that he has faced so far. Very often you see some of our young fast bowlers spraying the new ball all over the place, and you yourself, a good medium fast bowler, will like what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's really good from Tone, and yeah, any coach would tell you that you want these openers playing at as many deliveries early on in the innings. You don't want them leaving, they're just going to get comfortable. That one again coming back in nicely from Tone. Tone has been in and around the setup for quite some time now. He's into his second 4-day season, so he's growing in confidence, he's growing in experience. And I think, it was good to see that right after the World Cup last year, he was brought into the setup. Played a couple of first-class games with the West Indies Academy as well across in Ireland. So all of this is just growing his experience and his confidence coming into a big tournament like this.
Yes, and a very good start. That previous delivery played from inside half of the bat, dragging it into the onside.
Yeah, it's Stone again. And you can just see he's just warming up a bit. He's a pretty quick bowler. He's one of the quickest at under 19 level. He's now gone past under 19, but he was one of the quickest bowlers at that previous World Cup back in 2024. And he's just taking his time getting into his action early on.
And there are times when he can surprise the batter with his pace. We have already seen him getting the ball to in swing to the right-hander. Hasn't gone full throttle as yet. And I think the youngster is just building up, ensure that the energy level is there.
You can see he's working that top hand is coming almost directly over his head because he's trying to get that ball to swing back into the right-hander. And he does have the ability to move one away as well, so I think that's something that McCaskie is going to have at the back of his mind. At the end of the first over, no run just yet for Barbados. A good start from Tone.
Yes, certainly it's a good start. Maybe just endeavour to run through the teams for you. The Harpy Eagles, they're from Kemal Savory. The first time he's been given this opportunity to captain his national side in first-class cricket. Matthew Nandu, Tej Chandapal, Raymond Perez, Kevlon Anderson, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, Virasamy Pramod, the veteran, Anthony Adams, Niall Smith, Isaac Turn, and Richie Loknot, the off-spinner. Barbados Pride, Raymond Reefer, he's the skipper. Lenico Boucher, Jonathan Drakes, Matthew Ford, Chimar Holder. There's also Javed Leacock, the leg spinner. Good to see a leg spinner in. Jair McAllister, Zachary McCaskie, Demetrius Richards, and Kevin Wickham. It seems as though the leg spinner has gone out of the Caribbean for some time.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've seen a leg spinner, also an out leg spinner like Javed Leacock. You tend to see a couple all-rounders who bowl a bit of leg spin. Think back to Yannick Karaya recently playing for the West Indies. Hayden Walsh has established himself as an all-rounder now. Here is Niall Smith, his first delivery of the day. And a no ball signaled by umpire Lyndon Rajkumar, so he's going to have to reload that one. But Niall Smith does also have the ability to swing that ball a long way. He's going to cause some early problems as well for the likes of Boucher and McCaskie. Barbados are off the mark. That's going to be their first run.
Yes, and it's a good feeling to know that you're off the mark. Niall Smith, very, very good fast bowler, has lots of skills, and you mentioned that swing. The thing is, which Niall Smith? He's going to be one straying down the leg side, straying outside the line of the off stump. Now, that's a much better delivery. Just outside the line of the off stump, where Niall Smith is more effective, especially with the ability to swing the ball back into the right-handers. 29 years old, Niall Smith, lots of promise, and he's in good form as well. 22 first-class matches, 6 to 7 wickets, a best of 6 for 55, and his country is looking forward for him to lead that fast bowling attack, especially with Shamar Joseph recovering from injury.
And he's been one of those players that's been around the West Indies setup for quite some time, as this one down the leg side, but a no ball once again. So maybe just having some run-up issues early on here. But yeah, as I mentioned, he was been a part of that West Indies setup. He's been just in and around, almost getting into that test team for quite some time, and he's going to be looking to really cement himself in this year's regional 4-day competition and get himself into that test team. It's a tough team to make as a fast bowler right now, with the likes of Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals.
Yes,
Barry Joseph as well.
Pity that Jaden Seals got himself injured in Pakistan. And once again, now he's going, we're seeing the both sides of Niall Smith here. One down the leg side, one outside the off stump, another down the leg side. His fourth delivery way outside the line of the off stump. So the Harpy Eagles, they're the defending champions, most successful in the history of the Professional Cricket League. 9 championships so far. They have won 7. And the only other team that has their name on that trophy, the Headley Weeks trophy, is the Barbados Pride. So we're expecting good, competitive, fierce cricket out in the middle.
Yeah, this is a really good game to start things off, to kick things off in this tournament. And Guyana would have started the last regional 4-day competition. Didn't start as well as they would have wanted, but one thing about this team is that they find a way to win, and they did really well. There was a lot of absentees. There were a couple issues with, in terms of there was not a cemented captain. I think with the first game it would have been Kevlon Anderson, and Imlak would have taken over. So this year they start with Savory, his first time, but he's been around the team for quite some time now.
Niall Smith, good, smooth, rhythmic approach to the wicket. Once again, wide outside the line of the off stump. He hasn't played at a ball yet. Compare this to the first over ball by the young Sir Isaac Turn. Every single delivery, the batter had to play at it. You want to ensure you make use of the new ball. Whatever sheen is there, whatever hardness is there, make the batsman play. That is so important. Of course, you might not make him play at every delivery, but ensure, you're in the fifth ball here. You had 2 wides going down the leg side.
Yeah, he's been both sides of the wicket so far, and you'd expect a bit more from Niall Smith as he's in again, and that's better. But once again, a no ball, so he's really struggling with his run. He's going to want to probably take a look at it. His third no ball in the over.
And Boucher will feel comfortable that at least he has gotten bat onto ball, the 27-year-old Barbadian.
Had a good regional Super 50, had a good 4-day competition last year as well, so he's going to look to build on that. He's been a real mainstay in this Barbados team for the past year or 2.
This came through the ranks of Barbados cricket, the under-19, West Indies under-19.
Good delivery there from Smith. That one just dragging back in a bit and getting the inner half of the bat. But it's the first runs off the bat for Linico Boucher, first runs off the bat for Barbados. And that takes the score now to 4 without loss, 3 no balls.
Yes, and that's a good feeling always to get off the mark, Boucher. And just to let you know that the 2 umpires for this match, Lyndon Rajkumar, he from Trinidad and Tobago, and the local guy, chess umpire, Nigel Duguid, Imran Mokan, he is the 3rd umpire.
Ooh, fished at that one, but once again, a no ball signal by umpire Lyndon Rajkumar.
Yes, and I think here is where Niall Smith need to get it right. Supposing the edge was found there, it's a no ball. It's like the energy level will go, heads will drop. Need to get that right. How many no balls you've had so far?
This is
Two?
this is the fourth.
Fourth.
Yeah, fourth
Yes.
of this over.
That's
So,
not good enough.
he's gonna bowl what could be a 10 ball, or even more than a 10 ball over here if he bowls another one.
I said you just don't want that to happen.
That's a good line, good length, and not a no ball this time. So he's gonna finish the over at the end of over number 2. The Barbados Pride 5 without loss. And yeah, you can look at that again. It just started an angle away and hit the seam, came back in, but not enough to cause any issues for Lenico Boucher. In fact, that was McCaskie. So it's going to be, I'd say, a turn to continue. I was really surprised to see Junior Sinclair left out of this playing 11. I think he's an electric player to have in the field with the bat in hand and with the ball. But Guyana handing a debut to Richie Lucknott.
Well, the selectors had to make a choice. There was no Kevin Sinclair. Once Kevin was around, his cousin, that Junior Sinclair cousin, he would have definitely been in the team. Richie Lucknott did well in the trials too. Likewise, Junior Sinclair.
I think it was a bit of a 50-50 as Dawn is in, and once again making these openers play at every delivery, and that's what you want to see. Niall Smith can take a page out of the youngster's book. Not the best of starts for him.
Yes, and we're talking about Richie Lucknott. He's a very good off spinner. Was on tour with the Harpy Eagles. Didn't make the first class team. Did well. Took a few wickets, and he was very handy with the bat in the trial games. So I think based on that, maybe the selectors, despite him making his debut here today, they have gone with his experience. He's played a lot of club cricket in Guyana. And a lot of cricket too in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I was just about to say he played a few seasons. Well, I think it's 2 or 3 seasons with the Marchant Patriots in Trinidad and Tobago. And anytime you look at the club cricket stats in Trinidad, Richie Lucknott's name is up there with bat and ball. So I think a lot of people would know about him and how handy of a player he is. And I'm glad to see him getting a chance at this level.
Junior is a youngster, and I'm sure his time will come. He's very electric in the field. Fantastic fielder, good off spinner, fine batsman as well.
And you would know it's a long season as well. Pulled away, bit too short from Thorne on this occasion. And it's going to run very close to the boundary and now into the boundary for 4. Anthony Adams can't get there. And that's the first boundary of today's proceedings for the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, that was a lovely looking shot by Boucher, and Thurn banged it in the pitch. He was looking for the extra bounce. The pitch did not respond to that at all, and right into the slot. And I'm happy with the way he kept the pull shot down, because there is a forward square almost at that's a forward square position just side of the umpire there. So he was very careful when he played that shot. Good looking shot, will give his confidence a world of good.
Thorne would want to just get the ball up a bit more. Just as that's a good delivery, angling back in to Lenico Boucher. Thorne right back on spot.
Yes, and I think Thorne is touching down. He learned his lesson well with the previous delivery. Didn't get the kind of response from the pitch, paid the penalty, and he has gone back with a little fuller length, just outside the line of the off stumper. So the skipper is operating with that 3 slips a gully. Backward point, there is an extra cover. There's also short, wide mid-on, and a forward square.
Just back off a length from Thorne. And Boucher is equal to it. Three slips on a gully, as you mentioned. Kevlon Anderson and Matthew Nandu, the vice captain. He was named vice captain late. I think it was just maybe yesterday or the day before yesterday. He was given the role of vice captain. He's at second slip. Teja and Chandapol at third, and gully they've got Raymond Perez, who finished that first class season very strongly last year. It was good to see. In for LBW, but down to fine leg. Now Smith is going to get it back into the wicket keeper, and that is the end of another decent over from Thorne. Just the one bad ball really at the end of over number 3. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 10 without loss. I see 8 on the scoreboard, but there were 4 no balls in that over from Niall Smith and a single, and then we saw the 4 in this over from Thorne and a single as well, so it should be 10 without loss. There's just some issues with the scorers here at Providence, so it should be up on your screen soon.
Well, let's hope it's corrected, because the fielders, the batters will want a glimpse at that scoreboard and see exactly what's happening.
Driven nicely. It was an over-pitch delivery from Niall Smith, but I don't think you would mind that. And it's going to run into the boundary for 4. A really good looking shot there from Linico Boucher.
Yeah, that was a lovely looking cover drive. Move the foot nicely to the pitch of the delivery, and the bat came through with that beautiful arc. And the greats will tell you, Liam, if you want to hit a boundary, hit it like that. The reason why, the fielder will have to chase all the way to the boundary, gets a little bit tired, rather than standing up and banging it, and the fielders keep their energy level. Let him chase.
Making them play now a much better delivery there, just on and about 4th stump line, and just straightening a bit into the wicket keeper.
That was a very good delivery, right on target, and there is where Niall Smith need to get it more often. There is where he becomes very dangerous, especially with the extra pace that he has.
So a well-balanced bowling attack that the Harpy Eagles have put out for this first game. As Smith runs into his third delivery of the over, and that's good. That's the bounce. Putting a bit of effort into that one, and you can see Savory taking it almost above his shoulder. And yeah, I was mentioning the balanced bowling attack that this Harpy Eagles team has, because you tend to see a game at Providence when Guyana are playing, you're gonna see a bit more spin than anything, but they play 3 pace bowlers. They've got Ronaldo Ali Mohammed as well, who's pretty handy with his medium fast bowling. Then you've got the spinners, obviously. You've got Anthony Adams, you've got Luknath, who's gonna play, and then obviously Vasami Purmol, the evergreen Vasami Purmol.
Yes, and Boucher here getting a little bit too ambitious. Outside the line of the off stump, hanging on the back foot and looking to play through square cover. The ball just going over the top of the bat and into the gloves of the keeper. Has to be very careful with that. Today also around the region, there are 3 other matches going on. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they come up against CCC. That match is being played in your country. Beautiful Trinidad and Tobago.
Yep, it's going to be the first ever pink ball game in this competition. That one would start at 2 p.m. Local time here in Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, 1 o'clock across in Jamaica. And Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time are lacking a lot of their senior players, because there's 4 of them are out in Pakistan with the West Indies team. They're on their way back now, but they won't be in today. So they're going to have a pretty youthful team going into this first game.
Well, what that does is to create an opportunity for the budding talents,
Yep.
across the region. It has happened to the Harpy Eagles, Barbados Pride as well, Trinidad and Tobago.
Obviously Barbados will be missing some key players in this game. Good delivery there from Smith, once again off the inside edge. Barbados will be missing the likes of the skipper Craig Brathwaite, Jomel Warrikan, who's had a brilliant series over in Pakistan. He would have been a mainstay in this team. Kemar Roach doesn't really play much regional cricket again. Usually he's just not recovering from injuries and getting himself ready to play for West Indies team. But he may have been a part of this, you never know.
Yes, he has bowled splendidly, and did say we all saw just holding back the pace a little. He knew exactly what pace to bowl against Pakistan, especially on that, can we call it a dustbin?
I think you can, yeah. This is where Pakistan opened with spin, West Indies opened with spin as well. Gulukesh Moti did well with the bat across in Pakistan. He is a player that's going to be missing in action for Guyana.
That's beautifully bowled here by Isaac Turn. Very, very disciplined, right on target. And the right-hander had to ensure he jammed down on it, didn't make a lot of height, kept a little bit low, cutting back into the right-hander. So he's getting some inward swing here, Isaac Turn. And this is good to see. The thing is, as he developed the skills of getting it to swing towards the slipper, which is the essence of having 3 slips and a gully in those positions.
He does have the ability. I've seen him do it a lot of times. Good delivery again. And that one a bit quicker, getting into the bat of Nico Boucher. A bit faster than the others. But he does have the ability to move that ball away as well. I would have played against Isaiah Thorne from age group cricket from under 15 straight up to
Yes, you guys played together.
We played against each
other.
Yeah, so when he would have played for Guyana in under 19 cricket, under 15 cricket as well, did have the ability to move the ball away from the right-hander. So he has it in his arsenal. Maybe just waiting on trying to set up Boucher here. Short and wide. Good effort there from
Richie Loknath.
Richie Loknath at point, but is running into the boundary. They pick up 4 runs. A bit too short there from Tone.
Yes, and he just whacked it, a heavy bat onto it. Leaping effort by Richie Loknath. Maybe did he got a little hand onto that one? Because it's kind of slow up going out towards the boundary. If he didn't get the hand, it would have whistled down through the backward point region. Now, I think the fast bowler here, Isaac Thorne, shouldn't mind that at all, because that is what he was looking for. And the batter was very compliant in playing the shot. Brave shot, gets the boundary, good for him.
That one came back in sharply as well, but well left. Left that one on length, trusting the bounce of the wicket early on. Now you are local here, you're accustomed to the conditions around here. What do you think about that decision earlier on from Raymond Reefer to win the toss and bat first?
I think it was a very, very good decision. Once you go out in the middle and you see this pitch, you know with the sunshine coming down, it's going to dry, it's going to get harder, it's good for batting. And you don't want to face Guyana spinners batting last on this pitch as well.
Exactly what I said. I thought it was a really good decision because it is dry. And with that, it comes good batting conditions early on. But as the game proceeds, it's going to deteriorate. And it's going to be harder for whoever's going to have to bat last. And when you've got to face guys like Wesami Pumal on a day 4 wicket hit,
that's right.
It's going to be very difficult. So I thought it was a really good decision from Raymond Reefer.
Yes, he had no hesitation out in the middle. Today also the West Indies Academy, they're taking on the Leeward Islands Hurricane. That match is being played at Coolidge in Antigua. And the Windwards Volcanoes, they're coming up against Jamaica Scorpions at Arnos Vale in St. Vincent. And it's good to see that the regional 4-day championship is being spread across the region. Not only the country, but a number of grounds across the territories.
Yeah, it's good to see. Driven, and it was over pitch from Thorne, and Nico Boucher was onto it in a flash. It runs into the backward point boundary for 4.
It was a good looking shot by Boucher. No problem whatsoever. There's nobody in that open territory in the offside field, just a backward point. And once you can find the gap there, it's always going to go down towards the boundary. Well played. So 2 boundaries so far in this over. That's the job of the openers. While you want to blunt the bowlers, your job is to ensure that every bad ball is put away. And this is exactly what he's doing. Well, the one that he spanked through backward point previously wasn't really a bad ball, just he had the connection, spent some time in the air. But the previous one was there for the asking, and he didn't mess around whatsoever. He got the boundary. So this is very good batting we're seeing so far.
23 without loss, 4.5 overs. So Zachary McCaskie yet to get off the mark, 0 of just 8 deliveries. Boucher, who's faced the brunt of it, 19 of 25 with 4 boundaries. And Isaiah Thorne into his 3rd over now. Final delivery and a dot ball to finish. So he's bowled his 3 overs for 13 so far. Niall Smith 2 overs for 10. And it's going to be Niall Smith to continue. He has struggled a bit with his run-up.
Yes, that was a good over for Barbados, and I like the combination here, right hand, Boucher and McCaskie. Both guys look very solid. Not too many things to shout about. We have seen Isaac Thorne bending the ball back in. He's yet to bowl one of those away swingers. Maybe when he gets that going, can be a tough competitor out in the middle. The question here, what Niall Smith is going to do in this over, just to hold it a little, try to get your control, and you can strive for the extra pace. Liam, this year they're going with the first 2 rounds. Cricket West Indies decide to go with the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, I was excited to see that because usually at regional level they use the Duke ball, which is a pretty good ball as well. So, but it's good to see because this is what they're going to use in Test cricket more often than not. So down the leg side and a good bit of wicket keeping there from Kimo Savory. And another run goes down to leg byes for Smith, getting that ball to bounce a bit more than Jackie McCaskie would have expected. Still yet to get out the mark.
So he should mind. I mean, it's good when you can get off the mark. Just playing himself in, wants to settle down, judge the bounce of the pitch, what the bowlers are trying to do to him as well. The Kookaburra ball, made in Australia.
Yeah, it's a good ball. I've bowled with it a few times. It just feels so different from down the leg side and another no ball. He's really struggled with his run today as a Niall Smith.
And this is not a good start to the opening round of Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. You want to ensure that you just negate all those no balls. Just get it right. It can affect your pace, affect your rhythm, and you just fall apart. Niall Smith, not a good start for him. I just want to see him get that line correct and that length, and then you can strive for the extra pace. He can give you 5-6 overs in his opening spell at real good pace.
That's a good delivery, an appeal for LBW, and he's given. That is it. Lenico Boucher has to go, caught on the back foot from a full delivery from Niall Smith. Let's have a look at it again.
That was beautifully bowled indeed by Niall Smith. And when he gets it right at his pace and getting the ball to come back like this one here, trapped in front and given out leg before by umpire Lyndon Rajkumar. So the Harpy Eagles, they've gotten the breakthrough.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Thorne has bowled so well at the other end. Niall Smith has been both sides of the wicket, struggling with his run-up. But he's the one to get them the breakthrough because he does possess the ability to bowl that unplayable delivery at times. This time, maybe Lenico Boucher would feel a bit slighted by that one. It looked a bit high, but I think it was 50-50. Could have gone either way, and umpire Raj Kumar leading towards the Harpy Eagles on this occasion. And that is going to bring The skipper out at number 3, Raymond Reefer. We've seen him play this role many times for the West Indies in Test cricket. And now he is in at 3 for Barbados Pride here.
Yes, well, he is at home. He has played with the Harpy Eagles, so many years. And he was with the Harpy Eagles here when Barbados Pride actually defeated them. So he's on both sides of the divide. I heard that he has purchased lands and vehicles in Guyana. He's built a house here as well. His second home, Guyana.
And he would have been here for quite some time,
Yes.
a lot of years. Even he would have played with the Amazon Warriors in CPL a few times as well. So he's built a relationship with the country of Guyana. I saw when he walked out this morning for the warm-ups, he went straight to the Harpy Eagles camp and embraced all the coaches. He would have been working with them for the past few years.
This is what franchise cricket does. You come from different parts of the region here. You create a relationship that lasts a lifetime.
Yep.
You become actually like family.
Yeah.
And it's so important, as a region. There's just that one destiny for cricket that we need to constantly beat the world again.
Yep.
Might take a minute, it's going to happen, it's going to take some time, might be painful. We're going to get there. Oh, that's a glorious drive through the covers. Stretching forward and opening the face. What a fantastic start to his innings. Lovely looking shot.
And what a way to open his account for this season, Raymond Reefer. A bit of a gift from Niall Smith. It was full, wasn't really swinging much, and it was just easy for Reefer to lean onto the front foot, and they just had to get bat on ball.
Yes, good looking shot. The feeling is good out there. Has to be careful though. It was in the slot and he played it brilliantly, of course. He has great knowledge of Niall Smith. Now that was shorter on the length, so he pulled it back nicely. Didn't give him the luxury to come forward and drive through the offside field. Niall Smith, he's going to be hurt by that shot that went to the boundary. Was a top class shot.
Yeah, it was in complete control. It's not often you're going to see that early on. Speaking of guys getting boundaries early on in the innings, obviously there's a test series that started this morning between Australia and Sri Lanka. And Travis Head would have opened the batting for the first time in test cricket for Australia, and he got a 50 of about 30 balls. So it shows you the way that test cricket has evolved as well.
It has. That's a good delivery. Coming back, pitch around the leg stump and coming towards the hip area of the left-handed Reefer, but he covered it nicely and just taking the bottom hand away and dropping it away into the onside field. Can't score, so he has responded nicely. If you have just joined the broadcast from the National Stadium at Providence, let us remind you that the Pride called correctly this morning through Raymond Reefer, their skipper, the toss, and immediately deciding they're going to take for a strike. They have lost Boucher, the only wicket that has fallen so far. So the Eagles getting the breakthrough.
Here is Smith again, angling that one across. So that is going to be the end of the 6th over. At the end of 6, Barbados Pride struggling a bit at 29 for 1. We're going to have a double change here in the commentary booth as I welcome Sean Divas and our very own Gerard Basu.
Pleasant good morning to each and everyone, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're looking at us around the world. It is the CWI Championship 2025 edition from the Guyana National Stadium, Providence National Stadium. You get a shot of some of the development there that is going on in Guyana. As I welcome alongside me the start of another over, Sean Divas.
Well, good morning to everyone, wherever you are, whatever you're doing across Guyana and wider afield. We greet you with the news here from the sunlit Providence Stadium. Game delayed because of overnight and early morning showers by half an hour, but the sun is back in all its glory.
Yeah,
and Guyana losing the toss, and Barbados 19. The first batter, Boucher played very positively, 25 for 1. When the first wicket fell.
They call Guyana the land of waters. I was telling the scorer this morning I didn't expect the water from the sky either.
Yeah, so it's been a situation here where there's climate change and global warming and all sorts of things. We've had an extended dry period, but they say once there's cricket, rain falls.
It's so very true.
Turn, bowls a good delivery. He's been bang on target in most of his overs so far, and he's played nicely into the onside. So they've got 3 slips on a gully, backward point, a square cover, a fine leg, and a man on the onside. It's just 2 men on the onside, so that means the target would be outside the line of the off stump or just about there.
And you've seen for the morning so far, Isai Thorne and Niall Smith. That is the channel that they've been aiming for as the breeze picks up just a bit. There's that channel that Sean is talking about just outside the off stump. Of course, this is the premier red ball tournament in the West Indies, and of course many of these chaps across this tournament will be hoping, Sean, that they can put their hands up and similar to what Michael Louis did last year, scored a number of runs, was a top scorer in the tournament, and that in itself won him that selection for the senior men's West Indies test team. So this being the premier tournament, a red ball format, these guys will want to put on a good show going through the tournament.
Scored back-to-back hundreds against Guyana in both innings.
I did not mean to remind you guys of that, but definitely he played well last year.
Turn round the wicket.
Down the leg side this time from Isai Thorne. Thorne, who's had his opportunity with the academy and CCC as well in the past, and good to see that once a player gets that opportunity with the academy, and we love to have the academy and CCC as part of this tournament. It makes it just that much more exciting. It gives opportunities for players like Thorne when they don't get picked for their national sides, that they can still be involved in the development of the game. It's good to see him back with his national team.
In just his 9th first-class game, Isaiah Thorne turned into the onside for 1 by Rifa. Total going up now to 31 for 1. Turn and Smith against Barbados last year in Antigua bowled the entire first session, bowled with real pace on that track. That was at the Coolidge ground, where the Leeward Islands have gotten a good start there. They've gotten a 5th run start when I last checked against the West Indies Cricket Academy. The other game will start at 1 o'clock in Trinidad at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, it's going to be the first time a day-night encounter. Pink ball being used in that encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and CCC. It will be a home game for Trinidad and Tobago. CCC's home is actually in Trinidad at the University of the West Indies Sports and Physical Education Center. End of another over here from Isai Thorne. 31 for 1 at the end of 7.
So turn none for 35 so far. Smith, the wicket taker, 1 for 15.
And Niall Smith will continue from what would be the media center end now. The media center is actually at the other end of the ground.
The northern end of the ground.
We have chosen that. They've told us that, hey, you're going to be more comfortable on this side. So.
And you are?
We are.
Yes.
Yes, it is. It is. It is. And I quite like the view from this side as well. You get a view of the shopping center, the development across the way by the river, the Demerara River, to the west of us.
Demerara Harbour Bridge being built.
And I think it's going to be a sight when it's completed. Just looking at how high those pillars are going up. And And so wonderful to see all the natural development going on in Guyana. Niall Smith will continue from our commentary position end.
Good delivery on the line of the leg stump. Just turned away easy into the onside. So Rifa is looking good.
And Niall Smith bowled a plethora of no balls so far, Sean, and then eventually picked up that wicket of Nico Boucher. Boucher, who did have good returns last year as well, was the mainstay at the top of the order for the Pride.
Had 4 boundaries in that innings of 19. Played some auspicious shots, especially of Smith and Isaiah Turn. Smith now, like Isaiah Turn, both from the county of Barbados in Guyana. That's one of the 3 counties in Guyana, the second largest.
Another no ball here from Niall Smith. I think Niall Smith needs to probably retake his mark here, because that would, by my count, how many no balls is that? I'm going to get the stat here from our statistician. By my count, that's about 8 no balls already for Niall Smith. Of course, the fortunate thing, he's already picked up a wicket, but you don't want to be bowling no balls, even in the red ball format.
Yeah, well, last year he had similar no ball problems throughout the regional 4-day and also in the Super 50.
So
This time he's bang on target and played quietly into the onside by McCaskie.
shot there of Versami Pumol, just at, well, he's at silly mid-on now, but he's going to drop back just a bit. And I heard the guys before us, Liam, and they're talking about the pitch, and I think Pumol is going to have a big part to play. The 4 days, when we walked along the pitch earlier in the morning, we could see quite a covering of grass, but
So slightly overcast conditions prevailing now.
yeah, that covering of grass, even with that covering of grass, the surface seemed quite dry. And Liam was actually saying this is not the type of pitch that you want to bat last on. But it'll be not too long, I don't think, before we see the introduction of Versami Pumol, who has been such a stalwart for Guyana cricket and West Indian cricket throughout the years. It just always seems to pick up wickets every time he has the ball.
636 first class wickets, 31 at the test level, and he's been around for ages. Made his debut against the Windward Islands in Grenada way back when. Here is Smith. Good delivery, came back, but not enough to challenge the line of the off stumper, force the batsman to play. So McCaskie's had a tough time. He's faced 15 balls, and he's only scored 1. Kept on a tight leash.
I don't think he's under any pressure
No.
at this point to score quickly. Of course, Liam mentioned in the first half hour that that test match that started between Australia and Sri Lanka, and the international game has gone a direction where you find more and more teams are scoring quickly, even at a test match level.
And there was a rule in the regional 4-day that you had to get 60 runs in the first power play. Now it's just 6 runs per over.
Yeah, in the Super 50.
And and only the Leeward Islands managed that, forcing the batters to score quickly. That was Sami's introduction.
Well,
His thoughts, his idea.
He's going to be taking over the test
Yeah.
team in about 6 months' time when Australia come here for their 3 test match series in the Caribbean around June. So probably we're going to see the introduction of a similar bonus point structures and so on. As we mentioned, this is the premier 4-day tournament, Red Bull format. These guys are prepping for the international scene.
Yeah, and the over is completed 35 for 1. Barbados winning the toss, game delayed by half an hour. So lunch will be delayed by half an hour also. And lunch will now be taken at 12:30. And the match will go on to 5:30. Sun battling with the clouds.
Even with the cloudiness, it's quite hot down at
Yeah.
the ground level. So it won't be too long at the end of the first hour. You're going to see the umpires call for that drinks break. Be welcomed by the fielders and the batters. And, Isai Thorne taking his mark.
So Ali Mohammed comes into the attack. The third seamer playing in this side.
Replacing Isai Thorne.
Yeah. Good delivery for a stop, bang on target, and brings Reefer forward. Plays it out towards mid-off, and there's no run, but Reefer's look quite good.
Raymond Reefer, another one, as I mentioned for Sami Pumol in the last over. For me, he's always been that workhorse type. Works really hard at his game and is always thereabout.
Elevated to the captaincy of the Barbados side. Good delivery. This one came back and played at it. Missed, taken by Savory. Savory is the keeper in this game. He's also the captain. Imlak, usually the Guyana keeper and the captain also. Had a good job in Pakistan as keeper especially. Look the part. First Guyanese wicket-keeper in Test cricket since Ivor Mendonça in 1962, and is the second wicket-keeper to play for the West Indies. Milton Paidana played only in the one days, and he was the last wicket-keeper before Imlak from Guyana to tour Pakistan.
Imlak would be expected to be back into the team in time for the second round of matches.
Yeah, himself, Moti, Sinclair, and hopefully Shamar Joseph.
I understand Shamar Joseph yesterday joined the team yesterday and day before when they had their net sessions
yeah,
here at Providence.
Very quickly, yeah.
And it is good when you see the young players coming back off of injury. You're glad to see it. I think that's going to be a bit of a concern for some of the teams. You know, how do they manage these international players when they do come back? Of course, you want that experience back into your team. You also want to give your international players as much opportunity to be playing the game, but you also want to be aware that the body can only take so much, and you're going to want to make sure that they get the necessary rest and rehabilitation done. Of course, we saw Jaden Seals, who's had his injury woes in the past, picking up a niggle in Pakistan, as you mentioned, the Pakistan series. That's going to be a concern for Trinidad and Tobago.
Good delivery.
Has he nicked it?
Yes, he's gone. Caught behind. Good delivery. Came back. Sparred at it. Took the edge. The catch taken. And the Guyanese celebrate. 35 for 2.
Yes, so the introduction of Ali Mohammed here by Kimal Savory into the attack has paid dividends, choosing to go round the wicket to left-handed Reefer. There's that good length. Reefer prods forward at it and just kissing that outside edge, and that's what you want when you go around the wicket to the left-hander. You want to draw them forward. You want to either keep the ball coming back into them, give yourself that opportunity of hitting the pad or hitting the stumps, or just hold the line and take that outside edge. So Barbados in a spot of bother here inside the first hour of play on day one in round one of the CWI Championships 2025.
So a wicket for Mohammed Ali in his first over, and of course Smith taking the other wicket. But to my mind, Turn, who's been the best bowler so far, has gone wicketless.
Sometimes that's unfortunate, but he did bowl quite economically, and that has allowed a bit of pressure from one side and allowing the other bowlers in the Niall Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed to benefit from that.
Mohammed from the GCC club, the Georgetown Cricket Club, the oldest cricket club in Guyana, and completes a successful over. At the end of it, it's 35 for 2. So Smith will continue. Comes from an area called New Amsterdam in Barbados. That's the oldest town in Guyana. And his father is in fact the manager of the Guyana team, Albert Clements. Well, we know him when I used to play. He was my manager, Albert Smith. So the sun going behind the clouds again as Smith continues. Back of the length and putting pressure on the new batsman.
Yeah, so Zachary McCaskie has been joined by Jonathan Drakes. Jonathan Drakes at the non-strikers end is back to us. Even with the fall of the early 2 wickets, I don't think Barbados should panic just yet. They're in a spot of bother, yes. But these 2 young chaps here, Zachary McCaskie and Jonathan Drakes, McCaskie in particular, has done well at this level, at first class level.
Drakes in only his 12th first class match. He's already 30 years old. Gets a single, he's off the mark.
And McCaskie in particular has dug Barbados out of spots of bother before, and he's known to bat quite long, Zachary McCaskie. Of course, he has the entire day to bat, you would think.
Drakes with a white broad sweatband on his left forearm. He's in fact the son of Vasper Drakes, who played youth cricket with myself in the late 1980s. Good delivery and played into the offside. More picked for his left arm medium fast bowling. Also now a batter. Oh, Jonathan Drakes. Yes, Dominic Drakes I was talking about.
Yeah, Dominic Drakes is in Dubai, I think,
Yeah.
presently at the ILT20. His dad is actually the coach, the head coach
Yeah.
of the Barbados Pride team, and has been for a number of years. And when you do talk to Vasper Drakes, you can tell he takes a lot of pride in passing on that knowledge he's gained over the years. That knowledge that he's imparted now to the young charges, and he's also back in Barbados involved with so many developmental programs through the youth levels, and has been around passing on that knowledge, and that's heartwarming to see, and that's what you want to see. Some of our players who've gone through playing at that level, that highest level, coming back and imparting knowledge to the next generation.
Talking about T20 leagues again, also missing Shamron Hetmeyer, Rutherford, Kimo Paul and Shepherd. Because of T20 commitments, they wouldn't be back for the second round for sure. Shepherd and Kimo Paul have already played Test cricket. I don't think the interest
Shimon
is so
Hetmeyer
much
has
in
also played Test cricket. Shimon Hetmeyer has a handful
Yeah,
of Test
Shimon
matches under
Hetmeyer,
his
yeah.
belt as well. He's batted for the West Indies
And
senior Test team at
the
number
match,
3.
The match what he got 96 against India, that really paved the way for Virat Kohli to see him, and that's how he got into the IPL. Himself and Nicholas Pooran at one time were the 2 best young batsmen in the Caribbean. End of the over. 36 for 2.
Shot there of the old manual scoreboard. We still do things manually sometimes. It's interesting to see when you go around the cricket that there are people who still take scoring in those scoring books. More so at the age group level. You get that. You go into a scorer's room, and although they're doing it digitally on the computer and so on, you still see someone with 3 different pens.
Yeah, well, the scorer here, Trevor Hussain, he's scoring manually and on electronically.
I spoke to him this morning, and quite a lovely chap.
Mohammed continues from the far end. And he's been consistent. He's not had a long spell, but most of his deliveries testing the batsmen. Talk about pink ball cricket. Actually, in 2010, that was the first ever pink ball day-night match in the West Indies. Guyana was involved with Trinidad and Tobago in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richard, no, the ARG ground in Antigua.
Yeah, of course, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, their day-night encounter will be in the 3rd round of matches. Of course, Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, and they get that benefit. Their first 3 games are going to be here at home in Providence.
And the last time they lost a match here was in 2022 against same Barbados. Barbados, only team to have beaten them here. They've lost 5 matches in the last 10 years since the franchise tournament has begun, and they've played 31. They've won 22, and they've drawn 3 and 1 tied. So they've dominated that period. They've won 7 titles in 9 seasons. This is the 10th season. Barbados winning the other 2. This is a lovely shot. Great stop though by mid-off.
You talk about Guyana missing a couple of players, and we mentioned the international players are going to be back in the Caribbean in the coming days. And the Barbados themselves, they will be buoyed by the fact that once he is going to be playing as he should, the West Indies Test captain Craig Brathwaite will be back. Of course, he had that half century in the 2nd Test match that really set up that score that the West Indies put on the board for Pakistan to chase in the 4th innings. And
also man of the series in Pakistan, Warkan, he would also be back for Barbados.
and Jamel Warkan, for a number of years, has always been in that top 5 wicket takers list in this format in the CWI Championships. They say this is the league, this is the championship where legends are made, the CWI Championships, and Jamel Warkan has now, I think, put his name in the conversation for being one of those legends to come out of the CWI Championship. His name now on that honours board in Multan. And that will bring us to the end of the over. At the end of 10 overs, it is 36 for 2. It is the end of the first hour of play. And at the end of the first hour, we will have that first drinks interval. So we'll take a short break, and when we get back, more play between the Guyana Harpy Eagles, defending champions, and the Barbados Pride in round 1 of the CWI Championship 2025.
Well, hello, wherever you are. Once again, welcome to the National Stadium at Providence. The first hour being completed, 36 runs score by the Barbados Pride. They lost 2 wickets, 11 overs have been sent down in that period of play. Pretty much an hour, I think, that belonged to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Barbados Pride fighting back. It's a good-looking shot. Came forward, turned the wrist nicely, judged the length and the line pretty well down towards backward square. So they're off the mark after the first hour play.
Score moves on to 37 for 2.
Yes. I think it has been a good hour for the Guyana Harpy Eagles after Pride won the toss and deciding to bat first. I say so because they've picked up 2 wickets. And if you can pick up 2 wickets in the first hour and the score is 36, it simply means you have won that little battle.
Yep, they've won the first half of session number 1. And just for all our viewers at home, we did have a delayed start. We were supposed to start at 10. We ended up starting at 10:30 due to some late showers, as another no ball is signaled by umpire Raj Kumar. So all the breaks have been pushed back half an hour. So lunch will now be at 12,
12:30.
and the tea break will now be at 3:10 as things stand at this point in time.
Yes, I think everything has been pushed back because of that half an hour, late start this morning. And that was due not to real heavy rain, but there were persistent drizzle out in the middle. But the ground is real dry. The conditions are good for cricket here. And the players will say, this is the kind of conditions they like. Not too much heat from the sun. That's brilliantly bowled. Just about the line of the off stump. And the right-hander just coming forward there. Good delivery. Played well. He feel happy that he kept that one out. That's the right-handed Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, didn't get up as much as he expected. And that's taking the inside edge of the bat. Score 38 for 2. And yeah, you're right about the first session going to Guyana. The first half of the first session. You would want to believe that the Bajans would look not to lose any more wickets before the end of this first session. And he's pulled out there.
But these two, they have an obligation to their team to ensure, and you called it rightly, you do not want to lose another wicket so early. This is just day number 1. It's a 4-day encounter. You want to preserve your wicket at the same time. You will also want to ensure that you score every possible single, know where your scoring opportunities are, and here's where the bowlers, they have to be very disciplined to keep that momentum going, stifle them for runs.
Yep, and Niall Smith has done a good job. He started off a bit wayward in terms of he was bowling both sides of the wicket, but once he got into his rhythm, he started bowling those deliveries, those wicket-taking deliveries, and he's been a bit more consistent as he's grown into his spell now. And then you look back at what Ton did early on with the new ball, making those openers play every delivery almost. He created a couple opportunities, and then Ali Mohammed came in and got them the breakthrough.
Yes, I think one thing here, the Harpy Eagles will have to think that bowling rate, just 11 overs sent down in the first hour. That's something that they have to improve, and improve very quickly on.
Yeah, good delivery from Niall Smith. And I think something that's going to play a role in what went on in terms of the lack of overs was there were, I believe, 7 or 8 no balls from Niall Smith.
Yes.
So that's almost an extra over. That's a bit more than an extra over actually that would have been bowled. So that's something to consider. And you tend to see when the fast bowlers are in operation that the over rate is a bit slower, and then they'll catch up when the likes of Purmore comes into the ball. He gets through his overs very quickly.
Absolutely so. Here is Smith once again. And much better line and length this time. Well played too by your right-handed Jonathan Drakes, just walking on top of the delivery and keeping it down. And no doubt we might very well see Smith trying a short delivery here. They have left the onside virtually. That's like a huge real estate there, just the deep backward square out on the boundary.
The score 39 for 2. We still await the score correction. There was an issue with the scorer here early on, so we will try to keep you updated as much as we can. 39 for 2 currently. Driven there from Drakes, but straight to the man at mid-off. So that is the end of over number 12. 39 for 2.
Yes, and that last delivery there was well disguised by Niall Smith. Was a slow delivery. Drake saw it, was looking to play the cover drive, made the adjustment, and just pushed the delivery all along the ground. So he has read Niall Smith well in that over. Isaiah turned 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Pity he didn't get a wicket. I thought he bowled well, touching down on the line of the off stump, bending it back into the right-handers. Smith, 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 23. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he's about to begin his third. 2 overs, 1 for 2. So the bowling has been pretty economical so far.
Here is Ali Mohammed. He's not conceded a run just yet, and the commentator's goose comes into play as that's the first runs of his bowling. 2.1 overs, 2 maidens, 1 run, 1 wicket. Good start for Ali Mohammed.
Yes, and he can be pretty consistent, this right arm medium fast bowler, and does a thing or two, but that was played pretty well by the batter, opening the face at the last moment and actually guiding it down towards cover for a single.
Score moves on to 40 for 2. There's this one off the back foot from Drakes. 3 slips on a gully still in play, and that's been that all morning. That's been the mode of operation. Kevlin Anderson at first, Nando at second, Teacher and Chandapur at third, and Perez was with the man trusted with the rule of gully. Short, mid-on and mid-off in play as well. This time just wide of Purmall at mid-on. And a single. Score moves on now to 41 for 2 as we finally have gotten the scoreboard ticker.
That's a relief.
Yeah.
Yes, a relief to us and also to our many viewers. It's important when they watch the screen, they see the score. That was actually beyond our control here in the com box.
Here is Ali Mohammed driven again, and that's a good looking shot from Zach McCaskie, and it's slowed down to the boundary. Almost didn't go, and you could have seen that at first he was not going to run, and then he had to just speed up a bit. Well played.
Yeah, it was a good looking shot, a half volley, and that is what you do with a half volley. You just don't want to prod it. You want to ensure you get the maximum use of that, and with the open space in that offside field, he played it well. There was not a chance for the fielder down at extra cover, and that's Anthony Adams to stop it. Once it left the bat, 4 was written all over it.
So McCaskie moving on to double figures now. He's on to 10. He's not faced as much deliveries as you would have thought, considering that he opened the batting. Take a look at the scores in the other games around at this point in time. The West Indies Academy won the toss across in Coolidge and chose to bowl first. And the Leeward Island Hurricanes in a very good position now, currently 81 for 1 in 21 overs. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes are up against the Jamaica Scorpions over in Arnasville in St. Vincent. The score there is currently...
Well, the score here is 45 for the loss of 2 at the end of the over.
Score across in Arnasville, just a wee... Windward Island 60. They're bowling first, Jamaica Scorpions at the end of 18 overs, 65 for 1. So both teams in those other games just losing 1 wicket inside the first session so far. Barbados, unfortunately, losing 2. It's going to be Niall Smith to continue. 7 no balls, but he's been a lot better as he leaned into his spell. Those first 2 or 3 overs were a bit wayward, and then after that it's been very consistent and he's been creating chances.
Well, Liam, it's very difficult for you to correct, those things on match days.
Yep.
Those things must be corrected while you're practicing. Once you've put in that kind of labor, you can correct it.
Punched nicely, straight to Thorn. He pulls out the dive there and shot mid off. You get 1. Yeah, you're right about that. It's something that you can't really correct on a match day. You've got to get into the nets and get into the training ground and try to figure out what's causing the issue, and then you find little workarounds that will correct it as quickly as possible.
Yes, I saw him not long ago up in Quarantine. They have a beautiful ground there, the Vikings. And Niall Smith, he captained the Tuckburg Park Cricket Club, a club which he comes from, and he bowled splendidly in that game. I can't recall him breaching that crease at any time whatsoever. He bowled with control, aggression, and I thought, then that Niall Smith has done the hard work and it's paying dividend.
I think it's something minor that he needs to sort out. I think what's working in his favour is that he's doing it in a red ball game where there's no free hit. This was a white ball game. We could have seen a couple of sixes well early on with the amount of no balls. But yeah, I think it's something that maybe he's gonna go into. Maybe even after this first innings, he might go back into the nets while the Guyana Harpy Eagles are batting and just try to figure out what is really the issue. He does have a long run up. That's a beautiful shot, just length on it, all timing, and it's going to run very, very close to the boundary, into the boundary now for 4. It was just a push, no real power in it, and 4 runs for Zachary McCaskie.
Yes, the kind of shot, Liam, you will say it's like sleeping on silk. He just came forward there, judged the length beautifully, and out came the nice arc of the bat through mid-on. And sometimes you watch an entire test match or a 4-day game, and you wouldn't see those on drive better than that. Absolutely splendid shot.
That brings up the 54, the Barbados pride. Zachary McCaskie seems to be very comfortable out there. In the air, pulled, and it was a miscue, but into no man's land. Purmore gets around, and they will get the single. Out of character there from McCaskie.
Absolutely. So why you want to play that kind of shot? It was actually a nothing shot. I think he was badly outdone by the bowler. He's lucky to be saying there, come on, you just take your time, stroke the ball around, build an innings. It's a 4-day match.
And he is a player that has been in the West Indies setup as well, would have been in the test squad a few times. I don't think he's made his debut just yet. He's still awaiting that opportunity, but you would expect him to have a bit more control than that, as that one is left on its way to Savory.
Yes, and mistakes will be made out in the middle. Nothing wrong in making mistakes. The thing is, they must learn from that. He knew exactly now that he played a bad shot. He will want to correct that. You saw the 100 that Jonathan Drakes made against Guyana in Trinidad. Was a fine knock, wasn't it?
Yep. And that's what you want to see. You want to see that more often than not. It was almost a chanceless 100 where he really paced his innings well. And you want to see something like that again from him today, because he's in with the Barbados and a bit of problems in this first session. The ball has been swinging around a bit. We're yet to see any spin, which is it's an encouraging sign really. And you might even see Thorne come back for a second spell before the end of this session, with the ball moving around as it is.
Yes, Smith's 7 overs cost him 29. He has picked up a wicket. 51 for the loss of 2 at the end of the over. Boucher gone for 19. McCaskie is there fighting. He's on 15. Reefer gone for 6. Reefer started with a blaze of glory, but then got a beautiful delivery from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Won the touchdown, took the edge. Good catch by Savory, diving away towards his right. So he's back in the pavilion too. So this is Operation Rebuild for these two out in the middle. 2 youngsters taking the battle to the Harpy Eagles. And you've won 7 titles, the Harpy Eagles. That in itself gives you a lot of confidence.
Yeah, you walk into a tournament like this with your chest out, because you know that nobody can really chat to you in terms of titles. But that's flicked away nicely. You look at those 7 championships and you look at some of the players that would have been a part of it. It's a very different team now. Well, not from last year's championship, but which was why it was so impressive to me when they won, because I thought last year would have been a year of rebuild for the Harpy Eagles. A lot of young players. You had Kevin Sinclair, who is very young still, but has become a senior player in the setup, and he was batting at number 5 and 6 and scoring big hundreds.
Yes, he did.
You saw the guys who may not have been too experienced, but a bit more than the rest, put their hands up and put the team in a good position to win the trophy.
Yes, and last year was very, very competitive. That tells you something is happening with 4-day championship in the region. We had to wait until the last round, the last day, before the winner was actually established. The Harpy Eagles came up trump. I know that Barbados Pride, they would have been disappointing. They were leading the points table as they head towards that final round.
Good delivery from Ali Mohammed. Snipping back in.
And the opportunity is presented to so many youngsters now across the region. You know, you must grab it with both hands. I always feel you might not be a superstar, Liam, but when you get your opportunities, you want to ensure those opportunities are counted.
Yeah, and I think as we look at this delivery, just taking the outside edge, 1 or 2 bounces into Perez. You look at a player like Isaiah Tone, who almost every time he's been given the opportunity, he's done a good job with the ball in hand. And he is someone he's living testament to that. Matthew Nandu as well. I've been really impressed with the way that he has evolved as a player over the past few seasons. Good delivery again. Well played from Drakes. And Ali Mohammed is another one who last year came into the team and did well with both bat and ball in hand. So
yes, he scored runs. He picked up a 5-wicket haul, Ali Mohammed. So he's very much in the thick of things. Matthew Nandu and quite a few others. Someone like young Andrews from the Leeward Islands. They were all at a clinic in Antigua, trying to improve their skills in batting spin. That was a very good delivery to end the over. It's 54 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, they were in Antigua, then they headed off to India, where they were at the Chennai Super Kings Academy for quite some time. A couple of the guys playing in this game actually were in that academy, Matthew Nandu being one of them. Kevin Wickham from Barbados, he was another. Jewel Andrews there. Kirk McKenzie. A lot of good young players in the Caribbean.
And Cork has been given some responsibility in this year's tournament. He's the vice captain of that Jamaica Scorpion team, which is led by John Campbell. And good to see the experience of Blackwood playing another year of regional cricket. You know, the youngsters will do well to draw from him.
Yeah, I think it's very important when now we're at a stage where a lot of these teams in the Caribbean are going through a rebuild, going through a point where they've lost some of their big names, so to say, and you've gotta integrate the youth in. And that one's punched away beautifully into the boundary for 4. Zachary McCaskie, you beauty.
Yes, McCaskie looks good here, and he's playing a fine little land here. Look at him. Stepping onto the back foot, kept the balance, opened the face of the bat at the right time. Didn't look for too much of power there. And Anthony Adams feeling down at extra cover, had no chance, leapt towards his left, but that ball was always going to beat him. Fantastic shot.
Yeah, really good looking shot. And we're speaking about a lot of these teams in the Caribbean rebuilding now, where they've lost some of their big names over the past few seasons. For Guyana, it would have been the likes of Leon Johnson. And when Pumol is coming towards the end of his career now, don't really see much reference for beating these guys. You look at the teams and you want to have a good mix of youth and experience, and with this Guyana team it's more youth than anything, but you've got Sami Pumol out there and there's not much more experience than him. Even Barbados, you look at their team, very young team. When Jamal Warrican comes back into the setup, he's going to be their leader. Raymond Rifa as well, they're the guys you're going to look up to. Back in Trinidad and Tobago as well, where they've lost Django, De Silva, Anderson Phillip and Jalen Seals to the West Indies team.
Yeah, that's a big loss.
Yeah, you look at the likes of Jason Mohammed, they're the guys that you want in the team. You don't want them out of the team just yet because you need that experience going into a tournament like this.
Edging here, looking for the drive on the front foot. There was a vacant spot between the gully and the second slip, and that's gone away for 4. Well, he's riding his luck here with that shot, and sometimes you need a little bit of luck to go your way.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because umpire Rajkumar immediately signaled no ball. So
Oh, Niall Smith.
continues to struggle with that front foot. But yeah, you're right. Needed that bit of luck. You always need something like that in these long format games. Gets another boundary, so 5 runs out to the total, 63 for 2 now. McCaskie moving along nicely. Took him about 14 or 15 deliveries to get up the mark. He's now on to 26 of just 88.
But I'm kind of baffled here. He's having serious problem where that left leg is landing. Nothing is wrong with his rhythm. No. You look at that rhythm. He looks good. That's a good looking shot. Back on the offside of the pitch between the ball and the stumps, and he collects a single. Just he's not dropping that feet at the right position to get something behind the line. And that's not looking good for Niall Smith. So much of talent, has a lot of experience. Niall Smith, West Indies a bowler, you're expecting that he will come here and deliver the goods. But if that had gone to hand, you know, is that all the hard work has gone to nothing.
Yep. And usually the problem with fast bowlers bowling no balls is that it's not necessarily your run up, and that's going to run into the boundary quickly for 4. Beautiful shot from Jonathan Drakes. He picks up his first boundary, and the score now moves on to 68 for 2. Look at that again.
Yes, gorgeous looking shot. Judge the length of the delivery, and he drove it sweetly once again between the bowler and the stumps. You can't get it better than that. We previously saw an on drive for 4. Now we're seeing a shot between the bowler and the stumps down towards long off. Looks good here, Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, some really good looking shots in this over, and I think Niall Smith has maybe bowled one too many. He's into his 8th over now, and he's been wayward. He's been bowling no balls again. And I think, I mean, it's easy for us to say now considering he's gone for 14 runs in this over, but maybe just one too many from Savory giving him here, as he's right back on spot.
Yes, and when he is on spot, like you said, he looks such a different bowler. Now, you look at that bowling of Niall Smith. How much runs have been knocked off his bowling?
43. No.
43
It
runs.
is 8 over.
The score is 68 for the loss of 2. That is now going to give him confidence. So when you begin to bowl that number of no balls, you know, consecutively, puts a lot of pressure on you mentally. If you're not strong, you'll not be able to overcome.
Final delivery of his 8th over. I don't think we'll see him again before the end of this session. This might be his last. And that's a good delivery. Well, he's been really unlucky in this over, Niall Smith. That one taking the outside edge. May not have carried the 3rd slip, but went through that region for 4.
Yes, and it was a very good delivery to end the over, the end of which it's 68 for the loss of 2 with 16 overs delivered so far. Well, his skipper here, Kemal Savory, might want to think, let us give him a little bit of a chance to calm the nerves a little, because there are still options there out in the middle that he can bowl, can bring back Isaac turn from this end, or maybe have a few overs of spin just to test the pitch. You never know what could happen. And it seems as though Niall Smith is going to go off at the end of that over. Just recuperate a little, rethink. It's a mind game as well.
And it looks like spin. The first introduction of spin for the day. And it is going to be the evergreen with Sammy Purmall. How many times have we mentioned his name in regional cricket? What a legend of regional cricket he is for Guyana. Over 500 first-class wickets. He's played a lot of games for Guyana. He's still pretty young. You would think that, you know, he's a bit older than he seems, but he's just 35 years old. And as a spinner, you would think that he's probably got about 4 or 5 years left in him.
Virasamy Purmall, well, at an interview he did with one of our journalists in Guyana, Akim Green, he did say that he's still enjoying his cricket. He wants to continue to play once that enjoyment level is at a level that he wants. And he did mention it's a joy working with the youths in the Guyana setup. 636 first-class wickets to be exact, and just about 515 regional cricket. You have to be a legend in regional cricket.
Most definitely. There's not much more you could ask of a guy like Resami Purmall. He's played 144 first-class games, 33 5-wicket hauls, and 7 10-wicket hauls. He's been excellent for Guyana, and he has been one of the main reasons. Not much times you could see a team with a dynasty as the Harpy Eagles, and you could say that one man has been there through it all, and he's been an integral part almost every season. It's been this man, Resami Purmall.
Yes, and we're talking about 18 years at first-class cricket. That's amazing.
Yeah,
and you said he has a few years more to go. He very well can touch 20.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he's going to close somewhere near maybe 700 wickets. He's that good.
Yes.
7, maybe even 8 if he gives a couple more years. There's obviously 8 teams now in the regional 40. There's 7 games, a bit less, because when there were 6 teams, everybody played each other twice.
That's right.
So it would have been 10 games, but now just 7 games, so that may slow him down a bit. But a bowler of his caliber can easily get 30-40 wickets every season.
That's another good-looking drive off the bat of Jonathan Drakes. Just milking those 2 balls so far, both batters. Getting single, driving through wide mid-off region. I remember those years when himself and Nikita Miller, Veerasamy Purmall, 67 wickets, Nikita Miller 69, Purmall 67, Miller 62. Those were the days when spin actually dominated.
Yeah, you're right about that. And now you think back to guys like Shane Shillingford from the Windward Islands and Devendra Bishu, who would have played a lot of cricket for Guyana. In the air, that is going to go. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. 6 more. And the first 6 of today's proceeding. Zachary McCaskie continues to put on a show here.
Yes, and nothing is wrong with that shot. In fact, everything was good about it. You don't play names. Veerasamy Purmall, yes, he's a legend in regional cricket, but that was tossed up nicely right into the slot that he wanted, and he just went down on that one knee and swatted it over wide mid-wicket. Great shot, the first maximum.
He moves on now to 34. 80 for 2. And that's the beauty of it. He's just hit a 6 over mid-wicket and is easily onto the front for driving down to long off. Not the start that Resami Purmall would have wanted. 9 of the over already. Still in delivery to go.
So after the over, we're going to have a double change. Sean Divas from Guyana, and of course Basu. Yes, I get that name correct. From the Twin Island Republic, sweet TNT. It's good to have Basu here in Guyana.
An interesting field there for Savory. He's got Nandu in at a very short mid-off. Sinclair just to his left at a catching short cover. And he's got a long off behind them. So that's the end of over number 17. Barbados Pride in a good position now after this rebuild from McCaskie and Drakes. It's 81 for 2. And as Indeed mentioned, we're going to have a double change here. Jad Basu and Sean Divas are coming to you now.
So just a word to Liam and his colleague. In the words of the Black Stallion, I'm a Caribbean man. When I'm working for Cricket West Indies, I'm a Caribbean man. This is the CWI Championship 2025, the premier 4-day championship in the region, the premier red ball tournament in the region. And it is the tournament where legends are made and the legends are born. 81 for 2 coming up in just about half an hour time. The lunch interval, it is now 12:04. Of course, that lunch interval pushed back by half an hour because of the late start.
Ali Mohammed
And,
switched to the
Ronaldo Ali
northern
Mohammed
end.
starts from the media center end, and alongside me, again, my friend Sean Divas. Sean, how are you doing, man?
I'm too blessed to be stressed.
Coming up upon the lunch break, who do you give the upper hand to?
Well, this partnership, if it continues to the lunch break, I'd give Barbados the upper hand because they were in a slight border, 35 for 2, and they lost 2 quick wickets in the first hour. But if these two continue to bat without being separated, I'm going to give the first session to the Bajans.
Zachary McCaskie and Jonathan Drakes, the not-out batters, and McCaskie just opening up his shoulders a bit in the previous over. What have you seen, Sean, that you like of Zach McCaskie?
Well, his patience, first of all. He had a slow start. I think he had 15 balls for his first run, and then he accelerated just a little bit. Short. Pushed back towards the bowler. So
Of course, when we were last on commentary, they had lost their second wicket, and I did mention that Zachary McCaskie, throughout his first-class career, has that propensity to bat for long, and he has dug Barbados Pride out of some sticky situations in the past. He's won them some games batting at the top of the order.
yeah, he's in his 18th first-class game, 105 650s. So he's got the ability to get 50s. Now he's got to, when he reaches a 50, he's got to go on. His conversion rate is not too good. He's only converted one of his 7 over 50 totals into 100, but he's still young.
And that's what you would expect and you would hope, that the younger ones, they will learn as they go along. You shouldn't be too disheartened, though. Famous son of the soil from here in Guyana, the great, with over 10,000 test runs to his name, Shivnarine Chandapol. When he made his international debut at 19, it took a while before he converted those 50s into his first 100. And of course, once you get the monkey off your back,
Yeah.
the rest becomes history.
But the gap between first-class cricket and international cricket is very big, and it's getting bigger, humongous for West Indian batters nowadays. Mohammed continues, and
This
that's
one-
hit in the air. Miscued shot, but falling safely over the head of mid-off. Turn running back. All he could do is prevent the batsman from going for an extra run. They ran 2. And injudicious shot there played by the batter. And the over is completed. It's now 83 for 2.
So wickets apiece to Niall Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. And Ali Mohammed has been very economical for that wicket. Niall Smith, his economy rate over 5, due in main part, I think, to that no ball problem you mentioned, that he had that throughout his first-class career. He's been struggling with no balls and so on. Came off the field for a bit, so I don't know if he is struggling with a bit of a niggle. But such is the commitment of the young man. And as we talk about legends being born and made in this championship, is Versami Permol.
Yeah, began in 2007 against the Windward Islands in Grenada. It's been a long first-class career. He's played a few test matches, not enough to my mind. He's taken 31 wickets in those test matches. In fact, he's played 9 test matches, taking 31 wickets, bowling as customary with his shades on, even though the conditions are overcast. He bowls with the sleeves buttoned down to his wrists.
And Captain Kemal Savory looking to attack here a bit before the lunch interval with a silly mid-off in place.
And a short mid-off, just up to the left of the bowler. There's also a short extra cover, a deep cover, not too deep where the 30-yard circle would be in a one-day game. There's a backward point knocked, so the emphasis is on the offside. That's where the ball is going to turn away and make the batsman play through the offside. Just 2 men on the onside, man protecting the backward square boundary for the sweep. And the conventional mid-on is turn. Pomal. And that's hitting the offside. Good stop there again by the fielder.
Young Kevin Sinclair.
Junior Sinclair.
Junior Sinclair, I
Yeah.
beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Always mix up the both of them.
I'm very surprised that he wasn't picked in this final 11. Had 100 in the practice matches and got some wickets too. And turns the ball and flights it nicely.
85 for 2 at the end of another over.
The problem with his cousin Kevin Sinclair, even though he got a track that turned square, bowled too many bad balls. He bowled too short. Had the batsman playing on the back foot. When you've got a pitch like that, you want to bowl slower, flight it, and bring the batsman forward. That's how you bowl on a spinning track. The harder the track, the little quicker you bowl. But on a slow track, you want to flight the ball and spin it and bring the batsman forward. He bowled a little bit too fast. Same could be said a little less for Moti, but Warrington had the ideal speed.
Yeah, Warrington definitely putting up his hand and carrying the West Indies team on his back with ball in hand. And of course, you mentioned this Sinclair, which is Junior Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair and all the other Guyanese from the test team, along with the Barbadians like Warrington, they will all be joining their team. That second round gets started on the 5th of February. And this is the first season that day-night encounters will be played out. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago, their first encounter today is a day-night encounter versus CCC at the Brian Lara Academy. Quick run here, shot the stumps and in safely. And it is good because you see more and more in the bilateral series where there are more and more pink ball test matches being played. You mentioned that first encounter in the Caribbean with Guyana being involved when we played with pink ball.
Yeah, 2010 in Antigua. Guyana played Trinidad and Tobago. Ramdin got 100 in that match, and Narsingh Dinarain responded with 100 also in the second innings for Guyana. Match ended in a draw.
I clearly remember that, and that's a name, 2 names in fact. I feel like I've looked at them playing cricket for years and years and years. Great servants to West Indies cricket. And you pray that these young ones like a Kevin Sinclair, Junior Sinclair, Zachary McCaskie, who, as Liam mentioned, has been in and around the senior team setup, they have long careers like those that have gone before them.
Narsingh Dinarain, famously known for that 6 in the Stanford tournament of Samuel Batre. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump, a little swish and a miss. Didn't move too much across, just hung the bat there and looked to play it away from his body, went by to be taken by Savory. Narsingh Dinarain hit the $1 million 6, they called it, with 2 balls to go, 5 runs to win. And Samuel Badri, who developed later on into the #1 T20 bowler, got hit for 6. Narsingh now is in the United States of America. He's got a son. He's really training his son well. His son is a good batsman.
And that's the next generation of West Indian cricketers. Of course, I mentioned that great son of the soil. His son is also playing cricket at the highest level. Got his opportunity a couple years ago. I'm talking about Tejnarain Chandapal got his opportunity to make his debut in Australia for the West Indies team. End of another over, 86 for 2 now.
Talking about Tej, he got a double century against Zimbabwe, along with his father, who got 2 double centuries. And they actually played together in Trinidad and Tobago. And the only other father-son to have ever played in regional first-class cricket was Larry Constantine, and his father was 48 years old. They played for Trinidad and Tobago.
I tell you, it is the tournament where legends are born, and these are some legends that you're calling here. The great Larry Constantine. Pumol will continue from the media center end. Looking for a big shot is Zachary McCaskie. Just finds the gap, and the time is good enough. He's going to get a boundary.
Yeah, but didn't hit it as well as he wanted it. Was looking to hit it a little straighter, but in the end, the result was what he wanted, 4 runs. But Pumol wouldn't mind that. He played across the line to the ball that was turning away from him, and didn't hit it as he would have intended to hit it, but still the result is 4. So he moves up with that boundary now.
Yeah, so Zachary McCaskie into the 40s, and he'll be eyeing up here, possibly with about 15 minutes to go before the lunch interval, possibly getting to that 50, and then taking the lunch interval to reset his mind and go again after the lunch interval. Hope I haven't put the commentator's curse on him.
8 runs away from what would be his 7th first-class century, a half century, if he's still there. Pumol trying his best to dismiss him, but that's a good shot. Slug swept. The ball was there to be swept, and we saw in Pakistan the reverse sweep and the sweep were the basic weapons that the batters used to counter the spinners.
Yeah, so he moves on now to 46, so just 1 shot away from another first-class half-century Zachary McCaskie. And Barbados 94 for 2, just 6 runs away from bringing up their 100.
Good recovery between these two. Operation Rebuild well and truly ongoing. That's a nice shot. Slug swept, then paddle swept.
It's trickling
and
away.
That's going to go towards the boundary. That's good work on the outfield. We don't have the benefit of official TV replay, but we can see it back here. Good work there, though, from Anderson.
Yeah, I think he did well. I think he pulled it back. But a couple of runs, 3 runs in fact, to Zachary McCaskie.
Takes him to 1 away from his 750 at this level.
Yeah, that is definitely good work there from Anderson. Pulling it back at least a foot in front of the boundary.
But it was a badly line delivery though there from Pumol on the line of the leg stump.
And you mentioned the employment of that sweep shot. And we heard Darren Sammy, who is going to take over the test team as we mentioned earlier in the morning, has mentioned that he would like to see some of the West Indian batters start practicing and employing those shots a little bit more.
Yeah, we saw in the test match with India and England, plenty of T20 shots being played. Reverse sweeps and scoop sweeps. The over is completed. It's now 98 for 2.
So Lenico Boucher and Raymond Reefer, the 2 batters out, 19 and 6 respectively. Niall Smith and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, the bowlers to take the wickets. And it is going to be Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, indeed, to continue from the VIP end. Which just for today, just for this round of matches, it's going to be the media center as well on this side.
Yeah, I think we're going to commentate from this side for the entire leg of the Guyana's first 3 matches. Then Guyana go to Jamaica where they play another day-night match, and then they come back home for their 5th round, and then they go to play the Leewards, and then they go to Trinidad and Tobago, your home, for the last round match. By that time, many Guyanese fans would be hoping that Guyana is well on course for another title.
And it's so ironic though, when they officially won the 2024 title, they did it in Trinidad and Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval. Their final encounter was against the Leeward Islands at the Queen's Park Oval, and down to the last day, so many teams could have just pipped them in the standings. There were about 2 teams that were just behind them, Leewards being one, and they ensured that they beat the
in fact
Leewards.
won the title at the CCC ground when they won with a day to spare, when the Saturday was predicted that rain would have fallen and Barbados was on course to win, and rain washed out that match. And Guyana won their match before the rain fell because they won it on the Friday. So that's how they won that title last year.
You mentioned it earlier, they've been good in this format for quite some time. Of course, there are 7 other teams who are going to be looking to pip them this year for that title.
Yeah, well, regional 4-day cricket, first-class cricket, began way back in 1966. And it's only in 2014 they got the franchise system going. Guyana's won 13 titles, looking for their 14th in all. And they're 8 in this format, this new change, the franchise system, where you can bring in foreign players. Well, not foreign, all West Indian players. That's how Reefer actually made the West Indies team, playing for Guyana, because he started with CCC and he couldn't even make Barbados team. Now he's the captain. He's played Test cricket.
Yeah, we've seen the likes of Jeremy Solezano as well, who is Trinidad and Tobago born and played for CCC.
Yeah, that's good, because if you've got a proliferary of keepers, for instance, and another team doesn't have a keeper, your keeper would be stifled, not exposed. So he goes to there and people see him. And that's good for West Indies cricket.
Justin Graves, who's now with the international senior men's team, another one who would have been born in Barbados and represented Leeward Islands Hurricanes. I think it's added to what we were talking about earlier, the fact that we now have 8 teams as opposed to the 6 territorial teams. The inclusion of CCC and the academy, along with that franchise type setup, allowing the West Indian players to move around, gives them more opportunities to play the game. End of another over, and it is a 98-2 Barbados Pride, winning the toss this morning and electing to bat first.
And we look at someone like the 23-year-old Ashmi Ned. I was surprised that he wasn't in this team, played previously for Jamaica. But talking to someone close to the team, they said he was not injured, he was not playing for another team, he was just not picked for Guyana. So that's a big omission for me, Ashmi Ned. And then there was this guy who got 89 in the trial matches played last year for CCC and got 5 wickets in one of the matches. He's primarily a batter, Ashkir Prasad. He was also one that I was expecting to see in this team, but the selectors headed by Ramnare Sarwan, the former West Indies batter, thought otherwise.
So Versami Pumal will continue from the regular media center end, if you will.
Yeah, the northern end of the ground, the Atlantic Ocean end.
I've been prompting you for the longest while to help me with the cardinal points at Providence. I know the east and I know the west.
Well, that's the north, this is the south.
There you go.
Yeah, this is where you go to the Tamari International Airport, the Chadi Jagan Airport. And that's the place when you go to the seawalls, the Atlantic Ocean end.
Yeah, I think I want to visit the seawalls whilst I'm here. I am going to be here for the duration of Guyana's first 3 games.
Pumal continues, slow delivery, and good single. Good, excellent running between the wicket, good communication, and Savory just appeals for the sake of appealing, enthusiasm in that appeal.
And that single will bring McCaskie his half century, and it will tick over now on the graphic. Just awaiting the umpire to shake his head and say no, not out. So good going by Zachary McCaskie, and He's done it in 58 balls, 6 fours and a 6.
Yeah, the
So
only
quite the
6.
quick time.
Yeah, the only 6 so far for today.
And of course the innings run rate at just under 4.5 to the over. So Barbados Pride have done well. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking over here.
Again, good rotation is strike, good single. So getting up closer to lunch session, which will be half an hour later than it normally would be because of the half an hour late start this morning, because of early morning and overnight rain.
Yeah,
But this ground is a tremendous drying ground. One of the best drying grounds in the world that plays international cricket, the Providence Stadium.
I walked across the field yesterday whilst we were setting up, and this morning again, and it feels like you're walking on carpet, and that's something we're going to look at throughout this game. The batters, they will get value for their shots because the outfield is pristine.
Yeah, 100 for 2, not over, comes to an end. I remember in the first test match played here, 2008, when Sri Lanka beat the West Indies. Sarwan, I think, was the captain of the West Indies, and rain fell all day and into the night. And Sarwan didn't feel, because he played most of his cricket at Border, which when the rain drizzled, it flooded. So when he came here, it saw out the outskirts of the ground outside of the venue flooded and so on. When he came into the ground, the game was scheduled to start at 10. Guess what time the game started?
About 10:15.
10 o'clock.
Ronaldo
and the players had a hectic night.
Ronaldo
So-
Ali Mohammed with what would probably be the last over before the lunch interval. It is at 12:26 Eastern Caribbean time. And I think kudos must be given to Cricket West Indies across the region. I'll come back to it. Down the leg side, there's an appeal.
That came off the
And
pad.
nothing from umpire Rajkumar. He is like the statue of
More in
Liberty,
hope
just
than
unmoved.
anything else. The
But,
appeal.
but I think we must give kudos to Cricket West Indies. And yeah, definitely off the pad on the replay. Across the region, for the most part, all of our cricket grounds, so much work has gone into it across the region.
And the ICC also mandated that the pitches for the World Cup be resurfaced, even the practice venues.
And so much talk caressed
Good shot.
through the
Glorious.
covers. And that will be a boundary here to Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, glorious shot onto the front foot. Ball was too much up. Played it on the half volley. A glorious cover drive for 4. That's maybe one of the shots of the day. I remember him, McCaskie, playing on drive. That to me is still the shot of the day.
The on drive?
Yeah.
Oh no, man. I think the off drive is the
The
cover
on drive
drive.
is the hardest shot to play in cricket.
But the cover drive looks so elegant.
Yeah.
The elegance of the cover
Especially when
drive.
Sir Carl Hooper plays it.
Oh, of course. And then you talk about legends, Carl Hooper, another one. Of course, even the present West Indian captain, Craig Brathwaite, who is from Barbados, when he plays the cover drive, when he's on song, it looks so elegant.
And
These are-
people
these are
say
the-
Carl Hooper is an underachiever. If he would have been in this team now, he would have been a boss, because he's the first player to score 5,000 runs, take 100 catches, and have 100 wickets in all 3 formats, first class, one day in Test cricket. That was only broken recently by Jacques Callis.
So 4 deliveries gone, and just ticking up closer and closer to that 12:30 mark, Eastern Caribbean time. And you mentioned that the grounds were obviously relayed and so on, but definitely there's so much talk sometimes around the Caribbean about the surfaces, but we do have facilities
Yeah.
that are world class. And
And especially in Guyana, where the government of Guyana is focusing on improving and building new first-class facilities, not only for cricket, but for all sports. There are two being built in Barbados, one being renovated, the Albion Ground, and there's one also in Essequibo at the Anna Regina. There's stadiums being built in Linden. So this government under the Minister Charles Ramson is doing a wonderful job in infrastructural development.
Attempt at a Yorker brings us to the end of the over. 104 for 2, all eyes on the umpire. Lyndon
That's
Rajkumar
gonna be
removes
lunch.
the bails, and that will be lunch on day 1 in this round 1 encounter between the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, and the Barbados Pride. Sean, your take on the first morning of this encounter?
Well, the first morning goes now to Barbados because of that partnership. They started by winning the toss, electing to bat, which I think was a good decision. Zachary McCaskie he's batted very well along with Drakes. Boucher played some good shots, hit 4 boundaries in 19 before he was the first to go, caught LBW to Niall Smith, and then Reefer was looking good. Came off the mark with a glorious cover drive for 4, but when Mohammed came on, got a beauty and edged it towards Savory. He made 6. It was 35 for 2. And since then, these two have orchestrated Operation Rebuild.
Yeah, an innings run rate of just over 4 1/4, 4.33 to be exact. And you'd probably give that edge to the Barbados Pride on the first morning. It is the CWI Championships 2025, where legends are born. We'll be back in about 35 minutes' time with the afternoon session. Keep it locked.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the 2 boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were 3 boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rowe's Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now, and international games. It was fantastic. The noise. It was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it, but it was home for us, or for me anyway. And I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
And Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So, whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and So Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts and he retired hurt. And it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we're here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards long on, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and in that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy.
course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it. He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 overs to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away, and we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards long on, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home where I'd played, I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Birdie. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rowe's Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it. He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Saul.
And we're back here at the Province Stadium for the start of session number 2. Barbados Pride, got to think they'll be very happy with the way that they recovered in the first session. They are 104 for 2 with Zachary McCaskie not out on 50. Jonathan Drakes on the other end, 20 not out. And Versami Purmol is going to start things off as I welcome back in Narjit, 104 for 2.
Yes, hello to all our listeners. The edge found, but not really going to hand. I think it went down and then into the hand. So good start here for Veerasamy Pramol. I agree with you. It was a fine fight back by Barbados Pride. The Harpy Eagles won the first hour, 36 for the loss of 2 of 11 overs. But the Pride came back beautifully in that second hour of play. 68-run partnership between these two far. Belated appeal by Pramol. He knows that the edge wasn't found there. Was a very good delivery. So it's like starting back afresh. You take your guard and you continue to bat where you left off.
Yeah, interesting start though from McCaskie, pulling out the review early on a wicket. We know that in recent past it's a wicket at turns, but there's not been much early turn here. I think Purmol they've taken him on. They've not, as you mentioned, played the name. They've played the ball on merit. And 4 overs, none for 25. Not the start that he would have liked, but McCaskie has come out a bit out of character from the lunch break. And that one is hit away. Lucknow got a hand to it. In fact, it's Ali Mohammed. And it still was not able to be cut off. It goes into the boundary for 4. First runs of the session.
Yes, it hung a little bit in the air there, but got it away. Might have gotten the fingers Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, and the ball sped away for 4. So that will give him some added confidence, McCaskie.
In fact, it was Richie Lucknow at cover.
Yes, it's Richie, that's right.
Ali Mohammed is down at deep square, torn at deep mid wicket. Nas Smith at middle, and that's the 3 fielders on the leg side as McCaskie's on the back foot. This time, Lucknow does a lot better, and there is no run. That boundary took McCaskie up to 54. It was a really good innings after a pretty quiet start.
Yes, 104 for 2 in the first session of play today. Pride has done pretty well. I thought that they have won that session, and with the way they went about scoring their runs as well, very healthy scoring rate of just 24 overs they got there. So it's 108 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, 109, a good over for the Barbados Pride coming back out of the break. And Jonathan Drakes, he is on 20 of 50. McCaskie, as I mentioned, on 55. It's going to be interesting to see who starts us off here at it looks like it's going to be Ali Mohammed. He's made his way down to the presidential suite end. He is going to bowl. Had a decent first session. Came in to bowl to replace Thorne from the media centre and picked up a wicket in his very first over. And now he is bowling, well, he's been bowling from this presidential suite end for quite some time.
Yes, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16. So he has delivered well. I thought when he was switched to this end, bowled a little bit too full. So that's a better length to bowl. Previously, you find McCaskie and Drakes driving him to mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. That will tell you that the length was a little bit too full. Once he pulls it back, well, then he looks so different, and I think he must be striving to do that unless he's looking to bowl the Yorker.
The Yorker should be more of a surprise delivery for him. Shouldn't
Agree.
be a stock. Yeah, you're right. If he could get that length back a bit, he will be a bit more dangerous. He's in to bowl. Yeah, good length again there, and forcing McCaskie to play. Run rate of about 4.5, and can't ask so much more after that.
Yes.
Disappointing first over for Barbados.
Yes. So the thing is this, when he bowls that length, well, the batter is thinking, should I play on the back foot? Should I play on the front foot? Will the ball keep a little bit low?
Well, that's a good shot. It's just picked up and hit into the stands. 6 runs for Zachary McCaskie. And this is second 6 of the innings. Look at that again.
That was a fine shot. Just stepping a little bit onto the back foot. The balance was beautiful. And he delivered great shot over the top of a wide long on. That's a fantastic shot. Well played.
A bit out of the ordinary, out of the blue. I didn't expect him to take on Ali Mohammed this early after lunch, but McCaskie seems to be very comfortable out there. He's on to 61 of 69. His strike rate has been tremendous after taking about 15 or 16 deliveries to get off the mark. He's come back out here with a real vengeance. He's already hit a 4 and a 6, and just 9 deliveries bowled in this session so far.
Yes, and I like the way he's playing. Look at that. That is what confidence does. Off the meat of the bat, stroking it away to Isaiah Turn down at extra cover, maybe that wide mid-off region. So he's looking good. Far too often you find players just blocking and blocking, can't get off the mark. You put pressure at the non-striker's end. But once the ball is in the slot, this youngster, McCaskie, continues to blossom and is looking real good.
Driving again straight to Thorn at mid-off. You look at McCaskie as a player that has just fallen out of the West Indies setup, has not gotten a chance to make his debut yet, but he is going to be looking to cement his spot in that team as an opening batsman. I think, in the past few series, Mikhail Louis has been a bit short of runs. The skipper himself, Craig Brathwaite, so he'll be looking to get into that sort of role.
That was a nice wristy shot. Just came forward, rolled the wrist nicely to end the over with a single. It's 115 for the loss of 2. And I agree with you, Liam, across the region. We have to turn to our youths. Perhaps this is one part of the world where our youths take a longer time to mature. That transition from your under 19 into your country's under 19, West Indies under 19, and then you go off to regional cricket. That has taken some time. This year I'm looking in particular for the likes of Matthew Nandu, Joel Andrew, Cork Mackenzie, some of the youngsters in the region, and you might know 1 or 2 in Trinidad and Tobago as well. I'm looking forward for them to have a full season, press at the doors of the selectors.
I think one guy as well who's been knocking on the door for quite some time is Kevin Wickham. He has been a tremendous player. He's graduated now from the academy into the Barbados setup. Had a really good Super 50. Had a match-winning 100 against the Leeward Islands at the Oval. So he's another one that I'm looking at. He's right around the corner. He's maturing nicely as a batsman. And he's one of those utility players, you could say. He can wicket keep. He can bowl off spin. He can bowl leg spin as well. And he's a tremendous batsman. So he's the one that I really think is almost there at the next level. Matthew Nandu, as you mentioned as well. And Kirk McKenzie has gotten a couple opportunities. He's been short of runs for the West Indies. That looked good. And not out, says the umpire, Nigel Dugan, maybe just sliding down the leg side.
That was a big shout there, but of course the umpire is in the right position. We shall certainly watch that on the replay. You're closer to the monitor, Liam?
Yeah, it seems to be going down leg.
Down leg side. Good decision by Nigel Duguid. Yes.
Through the covers, and in fact, it's hit so well that it's gone into the boundary for 4.
Well, this ground is very, very fast indeed. Didn't look for too much of a power, just a little whip of the wrist, and he bisected the wide long off and the cover and got the boundary. Good looking shot here by Jonathan Drakes. Yes, and you're right. I love what I've seen so far of Kevin Wickham. He bats in the middle, and he's an attacking player. He's somebody who is good looking to watch as a batter. So these are some of the youngsters. You want to see them come through, mature, Might not happen this season. They have 8 on their side, but you want them to score.
I think in terms of Trinidad and Tobago, as you mentioned, there's not too many youths in that senior team just yet. Only this time around they've got Andrew Rambaran, who played in Super 50 earlier this year, in fact late last year for the West Indies Academy. He has been called up to the first for the first game against CCC later on today. He's one that I think a lot of the selectors will be looking at. Other than that, there's a lot of guys that have been around for some time. Obviously, Jason Mohammed, Yannick Karaya, Jit Guli, and Amir Django obviously just made his test debut.
Young Raja is still playing?
Yeah, Raja's around. I don't think he was not selected for this first game, but I can't see the entire season going without Raja getting in that squad. He's too good of a player.
It's another good-looking shot through the offside field and picking up a single. Now, this is how you should play Virasamy Pamal as the over comes to an end. Barbados Pride continue to make good strides. 123.
123 for 2, 27 overs, and you're right about Pamal. I think that's the best way to play him. You've got to get the singles when you can, because when he gets into that mode where he strings a few dot balls together, he has this way that he gets on top of you. He continues to peg you down until you're forced into a full stroke. So once you can score singles, you got to try your best to just milk him around. And what they've done well is that every bad ball he's bowled has been deposited. So they found a way to really maximize Virasamy Pamal.
Yes, and they've played him well so far. Taking into consideration too, he's actually bowling with a brand new ball when he started to bowl here. Spinners will love the sheen to come off it, where you can get that extra bite and turn from the pitch where the ball gets a little bit roughed up. That's not the case.
Edging, and he's gone. That's it. Zachary McCaskie playing at one that he really should have left. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed got him to play that stroke. He picks up his second wicket. McCaskie goes, and the Harpy Eagles shake.
Yes, do we know our cricket? We were just talking about he need to pull back. That length a little, he was too full. Well, he pulled it back, got good services from the pitch. It made some height, and some or the other, McCaskie was not able to take the bat off it. The edge found the catch taken, and the Harpy Eagles, they have gotten the early breakthrough just after the lunch session.
Picks up his second wicket, and it really was a loose stroke. I think the way that McCaskie has batted, those sorts of deliveries aren't deliveries that should be troubling him at this stage of his innings. I think I definitely could have left that, and unfortunately for him, he goes for a well-played 64. And in at number 5 for Barbados is going to be that man that we spoke so much about in the past 2 overs. It's going to be Kevin Wickham.
Yes, and we're all looking forward to see this youngster, Kevin Wickham. He has been talked about highly. I have seen him bat. He's very, very impressive. Kevin has an opportunity here. The score is not a bad one. It's 123. We cannot take away that 3 wickets from it. That has happened. But here is an opportunity with, I think Drakes is already set out in the middle there for himself to play in, and get some runs here. On the other hand, the Harpy Eagles will be looking to get another breakthrough here. Give credit to Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Not a tear-away fast bowler, bowls well within his limitation, and he's been very, very patient.
Yep. Yeah, he's definitely been impressive again today. And you're right about that. He bowls well within his limitations. He doesn't try to overextend to do something that he's not good at. He does exactly what he's good at, and that's hit good areas, get the ball moving around off a spot, and find a way to break partnerships and pick up wickets. And I think this wicket has come at a very good time for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Takes his first ball here, Kevin Wickham. Wow!
Yeah, that one looked like it was going down leg on first glance. We'll have to have another look at it. But Wickham doesn't seem to be too bothered, and neither was umpire Rajkumar.
Well, my first impression, just like you, I thought it was going down the leg side. And you look at that one, definitely going down the leg side. Didn't make too much of height, but pure movement of the ball and the angle at which it was pitched, it was definitely heading down the leg side. Good decision, I think, by umpire Rajkumar. Kevin Wickham, just 21 years old. He's a youngster, 14 matches, 818 runs, a highest of 139. That was a sparkling 100 as well. Has a very good average at regional level. Considering some of our seniors, he's averaging 40.90. Well, he's flirting with danger here. Kept low. Some little nerve there.
Yeah, and as we said, he's one of those players. He wants to score, he wants to get off and get going early. But maybe that can fall to his demise at times. He needs to just manage his risk early on in his innings. Those deliveries aren't troubling him. Doesn't really need to play at those. And you just saw McCaskie get out to one that pitched in and around the same area and got some height. And he tried to cut again a delivery that should have been left alone.
Yes, so he made his debut in 2023 against Jamaica, Kevin Wickham. Well, he was striving there for the full delivery. Got it full, but he got the nicely into the bat. Kept his eyes on it, and that is so important when you come out earlier on, how you read the bowler. You know, you have seen him sitting in the dugout, watching him bowling, but then your chance now to face him. It's going to take a few deliveries, a few overs to get your eyesight in.
Nicely forward there is Wickham. And one delivery to go in the 28th over. It's been a good over from Ali Mohammed so far. Wicket and 4 dots. Wickham would have been one of the players that we mentioned earlier that went onto that spin camp in Chennai with the West Indies. With Cricket West Indies. So, you know, he's going to come up against Visami Purmol in the next over. Anthony Adams, another good left-hand spinner. So it's going to be interesting to see how he approaches these players. It's his first real game, professional game after that camp. It's going to be interesting to see how he gets going against those spinners.
Good delivery to end the over, one that had Wickham hurrying onto the back foot, stabbing at a ball and gets it out down toward short cover, can't score. 123 for 3, that was a maiden well bowled.
Yeah, well bowled there from Ali Mohammed. The pick of the bowlers thus far, 10 overs, 2 for 23. Obviously, Purmol on the other end has not been his best self just yet. But how many times have we seen him start off like this and then go on to pick up 5 or 6 wickets at the end of the day's play? So it's not unfamiliar territory for Visami Purmol. 6 overs for 37.
And all these camps, I think, you know, everything is good about them. You're looking to harness the best possible coaches. You get the best possible talent spotted by our selectors.
Off the back foot and a quick single for Drakes. He moves on to 26.
And the knowledge base, you know, when you have the best coaches around at that level, that's important as well. Now you can acquire all the knowledge that you want to. It is left for you now to execute it and follow up. I always believe success depends on so many things, but mostly on you as the individual to make it happen. And that's the difference between, you know, the poor, the good, and the greats.
So here is Purmol to Wickham. He's on the front foot, opening the face down to where a short third man would have been, which he looked at, does the fielding, and Wickham is off the mark. He is onto 1 of 6 deliveries.
And he read Virasamy Purmol pretty well then, just opening the face as late as possible, getting it exactly where he wanted it, and got the single. Good rotation of the strike.
1 slip and a short leg in place. Kevlin Anderson, who can also round his arm and bowl a few. He's at first slip. Raymond Perez is down at short leg. Level there from Purmol.
You know, I remember listening to Muhammad Ali, a boxer. You would have known, you would have read about him. Yep. One of the greatest heavyweights of all time. When he was asked, what is it, you know, the feeling was like in the ring, if he believed he could have beat up everybody, he said no. He said, I knew I could have won, but I also knew that I could have lost as well. And because of that attitude, he won so many matches because he think about the opposition too. So you have to study them. So it's not only the knowledge to develop your skills, but at some point in time in your career, you must be able to analyze what the opposition is trying to do to you. And because of that, you're able to respond or be proactive.
Good work there from Perez at short leg. Good reflexes. Good over to finish. Puma at the end of his 7th, 39. He's conceded at the end of 29, 125 for 3.
Yes, the point I was making is that you do not underestimate the opposition, like Pakistan did. Look at the clouds there. They're not looking nice. They're looking ugly. That dark color, dark gray suggests there are lots of water molecule there, condensation taking place. Let's hope we get some wind, the coconut palms just shaking in the distance to blow them away. Or there might very well be some drizzle, maybe in another 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, we looked at the forecast a bit earlier and they said around 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock and even at 4 there's supposed to be some light showers. Nothing too threatening, but that's on down the leg side. Yeah, nothing too threatening, but something to note. I'm sure the teams will be aware of that as well.
For the last 3 weeks to a month, we had scorching heat in Guyana. We had a little bit of rainfall here and there, but you talk the name cricket.
Yeah.
You do the ceremony, lay the pitch, put the covers, and the rains will come. It was raining cats and dogs, and some people say horses and pigs on the east coast of Demerara this morning.
Good looking shot there from Wickham, but Sammy Pillmore cuts it off. There is no run. Oh, you look at this Guyana team and you look at where they're going to get their runs from. And I think Tejan Chandapol has a big role as a senior player in this team to play this season. Thought he was a bit underwhelming by his standards. He had a decent season, but I think the level that Tejan Chandapol has in him, thought he needed a bit more runs.
Well, I think he's looking forward to this season to improve. I mean, he has not been doing well with the bat for the longest period of time. Even in local cricket in Guyana, he struggled with the bat to get runs. And he's the most senior batter in this Harpy Eagles lineup. So the onus is on him now to take on that mantle and lead by example. There's some good fellas as far as batting is concerned in the Harpy Eagle team. But yes, I agree with you. The time has come when Tej must take on that responsibility to back the likes of Machu Nandu, Yongai, Kimal Savory, Raymond Perez, Kevlon Anderson as well.
Yeah, I think he's the other name that I'm looking at where I want to see how he develops this season. He's such a good player. He's been, when he was at the West Indies Academy team, every time they play, he was the one that they lent on. Both him and Wickham as well. They were the guys scoring all the runs. And I think it's going to be just a matter of time before Kevlon Anderson really fits the role in this Guyana team and become one of those go-to batsmen.
Yes, one of the serious problems, in fact the most serious problem that batsmen have faced in the region, they have not been able to convert those good starts of 30s and 40s, to go on to score hundreds. That has been a serious problem. To concentrate, understand how an innings is built as the over comes to an end here. It's 125 for the loss of 3. Some of the older players, and we heard stories from the likes of Rohan Kanai, Sir Gary Sobers. Many of these guys, if they reach a certain target, the first target is 10 runs, they get to 10. They just go regroup, take back their guard, and they score another 10. And by the time you realize it, they count in 10s, they're already half century. They go on to get 100. Here we're looking good. We're scoring 30s and we're scoring 40s. But the ability to continue, that has been lacking. That's something we must work out.
Here is Pumol. long forward is Drakes. And yeah, you're right. You look at the most recent success story in West Indies cricket, Amir Jangu just getting into the test team and the one-day team, and he said, it's been a long time that he's been in the setup now. He's been probably about 6 or 7 years he's been playing 4-day cricket and one-day cricket in the Caribbean. And he said what made the biggest difference to him is when he stopped thinking about getting to 70 and 80 and when he started scoring hundreds.
That's right.
That's when he started getting the attention from the selectors, as this one is flicked into the leg side and it's going to run into the boundary for 4. A big vacant area there, and Jonathan Drakes is not going to let that one go.
Yes, he strayed on the middle and the leg stump and put away nicely by Jonathan Drakes through mid-wicket all along the ground as well. So another good-looking shot. And that's one of the reasons why it's like, all right, you choose cricket as your career. You must be able to study all the different scenarios when you walk in with the bat out in the middle there. Those things you must practice. I heard some people say practice make perfect. I beg to differ. If you practice the wrong things, you go out in the middle.
Do the wrong things,
That's right. So it's the quality time that you put into it, and your coaches and the people who are around you as well, like your immediate family. There might be friends, there might be neighbors, people in society. All these count. But most of the time it's on you. How bad do you want it? Some past greats will sleep with their bats and cricket ball on their bed.
Yeah. I remember I would have heard stories about, sleeping with, as you said, bats or the cricket ball when I was probably about 6 or 7 years old, and I started doing it myself. I started putting that red Kookaburra ball or whatever ball it was at the point in time under my pillow. Woke up with headaches every morning.
What one of the greatest, Wasim Akram, did say he slept with that cricket ball on his bed for years, 131 for the loss of 3. It's like how badly you want it. And of course, it's not all on the players as well. It has to be the system that produce you as a player, whether a wicketkeeper batsman, whether a pure batsman, whether a fielder, whether a bowler. The systems must be there to support the player as well. That's one of the reasons why in very difficult economic times that is facing the Caribbean, that Cricket West Indies is still having a 4-day regional tournament outside of England, Australia and India. Other countries around the world, they find it difficult to have top-class 4-day cricket. So here is where, you need to say kudos, pay respect where it is due, and these boys who are playing the game across the region, they're the ones who's going to be more happy than even us that's doing commentaries.
Yeah, definitely so. And now we're going to see a change. And Ali Mohammed is out. He is going to be replaced by Anthony Adams, and he starts off with a no ball. It seems to be something with this end, as the ground staff are starting to prepare, and maybe this might be the last over we see before they get on. They seem ready to come on with the covers. There's no real heavy rain out there, just a bit of a drizzle. As Wicker works this one into the leg side, Chandapur out at deep backward square, and they get a single.
Yes, and we've seen the second left-arm orthodox spinner been introduced into the attack, Anthony Adams. A very, very good cricketer. Wrapped on the pad, you're hearing just maybe 2 songs, or it was definitely though going down the leg side. He has an opportunity here to prove his worth, and my humble opinion, he's a very, very good boy. One of the best left-arm spinners in the country. And he's been around for about 16 years.
Yeah, I always hear of him, you always see him in the squads. And it's always been tough for him to get into the team when Gudakesh Moti's around. Also with Sammy Purmall.
Yes.
2 left-hand spinners there already. Then you had Bishu, who played for a long time for Guyana.
He was a leg spinner in the side.
Yep. So it's always been tough competition as a spinner in Guyana.
I said the last 20-25 years, the spin twins of Guyana. Remember Neil McGarrell and Mahendra Nagamutu, one left arm. Nagamutu was the leg spinner. And then in come the likes of Bishu and Premol.
Yep.
And then we have Gudake Shimoti now coming into the reckoning.
That's a beautiful shot there from Jonathan Drakes. He gets another boundary. He moves on to 35. And that was all timing.
Yes, beautiful shot indeed. We're going to have a double change in the commentary box. Our friend from Trinidad, Basu. And we'll be joined by Guyana's Sean Davis.
You keep saying the guy from Trinidad, but when I'm working for Cricket West Indies, I'm like Black Stalin. I'm a Caribbean man. I'll repeat it until you remember it. Thank you, Liam. Thank you, Noknat. And good afternoon to one and all. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are around the world. 137 for 3. 32 overs in the day's play so far. A bit of inclement weather. And alongside me, a man who can speak better to the weather, the local boy Sean Divas alongside me.
Yeah, so as we speak, the players are coming off because there's a slight drizzle, and that's more precaution than anything else. They want to cover the pitch. The fantastic drying outfield is no problem at all, but the pitch, if it gets wet, that would delay the match. So there's a slight drizzle, and it might have even stopped, but they're still taking out the covers. They were going to start with the small covers, and then if it gets harder, they might put on the bigger covers. But it's been an intriguing day so far.
Well, they're trying with the small covers, because that's one of the things I noticed when we came into Providence, the fact that even when the rain comes, it blows across really quickly, because that breeze from the east, northeast trade winds and all that we get in the region, it blows the rain across quite quickly. They've gotten the covers down. The loss of one wicket since the lunch interval, that of the set Zachary McCaskie. And you yourself, Sean, was saying in the morning session that you would have liked to see McCaskie carry on, though.
Yes, as a West Indian, I would have liked to see him carry on. He got his 7th 50, but he's only got 1 century so far. That means he's now scored 8 50s and only converted 1. And that was what Inderjeet was saying, the conversion rate of many of the batters today. I remember in the days of Andrew Light battling for a place with Richie Richardson. When Light got 120, Richie Richardson got 180. So that's what we lack nowadays with these batsmen that bat in regional cricket and go on to play for the West Indies, because you could only pick players who play in the regional cricket for the West Indies, and that is why the standard is so low.
Yeah, so McCaskie not able to carry on, but nonetheless, with the pending rains, of course, that's the opposite direction. You can see the clouds moving away down to that western side of the ground. The pitch is now fully covered. The square where all the pitches sit is now fully covered, and as we look across to the east, there's a bit more rain coming. We will wait on a word to know what the adjustments will be to the day's play.
And there used to be that the ground staff used to be on the eastern side of the ground, so when they took out the covers, it was with the breeze. Now they're on the other side of the ground, the western end, and because that place is being renovated, so now the covers are blowing away because of the breeze coming from this end. So it's difficult, or more difficult, to get the covers onto the ground very quickly, as the rain now is coming a little harder. And we look, this is the side that you find the rain coming from. We still see some patches of blue, but I don't think this is going to be a long shower. It's going to be a sharp shower. Might be hard, but it's not going to last too long.
Well, there you have it from the local boy Sean Devers.
And if you look at the flags, they're fluttering away in the breeze. So there's breeze.
And that's the assessment from the local boy Sean Devers. But what we're going to do now, this is the Cricket West Indies Championship 2025, where legends are made, legends are born. With the coming rains, the players off the field, the umpires off the field, we'll take a short break, and hopefully in a short time, once the rain blows by, we'll have some better news for you. But of course, all other 3 games are now underway, with the play now underway in Trinidad, Antigua and Barbados. The Cricket West Indies 4-day Championship 2025. the West Indies Championships 2025, the premier 4-day championship Red Ball tournament in the West Indies, where legends are made. And good news, the rain has abated, the sun is out in all its glory, and we're coming to you live again from the Providence National Stadium in Guyana. Play about to restart in just about 2 minutes time. As you see, umpires Raj Kumar and Nigel Dugard out in the middle, followed closely by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and soon to the middle, just coming into your frame, the two not-out batters for the Barbados Pride in Jonathan Drakes and Kevin Wickham. At the start of the day, the Barbados Pride won the toss and elected to bat first, and they progressed to 137 for 3. We would have lost just about 40 minutes. We would have lost just about 40 minutes due to the rain and some adjustments to play. There are going to be 2 overs lost in the day. Tea will now be taken at 3:40, and the close of play expected around 6 p.m.
Well, you know, there's a saying, Gerard, that rain stops cricket. And obviously, rain stops cricket. But as soon as rain stops, there is cricket in Guyana. That outfield is magnificent. You look at it, it's as if rain never fell today. And from all reports, there were a lot of rain last night here in the Providence area. Eccles, all the way coming down. So, here we go. 136 for the loss of 3. 137. It's been a bit of a grind. 35 to Drakes, the man from Wanderers in Barbados. Kevin Wickham is on 3. To right on spot. So Barbados, remember, they were 35 for 2. And they recovered nicely, going to lunch on 104 for 2. Since then, they've lost McCaskie, who had an attractive half century. This is good bowling. Giving it some air there, Gerard.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again from Versami Purmol, and now Anthony Adams following as well.
That's actually Lucknow there, Gerard. Scorer himself probably trying to find out. So I went to the Atlas of cricket here in Guyana, Mr. Divas. Loud appeal, and he's gone! He's not happy. We'll have a look at that again. Lucknow strikes for Guyana. It's 137 for 4.
Usually when a batter is not happy, it's probably because he gotten an edge.
We really can't tell for sure, but to me, that was a bit, the bat was a bit further away than to suggest to me there was no edge on that.
I think if anything, he may have just been outside the line of the off stump on
that
impact.
Came into question, but the umpire is in the best position, and he has given the decision. Drakes has to leave. 137 for the loss of 4, and I see your good friend Sean Divas whispered something into your ear.
He said a batter is never happy when they're out.
He should know, because he was a bowler for Guyana, you know. So 137 for 4. There are some batsmen who will get bowled down and question if it was a no ball. The bails will fall and they will question if the wind threw it down. At the moment, Guyana are right back now at 137 for 4. And as you know, one normally follows the other. So they'll be hoping to get another breakthrough there, which is Lucknow, the man getting the breakthrough. One delivery to go in the over. And the new man taking guard is Demetrius Richards.
We felt at the lunch interval that Barbados had the upper hand. They've been scoring quite quickly, over 4 runs to the over, and one of the things they did well during the first session was turn over the strike and just keep the scoreboard ticking. Sean Devers and I ruled the fact that Zachary McCaskie didn't carry on after getting to 64.
Yeah, 64, 75 deliveries, 7 fours and 2 sixes. Always an attractive player to look at. And Nico Boucher made 19, of course, and Raymond Reefer got 6. You know, this morning, going out there, you saw all the Guyanese players going up to Reefer just to greet him. That's your favorite sign, isn't it? El Dorado. And you could understand why. Because for so many years, Reefer played for this franchise in Guyana. Through that very successful period under Leon Johnson, he was also a part of it.
Guyana definitely one of the more successful teams in this format in particular.
Well, they won 13
to this day.
Titles.
And of course they are the defending champions coming into this season.
Adams. Oh, that's a good stop. Yeah, they won 13 first-class titles here in the Caribbean. Trinidad and Tobago, I think they've won 4.
Yeah,
Barbados 24, says Divas.
It's quite some time since Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have won a title.
Trinidad and Tobago.
About
2007 under Darren Ganga. And Trinidad and Tobago, though, they hold a very impressive record in the 50 over. They're the most successful, followed by Guyana in the 50 over. T20 as well, if you want to check it. But that's franchise, really. $158 for 4. You know, coming into Guyana yesterday, I was really, really impressed, Gerard, with the the development in this country.
Yeah, it's definitely a sight to behold. And they told me that there are also other cricket stadia being built as well.
Yeah, I saw one yesterday. The actual outfield is finished. They're now putting up the stands. That's Anna Regina down at Essequibo. There's also one, I'm told, at Albion. This is played away.
I understand that the old border ground they're using now for a lot of the age group tournaments and some of their school cricket.
I was also told that just beyond the media center on the northern end, there's a vast piece of land there. I think they're erecting an academy. And then in one of the other areas, Divas or Inderjeet could probably give us that information when they come on. I think they're building a massive academy that will be run by the former West Indies captain Clive Lloyd. So, hats off to President Ali, who's taking, it seems, a special interest in cricket, Jared.
It can only render well for the wider region and cricket in the West Indies. As we come to the end of another over, 142 now for 4. Because with all the development, you're giving those who would not have made the international level just yet more opportunities to fit in. You're giving the youths that opportunity to find an outlet, play cricket, and be involved in something positive. Of course, the West Indies Championships where legends are made. You may find one of those legends coming from Guyana yet again.
Yeah, definitely. This here that legends are made.
Speaking of legend, say a very special happy birthday to the great Sir Andy Montgomery Roberts.
Yes.
Celebrates his birthday today. 74 years young.
Wonder how fast he can bowl still.
We saw him. Was it last year? He was teaching some young ones at Fort Lauderdale the bowling actions and showing them how to hold their wrist and fingers on the ball.
So Guyana knows that if they can get a further breakthrough here, they could really put Barbados under some pressure, and the Barbadians would know that they need these two to bat for as long as possible. At least take the score up to around 200.
Always quite a tricky period coming back out after an interruption.
Pushing out, he has to be careful. Look now, just holding that one back a bit.
And he's been wicket to wicket. He hasn't strayed much from the sticks.
So look, not trying to bowl too flat and too fast. So many of the bowlers now are doing that, and you can't call them spin bowlers, you call them slow. I think there's a term for them now, slow bowlers. That's one way to deal with the spin, by taking out the broom. So it's the end of the over. They end up with 144 for 4. Umpire Rajkumar in your frame there considers himself a bodybuilder. Man from Trinidad, as is Gerard Basso. Are you from North or South Trinidad, Gerard?
Northwest.
Ah, the affluent Northwest.
But as I told the Guyanese colleagues, when we're working for Cricket West Indies, I'm like the Black Stallion. Caribbean man.
Yes, man. Well bowled there by Adams, keeping it tight. These two proving to be a good foil for each other. Adams flatter and faster. I see you particularly enjoyed that shot with the El Dorado sign. Is there any particular reason?
Well, it does stand for City of Gold.
Could also stand for the best rum in the world.
You're not going to get me to go down that road.
It's going to be Adams. Nicely into the gap.
Now, one of the things I'm interested to see throughout this game, Tevin Imlak is not here, who's the Harpy Eagles the regular captain, and it's Savory's first stint as captain. As you look around the field, he has 3 fielders just about out to the boundary, and with the new batter, Demetrius Richards, on strike, I felt that he had the opportunity probably to bring a couple more fielders close in rather than give the new batter the ease of just pushing one down to long on or long off, or turning one to square leg. Even for Jonathan Drakes, who's on 43, maybe just a couple more close-in fielders. End of another over, 148 now for 4. So with the start of play in Trinidad and Tobago as well, the championships are now fully underway. Trinidad and Tobago at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy batting first at 35 without loss after 15 overs. This one is played in the air over the man at mid-off, and it will cannon into the boundary rope. 4 runs here to Jonathan Drakes as he creeps closer and closer to a first-class half-century.
That'll make the Barbadians very happy. They go past the 150-run mark now. So good afternoon to David Harris out there in Barbados. Lord David Harris. Edged! Did it carry?
I think it just dropped short.
We'll see that pretty soon. Here it comes. Nice loop.
Yeah, just short. He's found a good line and length here as looking at. That one extracting just enough turn to take the outer portion of the bat.
So it's getting some turn here.
Yeah, this one a little quicker through the air, this one. Forcing the batter to play off the back foot.
Ooh, has to be careful. I think he left that more on bounce than anything else.
Maybe a bit of the line as well. Just a little too wide outside the off stump to trouble the batter.
So it keeps a bit low.
So at the end of another over, 152 now for 4. And across in Kingstown in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are batting first, and 163 for 4. Over in Coolidge, the home of Cricket West Indies, Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting first against the West Indies Academy are 170 for 4.
Who is amongst the runs there? This is all Adams. So Barbados batting first here. Good decision to bat first, given the fact that this track will deteriorate as the match progresses.
Liam said this morning when we walked along the pitch after the toss, he said this is not a pitch to bat last on.
And you've seen evidence of the turn already on opening day. Oh, well fielded by Adams. Excellent. Look at that. Back line.
Lovely looking shot there from Jonathan Drakes. It will bring him his half century, just leaning back and cutting away through that third man region. 51 now, not out, is Jonathan Drakes.
Yep, the Wanderers batsman, reaching that mini milestone, you think?
He'll know in the back of his mind, job is not done just yet.
I think it's just started, hasn't it?
Yeah, he still has just about an hour to go before tea. A lot of batting still left. He want to go one better than his teammate McCaskie. He want to get to that magical number.
Well, end of the over, 157 for 4. Well, back in the day, you had Clayton Lambert and Sudesh Daniram. Then you had Carl Hooper and Shivnarine Chandapal, Roger Harper and Clyde Butts. Now you have Sean Devers and Inderjeet Prasad.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back to a sunlit Providence as Luke North bowls from the far end, and a loose shot there played by the left-hander, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. Luke North in his first over after the rain break, 40 minutes delay, got rid of the 21-year-old Kevin Wickham, LBW for 3. And of course, Wickham has been one of those whose conversion rate has been pretty high, 250s and 300s in his fledgling first-class career. Good afternoon to you, Inderjeet.
Hello, Sean. Hello, all our listeners and viewers, wherever you are. It's a very good battle going on out in the middle.
Yeah, Luke North from the Everest Club. Hails from West Demerara in Demerara. So a slip and a forward short leg. The 2 close catches in place. Ball kept a little low in the G.
Yes, and he's getting some torn here to the right arm off spinner. Richie Spiceman, they call him here in Guyana.
Yes.
And he's bowling pretty well. Anderson should be very disgusted with himself for flooring a catch.
Quicker delivery. Maybe attempted arm ball. Good over. Comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 157 for 4.
Yes, and just look at that gentleman we are seeing there. We used to call him Big Cat in the days when he played cricket. One of the most successful leaders in the world.
Yeah, the
Took
Super
West
Cat.
Indies to 2 one-day World Cup titles and still looking good. One of the best leaders you would have ever seen.
Yes, and in addition to the 2 World Cup titles, he went to a 3rd final when it was the biggest upset in sports history, when India beat the West Indies in the 1983 final.
Yes, certainly. So, and good to see Sir Clive Lloyd around the cricket, watching matches, and he's tipped to be the head of a modern academy which will be set up by the government of Guyana, I think somewhere around LBI on the east coast of Demerara.
Yeah, kudos to the government of Guyana. They are doing wonderful work for sports in general, cricket in particular. Nice shot. Bisected the gap between extra cover and long off, and it went hustling down to the boundary for 4. So nice flowing drive, as Adams maybe just bowling a little too full on that occasion.
Yes, and give credit to Jonathan Drakes. Just opened the feet apart a little and stroked it beautifully to the right of the extra cover. Long off had no chance. Great timing, perfect placement, and the young man continues to look good.
Yes, Jonathan Drakes, 30 years old, little bit on the older side for a lovely shot. That's hit pugnaciously down the ground, and would it have enough to take it to the boundary? It does. That's hit as straight as an arrow.
Yes, on the own side of the pitch this time. So which tells the story that his judgment of the length and line of Anthony Adams is perfect. He played that yet again all along the ground. Not really with one of those vertical bats. Came across the line a little, but made the connection. Brilliant shot.
Got his 50 and consecutive boundaries after that. Sun has returned here in all its glory.
Yeah, now that's the line he needs to bowl. And if Anthony Adams can just recall what Warrican said in Pakistan, he studied what pace he's going to bowl at. I think he's a little bit quicker through the air here.
Both of the spinners are bowling a little bit too quickly. Even Sinclair in Pakistan bowled a little bit too quickly, to a lesser extent Moti also, but Warrican bowled with the right pace.
Yes, and he had to do some study of that before he came to that conclusion and the end of the over. It's 165 for the loss of 4.
When you're a spinner, you look at the type of tracks you got to bowl on. You vary your pace depending on the pitch you're playing on. You don't bowl slow all the time, you don't bowl fast all the time, and you don't bowl at one pace all the time. That's variation. But generally, if you've got a big turning pitch, as was seen in Pakistan, you try to bowl fuller, bring the batsman on front, and bowl it a little slower, flight the ball more, and spin it.
Yes, I think he has bowled well here, Anthony Adams. You expect spinners to bowl some bad deliveries, and they were put away, which tells the story of these two youngsters out in the middle, trying to repair the work. Now, this is a delicate shot played by Richards. Took it from maybe just around the line of the middle and the leg stump, and just guided it, the paddle sweep, down towards fine leg, and picks up 2 good-looking runs.
But he should have bowled it a little straighter. That was a bad line down the leg side, and all he had to do was play the sweep, flick, hit the ball, and 2 runs. That man there at backward square had to run a long way to his left.
Yeah, so, patience is the name of the game. These two batters, they're just looking, to continue. He's well set there, Jonathan Drake's on 59, joined by Richards. Take a little bit of time for him to get his eyes in. And this is well played by Richards once again. You look at him there, focused, very balanced, played it on the onside of the pitch, the way you will tend to play the off spinner as you cover that delivery.
Nice shot, waited on it, couldn't find the gap. But that was well played. Waited on the ball.
Loknath is in his 5th over. He has taken 1 for 9 so far. That's a tight delivery, causing the left-hander to defend once again.
And Loknath is one of those youngsters that's always looking to learn. He listens to people when they tell him things.
Well, that's good to hear, Sean. It's 167 for the loss of 4. And 41 overs have been completed so far. They have lost 4 wickets. I like their strike rate though. McCaskie 64, Drake's is still there on 59, Lenico Boucher, he's on 19 from 28. Ali Mohammed 2 for 23, Niall Smith 1 for 47, Richie Loknath 1 for 9. There should be some concern for Niall Smith. Came off, bowled a lot of no balls. At some time his skipper might very well be going back to him.
Yes, even last year throughout the first class tournament, he was plagued by the no ball problem. I think he had a groin injury last year. I'm hoping it's fully recovered now. But when you've got a groin injury, you tend to don't stride properly when you get to the wicket because you're scared that you aggravate it again. But you shouldn't be playing if you're not fully fit, like Shamar Joseph. He's fit, but not fit enough to play in a match. He practiced yesterday and bowled with quick fire.
Well, I'm certain, maybe after this delivery.
Nice shot.
Lovely looking shot, Sean, all along the ground too. And Richards looking good as he just teeing off on the spinners here,
Yeah.
picking up 2 more good-looking runs. It
Nothing
simply
was
mean-
wrong with that ball, though.
No.
It was the batsman played a good shot.
Well, that is what you do as a
Yeah.
good batter.
Yeah.
You manipulate the bowling, good use of the feet. His eyesight seemed to be impeccable as he picked the line and picked the turn of the ball too. Wow, that's beaten everything. Beaten the keeper as well. Gone behind him and is going to run pretty close towards the boundary. Has it gotten there? Yes, it has definitely gotten there. Too good to get a wicket and too good even for the keeper to stop
And
it.
kept a little low, too.
Yes.
We saw 2 deliveries now from this end, keep low. And
Yes.
this is just the first day.
Yes, and I don't think there's anything to suggest that Niall Smith might be carrying that injury. The mere thing he passed the yo-yo test, he went through the trials, the selectors felt, well, here, guy, he's good to go. So we name him in the squad. He didn't bowl at full throttle like we know Niall Smith can do. Look at that again. Good move. Well, there is some danger here. The return comes in, but a wide one, too. And a stiffer return, more alert in the outfield there. That's who? That's Anderson?
No, that's...
Well, he should have done a little bit better. That's Anderson. As he moves away into the... Is it Nandu?
Nandu, yes.
Yes,
that's
it's
Nandu.
definitely Nandu. But where was he going? Use of the crease was brilliantly done. He went deep to play the spinner. And in the end, his partner deciding to say there's not a single there. To my mind, there was.
We saw some great communication running between the wickets. The rotation was strike between Zachary McCaskie and Drakes in that 88-run partnership. But these two seem to have some problems communicating with each other.
Yes, that partnership actually took Barbados' pride from a serious position into a competitive one. But I'm afraid with the loss of Wickham and McCaskie, the burden now is left on Drakes to continue. So far, I like the look of him. You remember he scored a century last year against his very Harpy Eagles team. And he's coming back here with 60 from 97 so far and looking good. But he will need support from the other end.
And he will need to carry on. You just don't get a half century and then say, that's it, I'm done for the day. You continue. I was talking to Basso about Andrew Light and Richie Richardson. When Andrew Light scored 120, Richie Richardson would score 180. And he got into the West Indies team. So consistency and conversion are 2 main things that a batsman needs to look at if you want to progress to the high level.
Yes, and once again, a good-looking shot by Jonathan Drakes. Just coming forward, stroking it into the offside field, down towards cover, all along the ground, and picking up the singles. Now, this is how you fight back. You want to score. You want to come off striker. Give the non-striker a chance. You make the bowlers think differently. The skipper thinks differently in putting his field. So it's just not blocking, but staying there and knowing how to score runs. That's vital.
And especially when you're bowling to a left-hander and a right-hander, you've got to change not only your lines, you've got to change your length. If it's a tall batsman, a short batsman. So you want to bowl to one batsman most of the time.
So. Oh, that one spun back to the left-hander. But he got deep in the crease and turned it nicely down towards backward square. There was an air of danger, Sean.
Yeah.
And we have seen on occasion the pitch just keeping that little low. It's 176 for the loss of 4.
And I suspect later on, maybe day 3, day 4, if the match lasts until then, you'll see more of the spinners getting more revs on this track.
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why Raymond Reefer deciding that he's going to bat first here. Does not want to face the Guyanese spinners on the final day. And maybe too, if the Harpy Eagles, you know, they have won the toss at the toss. He did say he was disappointed, Kemal Savory. Maybe he had wanted to bat first too.
I want to say happy birthday to Sir Andy Montgomery, Everton Roberts. He's celebrating his 74th birthday today in Antigua.
Still a youngster, Sean.
Yeah, I want to say good afternoon to James Thompson. He took me all over when I went to Antigua. Good afternoon to you. And also to the Latif's family. they took care of my little niece. She's the physio of the CCC team, and she wasn't feeling too well this morning, and they went to Couva, and they took her to the doctor.
Yeah, so Virasamy Premal has been reintroduced into the attack, replacing the right arm off spin of Loknath. 8 overs before this, none for 45. So Savory thinking all the time. He badly needs another wicket here to add more pressure on the Barbados Pride. But these two boys, they look good. They're batting themselves nicely. Drake's is well set there. 61. He should be thinking 3 figures.
Yes, and they're not overdoing the stuff. They were picking good shot selection, and they're playing each ball on its merit. They're looking for singles. When the bad ball comes, they hit it for 4. This is excellent batting.
Yes, it is good batting. You do not want to be bowled out on the first day of a 4-day game. Here, the Pride have already lost 4 wickets. And among those 4, some of their brightest talent are back in the pavilion. They're still batting to come, and these two are looking good.
Yeah, bright sunshine here on a Wednesday afternoon as Pomal bowls, and no shot played by the batter. No big set of people. In fact, there's like about 10 people in the ground. But today's a working day. Guyana, industrious people, Guyanese. So maybe on the weekend.
Well, that's a vicious shot out through the covers, bisecting the mid-off and the extra cover out towards the boundary. Some lovely bit of footwork down in the boundary area by Anthony Adams. Prevented the boundary. Well, it was good cricket all round.
Yeah.
Onto the back foot, bisecting those 2 fielders and getting 2 valuable runs.
Yeah.
3, in fact.
Yeah, and maybe on the east bank of Essequibo, they play a lot of football. That's where he's from.
Yeah, so we're watching some good cricket. And despite a little bit of a rain here and there, the weather condition has been great.
But if you look at this venue now, the ground, it's lightning fast, the pitch, it's dry, and the skies. You wouldn't know that there was torrential rain last night and early this morning.
Yes, that's the reason why they call this a state-of-the-art facility.
Yeah, the fastest drying cricket ground, international cricket ground in the world.
Yes, so it's terrific. I wish, people who come here will spread that news. It's absolutely splendid. There are quite a few more grounds in Guyana that, where they look at the surface, it's been put together by Terraforma.
Yeah. And most of the new grounds now, that beats the bat. And most of the new grounds now are being resurfaced or built just like this, with a lot nice sand base and pipes on the ground. So most of our international grounds now, not only for cricket, football and all those sports which the government is building, would be fast drying grounds.
Yes, and we can speak of Albion in Berbice and that brand new stadium at Palmyra. There's another stadium at Anna Regina in Essequibo, one at Linden.
Yeah.
Those are going to be completed. Some will be completed, at least 2 by the end of 2025.
And there'll be 2 stadiums, one for cricket, McKenzie Sports Club, and then there's an athletics track in Wismar, I think, being built.
So the infrastructure work is being laid here in Guyana for that grand takeoff.
And Vinod was saying he was surprised at the infrastructural development, not only on sports, but on the buildings, the high-rise buildings. It looked like if he come to a new place.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Vinod has been traveling to Guyana, and he's taking good news of what is happening. Those are the facts.
Yeah.
It's transformational.
And when that bridge is built, completed, that's going to be going over some communities.
We will be doing commentaries right here in this commentary box, and we'll watch cars and trucks and other vehicles above us.
Yeah.
When that is completed, that's going to be a picture.
And we're talking about the new Demerara Harbour Bridge.
Yeah.
And it's going to ease traffic a lot because we've had more traffic in Guyana of late. GR is saying that there's a number of vehicles coming into the country more than any time, anywhere in Guyana.
That's a good looking shot down towards mid-on, all along the carpet. And this has brought back Richards in strike. So Richards is lending good support. The highest partnership so far has been 88. Short.
again.
Cut away brilliantly down towards third man, and they will complete two. Love the way that Richards laid onto the back foot, waited on the ball, fully knowing there's a slip and the backward point, and he got it the way he wanted it, getting two.
But again, Richie bowling too fast, too short, too wide. Allowed him to play that shot. That's a better
line.
ball, yeah.
It was a little bit flat, but the line was much better. You yourself an off spinner, Sean.
Yeah.
Very important that you give that ball that tweak,
And
that
when
trajectory.
you bowl it slower, it spins more.
Well, this is in the air. Will the catch be taken?
Yes,
He takes
it
the
is.
catch. That's Tejnarayan Chandapal. He's not going to drop it. And Richard has to go through caution to the wind. Is it uncalled for at this stage? I think it is uncalled for.
Yeah, that's an irresponsible shot. But he was beaten in the flight. That ball was held back. It was slower, and he was tempted. And he went for the shot. 182 now for 5.
Yes, 182 for the loss of 5. And the Harpy Eagles, they have gotten another breakthrough here. And they will fancy their chances that they can very well restrict Barbados Pride to a small total after they won the toss and bat. McCaskie 64, Drake's 63, Boucher 19, and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed 2 for 23. Loknath picking up 2 for 12. The off spinner on debut is having a dream start.
Yeah, and he got wickets on both ends. He played a couple of one-day matches, I think, in 2003, but this is his first-class debut.
Yes, and whenever these two teams face each other, you can expect a grim battle between Barbados and Guyana.
Yeah, because Guyana has won, well, the Guyana the Guyana Harpy Eagles during the franchise period, they've won 7 games in 9 tournaments, and only twice they didn't win the title. Barbados won the title on both times. And added to that, the last time Guyana was beaten here at the stadium, it was Barbados in 2002. And that season was aborted because of the COVID-19. And so that's the last time Guyana lost at Providence.
Certainly, those are all history, but sometimes history, does repeat itself. You'll never know. Some outstanding cricketers from Barbados on the world stage.
Yep.
Their names are still household names, across the region and in the world as well.
And they said that country produced more test cricketers than any country of that size and population.
166 square miles,
Yeah.
Barbados, just about 270,000 people there.
Yeah.
But there's something about that island. Is it the sand? Is it the sun? Is it the beach, that produce some of those...
The flying fish and cuckoo. So good afternoon to you if you're watching the YouTube channel in Barbados.
Yes, and somebody said that the Prime Minister, the Honorable Mayor Murtley, she's making the difference in Barbados there.
Yeah, well, and she seems to like cricket, which is good for me. People like me, I like anybody who like cricket. That's why I'm very impressed with the work, especially on cricket, sports in general, with Dr. Irfan Ali, the president of Guyana, because he likes cricket, genuinely likes cricket, and the Minister of Sports actually played First Division cricket for Everest.
Yes, so the cricket continues
Yeah.
here at Providence, 182 for 5 Barbados. Sean, in your generation, what's the most exciting batsman that would have come out from the shores of Barbados for you?
My generation,
or even a little bit before you that you saw play cricket? You saw the Greenwich and Haynes.
Yeah, there's so much. I gotta think. I give you the answer at the end of this over. There was Greenwich Haynes. There was so many.
Yes, some of them so absolutely amazing at regional level, but because of the strength of West Indies team in that era, could not make it. Primal, that's a good delivery.
Yeah.
Right on target this time. No width, no room, the left-hander.
Carlisle Best wasn't a bad batsman either.
He was exciting, wasn't he?
And he used
Top
to
class.
commentate when he was batting.
I've heard some stories about him. Yeah, on the back foot looks good. That's gone through backward point. In fact, was well saved by Perez, diving away towards his right. He's been a busybody in the field as well.
So the sun and the clouds continue to battle again. It's gotten a little overcast.
As you remember, Emerson Trotman, Telston Payne, they were all class players for Barbados.
Yeah, Emerson Trotman got the first one day.
It was exciting.
100 in against Guyana at border also. 1976 or 1977. That's when the one-day tournament started.
You remember Leslie Reefer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exciting player, Leslie Reefer. I saw him for the first time when he came with the Barbados police team, I think, to Guyana, playing the Guyana police team as a youngster. Well, there was a shout of catch it there. Down at short extra cover. Richie Looknott was in that position.
Just fell short.
Yes, just falling a little bit short. Look at that. Spent some time in the air indeed, but falling short for the catch.
So the over is completed. 182 now for 5.
That's McCaskie 64, Boucher 19, Reefer 6. Drakes is still there on 63, Kevin Wickham 3. Richards didn't contribute a whole lot. It's just a sprinkling of spectators, as you can see there. Maybe if these matches were played in the country areas.
Yeah. I remember playing cricket at Hampton Court. Inter-county cricket, not national cricket, and the ground was packed.
Yes, Inderjeet Prasad, if you know that fella, he did commentaries on that inter-county match at Hampton
When I got
Court.
6 or 12.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, you were there commentating. I think the guy from Trinidad,
Bridge Parsnott.
Parsnott was there.
Yeah, all those are memories. But beautiful ground at Hampton Court in that time.
Yeah.
First class cricket was played there.
Yeah.
Barbados played there. Remember Mark Harper?
Yeah.
Terrific 144
Yeah.
against Barbados at that ground. Always when these two teams clash. But we're watching a good battle going on out in the middle.
Back in the days when the Barbados and Guyana clashed at board, it was like a mini test match.
Say it again. That country produced a profusion of fine fast bowlers, some great.
Excellent fast bowlers.
Yes, man.
Most of them great. That's a nice shot. Steered it with the fast pace down towards backward point. Opened the face of the bat, used the pace of the ball and got an easy single. So good rotation in the strike again.
Yeah. In the early days when West Indies was trying for an identity on the international scene, we can only read about them, the likes of Manny Martindale and George Francis. Then we had the Halls and the Griffith. Till we come to the Marshalls, the Garners. Sylvester Clark, he was terrific. Wayne Daniel. Why isn't Barbados just producing those type of fast bowlers anymore?
Franklin Stevenson, that's an edge put down at slip.
And that's you talk about Anderson at the slip position. Well, it was dying as it got towards his left, but for the second time, Anderson is actually flooring a catch at first slip.
Yeah, but that was a hard catch.
Yeah,
difficult.
that was, yes.
But that ball drifted. It wasn't the normal off break spinning into the bat. And that would have made it harder for him to take.
Yes,
it went his left.
It
That's
was
his
dying,
wrong side.
exactly.
Yeah.
Matthew Ford turning away nicely and getting a single all along the ground. Good to see Matthew Ford here. Ramon Simmons didn't make the final 11. Lovely left arm medium fast bowler. He brings variety.
Nice shot. Easy single. Once you put your head down and bat, this is a nice pitch to bat on for now, but you got to concentrate. That's the main ingredients of batsmanship: concentration, rotation of the strike, shot selection. If you do those things and you bat long, you'll score runs.
Yes, I agree. Concentration is of vital importance. There's another thing to that concentration, Sean. As a batsman, you must be able to have the skills to build an innings. Building an innings is a skill by itself, a special art. You must know how to do that. You must know how to run between the wickets, know where the gaps are. If you know where the fielders are, you'll know where the gaps are, where your scoring opportunities are. These are all things that help you in your cricket career.
I had a long discussion with Tej Narayan Chandrapal in Trinidad just after the regional Super 50. That's a chance for a run out through to the wrong end. And I was telling him that Brian Lar told me that he looked at the gaps, not the fielders, because instinctively, if you look at the fielders, you might hit the ball to them, and that's what Tej did. He was playing fluent drives, nothing wrong with the shots, well timed, but it went straight to the fielders, and he was getting frustrated because he couldn't score. So that's what I told him, and he said, okay, he'll try it.
That was a brilliant delivery by Veerasamy Premal. Floated up nicely, bringing the right-hander onto the front foot. And here is where spinners must get the batsmen to play. Play in front of them. Get them onto the front foot. Far too often when you get them on the back foot, they're going to score. Or if you allow them to come down the track, nothing wrong with that. But those were two very good deliveries.
Quicker delivery this time. Nothing wrong with that. Two flighted balls, a quicker one shows variety.
Exactly.
And he's got world of experience.
Yes.
636 first-class wickets.
The bag is running over there with experience. Well, that one spent a little bit time in the air there, outfoxed, I think by the slowness, and now...
And the ball outfoxed
Isaiah turn.
Yeah.
Well, that's a turn in the flesh for Isaiah. Should have stopped it. There was never going to be a single. It's 186 for 5 as the over is completed.
Yeah, so Isaiah Turn, one of the 20-year-olds in the side, has a lot of... I call him a little boy in a big man's body.
Well, he's full of youthful exuberance,
yes,
a nice
and
fella.
He's gotten so big and strong.
Yes, sir. So at some point in time, no doubt, he's going to be brought back in the attack. In the meantime, the two spinners are doing the job here at the moment. And they're operating in tandem. Richie Loknath, the off spinner. He will continue from this end. 2 for 16 from 7. So he will feel that he's right in the money with this performance so far. We're looking to add another scalp to this afternoon. Look at the field here, Sean. We see that we're having that extra cover and a wide mid-off. So
that forces you to play against the spin.
Well, that was a dangerous shot, but he connected brilliantly, Jonathan Drakes, running away towards the deep backward square boundary, and that's gone away for 4. A fine shot, which suggests he's seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, like they'll say in Barbados.
And he's looking to play with intent. You don't just block and block. Once the ball is there to be hit, even if it's not there, you manufacture a shot sometimes. Even in the Test cricket with England, I saw some 20-20 shots being played. Reverse sweeps, slug sweeps, reverse paddles.
Yes, you pick your shots.
And that was in Test cricket.
Back yourself. Well, this is going to happen with the proliferation of the shorter format of the game around the world. Wrapped on the pad is a shout for LBW. Gone, says the umpire. And he has to go the right-handed Jonathan Drakes. That's a big wicket to get at this stage. He's gone for 17 of 119. Let's watch this one. That one cut back. Had it done too much to beat the leg stump? I'm not too certain. But the umpire is the boss here. And he decided to say, that's the end of him.
Excellent bowling from Loknath. You see that one was dropped, got the edge, it wasn't turning, and this one spun. And he came forward, and 191 now for 6 from 137 for 4.
Yes, and that's a big wicket, like I said, to get at this stage of the game. Look well set for 100. Richie Loknath, he has picked up his 3rd wicket. 3 for 20 as Chaim Holder makes his way out in the middle. Sean, I'm going to take my leave and we're going to be joined by the Stallion, he says. Yes, that's Basu.
Yeah, as I begin to get ready to welcome the Stallion, who's from Trinidad, of course. Good afternoon to you, Basu. Guyana fighting back. Well, not Basu, it's fellow Trinidadian, who's not the Stallion, Vinud.
Thanks a lot, Sean. I want to thank Sean and Inderjeet for the last half hour or so. And up next will be Gerard Basu, replacing Sean. Thank Sean for all those interesting tidbits that he normally brings. And of course, he was in good bowling form. Divas taking 2 wickets in his last spell there for Guyana. 191 for the loss of 6. So Holder and Ford in there at the moment. A loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. Umpire Raj Kumar standing powerfully there. Have a look at that.
Yeah, getting a bit of bounce and turn, but definitely straight off the pad. And that's why you have those close-in fielders for opportunities as that one would have been.
Looknot has been brilliant, hasn't he? 3 for 20, and I think he will want to make further inroads here. He's sweeping. That one was heading down the leg side.
Yeah, the game seems to have just changed quite a bit since last we were on commentary. 3 wickets to Looknot from 137 for 3 to now 191 for 6.
That was definitely heading down the east coast.
Yeah, shot not fraught without its danger, but with the bounce and turn that the spinners are getting, and just seems to be drifting.
Just a trickling of fans here at the Providence Stadium, National Stadium in Providence. So it's going to be for Sammy Permal. Here he is, guided away nicely. Runs here. Chandapal is in attendance. Ford doubles his tally.
Yeah, Matthew Ford, who's had his stint with the West Indies men's senior team, but in the white ball format, though.
Permal hasn't been at his best today. He's in his 12th over, none for 50. No imminent threat of rain. It's gotten a bit cloudy, but what I'm looking at here, Gerard Basu, is that the clouds are to the west of us, and normally the rain comes from the east coast side.
Yeah, the breeze is blowing quite profusely. You can see the flags on the opposite side from us. So it's even when the rain falls, it blows it away quite quickly. I think good conditions, though. I think some of the players will welcome these conditions as opposed to the blazing hot sun.
Yeah, and I'm going to even give consideration in bringing Niall Smith back into the attack in these conditions here. See if he can get a few to seam and swing. Oh, cut away nicely. That's 4. Given room, and he was backing across in a flash there, Matthew Ford.
Yeah, and what he did well to go with that is that he picked the gap. Combination of timing, balance, poise, and picking the gap. Matthew Matthew Ford might tell you that he is an all-rounder rather than just a bowler. As we come to the end of another over, 197 now for 6.
Stars for Barbados today: Drake's 70, McCaskie 64, Ali Mohammed 2 for 23, and Richie Lucknott 3 for 20. It's going to be Lucknott to continue. There's a fan in the Guyana Amazon Warriors top. Not the Harpy Eagles top there, Gerard.
And they'll tell you it's one Guyana. And they support their team as diehards. Win, lose or draw.
Driving nicely. That's a brilliant shot through the offside, and the scorer marks 4.
Yeah, so a couple of boundaries coming in quick succession here. One to Ford in the last over, and now Holder nicely forward through the covers, and that boundary will bring up the 200. 201 now for 6.
Well, you can see Lucknott attacking, so there will be he will leak some runs at times because he's attacking at the moment. He's tossing the ball up nicely. I like the look of Lucknott here. Seems to be in the old mold. Beaten. Giving the ball some air. I heard Divas talk earlier on about bowlers being too flat, too quick through the air, the spinners that is. And I want to agree with him in the longer format here. You need to not be so defensive. This one keeps a bit low.
Yeah.
The Barbadians have scored at a good clip, haven't they?
Yeah,
run
they
rate
have.
is around 4.
Yeah, they've continued for the most part to score at over 4 runs to the over. Even when they lost 2 early wickets this morning, McCaskie just went along his merry way, and his half century came at a good click. He got to 50 and 58 deliveries.
The end of the over. There, at last delivery, you can see Matthew Ford defending stoutly. That bat and pad very close together. The defense tight as the economy in Barbados. Your initial thoughts, Gerard, of coming into Guyana? I know it's your first time across here. Your thoughts on the country?
It does feel quite a bit like back home in Trinidad. So many similarities. There's that old saying, so much brings us together rather than divides us. And it just really feels like home. The people here in Guyana are really welcoming. And they fed me well.
Importantly. Short and wide, cut away. Basso had 2 dinners last night and 3 lunches today.
And none of them had egg ball in it.
Well, yesterday I had an egg ball in Essequibo. In fact, not Essequibo, it's cut away again. Some work there for Big Torn, the strong arm. Yeah, actually not Essequibo, but in Perica. That's where you take the boat to go across the Essequibo. I've been coming to Guyana for so many years, and Sean Devers has never bought an egg ball for me. I had to go yesterday and purchase an egg ball and had one for the very first time. Been coming to Guyana for, I would say, the last 20 years.
I am going to be here for the first 3 rounds of the championship.
So you might get an egg ball.
Yeah, Guyana's first 3 games here at home, and it's just a matter of time. Our producer Aiden told me that there's a food truck just outside where we're staying. He said he thinks he saw them selling egg balls when he came in.
I'm sure that you'll get that. So keeping up the pressure from the next end, there was Purwall. And we're going to have a new over now. And it's going to be Richie Lucknott to continue. Those flags that you spoke about and the wind. Flags fluttering in the wind. You can see the Barbados flag. And of course the Guyanese flag with a golden arrow. Interesting indeed there. Our historian, Sean Devers. This one keeps a bit low, letting us know, Gerard, that they are the only 2 flags with names, the golden arrow and the broken trident.
Well, they say you learn something every day.
She looked not. Plays some cricket in Trinidad as well. Oh, that's good. Ooh, it misses everything. Oh, look at that one.
And this is why I was mentioning to you earlier, 2 new batters at the crease. And Kimo Savory probably just missing a trick to have a couple of close in fielders and just create a little more pressure.
Yeah, you want to have a city mid-off as well. You don't want him to be comfortable in playing shots like that, coming onto the front foot to drive. You want him checking it all the time. Prevents it. Gives you an opportunity when he's doing that.
Yeah, and that's too easy. After you beat the bat, he just presses it down to wide long off.
Oh, that's... This one goes down to long on. .207 for 6.
Just about 15 minutes away from the tea interval. And of course, the tea interval adjusted because of the 40 minutes of rain that interrupted play after the first half hour after the lunch interval. And there's the evidence of what you were talking about in the previous over. You have him coming forward and defending. And there is something to say that he can have someone close in under the helmet on the offside.
Beaten. Nice loop.
And of course, when you create the gaps in the outfield and the batters can see the boundary there, he might just play the big shot. And in playing the big shot, you then create another opportunity. But of course, it's the first time at this level that Savory is captain, and it's all part of his developmental process. It is only day 1 of the championships. that being said, I think he's been good today with his captaincy, Savory. He's rotated his bowlers quite well. Nice bit of flight from Pumol. And it will bring us to the end of the over. 207 for 6 it remains. A maiden over from Vasami Pumol. And you were calling for him to go back to Niall Smith, to go back to one of his seamers, and we're just about 15 minutes before tea. He's actually going to go to his other seamer. Looks like Ali Mohammed has gotten the ball in his hand. In fact, he hasn't taken the ball. So Look North will continue. Very heavy leg side set field, forward short leg, short mid on, short mid wicket, short fine leg, deep square leg and a long on. Of course, we'll look now turning the ball into the right hander.
Looking to get that breakthrough.
Excellent ball.
Right on target.
Bowling nice.
He's getting some encouragement, is Look North, from some of the sputtering of fans here at Providence.
Nice, nice. Little too short.
Just a couple of runs down to backward point. 209 now for 6 at the end of another over. This one's cut backward of point but can't pick the gap. So Matthew Ford and chime holder just being quite watchful. Probably just aware that an interval is imminent and don't want to give it away. It's going to look for 2. Let's put it into the gap and they'll get it easily. So crossing Coolidge, Leeward Islands Hurricanes have progressed to 177 for 4. This one is should get a boundary here. It's running away and will be into the rope now. Nicely leaning back and just finding that gap just past the slip fielder.
Played it late and that was deliberate. Was able to get it fine.
And they are getting value for shots. Once they beat the fielders close in, generally you find that the ball is going to be running to the boundary. Just one delivery to go. End of the over, another over. 215 for 6 now.
So something of a mini recovery here.
You were asking me who scored some of the runs for the Leeward Islands. Joshua Grant, 34. Kadeem Henry, 48. Shelton Forbes, 22. Karima Gore is not out on 28. Joel Andrew, not.
So it's 215 for 6 right here in Guyana. And it's going to be Ronaldo Ali Mohammed take up the attack, replacing Lucknow.
In the previous over, I saw Ali Mohammed take the ball, and then his captain told him, not just yet. So what you were calling for, you wanted Niall Smith, but I think Savory's chosen to go to Ali Mohammed. Based on that first spell, he was quite good. He's picked up 2 wickets. 2 for 23 from his initial 11 overs. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. So can Guyana pry out 1, maybe 2 more before the tea interval? This one rocked on the pad.
Well,
the umpire moved, but he moved out of the way.
Could have had immediate success there, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Let's have a look at this.
I think that's a lot closer than initially thought when we saw it live. And you can see Ali Mohammed was off. He was almost but celebrating, and you understand why. Nice sound off the bat. It's just going to go to cover. So with the reintroduction of his seamer, Kimo Savary has employed 2 slips and a gully.
He's attacking.
I probably would have liked to see the forward short leg stay in place as well. Of course, with that wind coming from the east, coming over the right shoulder of Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, it's going to help him get that ball to just seam and swing away from the right-hander. Hence the 2 slips and the gully. And driven nicely through the gap, past the cover fielder, and it's going to be 4 runs to Holder.
They tread that nicely. Not a man move.
I don't think Ali Mohammed would be too worried about that. And that's exactly what you want. You're bringing the batters onto the front foot. And now he's probably just going to have to draw his length back just a bit. Give himself the opportunity of nicking off Holder or Ford once he comes on strike. There he is, bringing him on the front foot again.
That's what he wants to do. Bring him onto that front foot, pitch the ball up. It's good conditions for swing bowling. Looking to get the edge. Employ those guys in the slip cordon.
So much talk about the fast bowlers, the young fast bowlers in the region. Sometimes they stray either down the leg side or too wide of the off stump, not making the batters play enough. And I think Ali Mohammed has done that well today.
Oh, that's a brilliant delivery, but it's a no ball. Touching down and just a moving of the seam. Look at that.
I think that's the ball of the day. The batter was squared up. The unfortunate thing is it's a no ball, so it doesn't count. But he is making things happen here, Ali Mohammed. You feel it's not long before he picks up his 3rd wicket.
120 for 6. Mohammed.
And there you go, he's brought the length back. And that will bring us to the end of the over, 220 for 6. 56 overs bowled in the day so far. Still 34 overs in the day, 32 overs in the day. We're going to lose out 2 overs because of that rain interval earlier. This probably will be the last over before tea. Players not too much in a hurry to get around. The batter's not in a hurry to get on strike. So a couple of good tight overs here from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and they've just drawn back that scoring of the Barbados Pride.
So Adams comes in back into the attack from the northern end. This may well be the last over before tea.
Couple of adjustments in the field from Savory. Now put a man at a short extra cover in a catching position.
Right on spot. Oh, that's a good delivery, taking the inside edge. Went wide of the crease, paired it into the stumps.
You could see he was bowling that one a lot quicker.
.30-run partnership.
Yeah, so easily could have gone through the gate and onto the pad or the stumps. This one's slower through the air. So he's changing up his pace quite a bit in this over, Anthony Adams.
And showing some variety. Holder has been equal to the task.
Final delivery of the over, and eyes on the umpire.
Yep, the bails are flicked. So that's tea, and session, I think, what, 117 runs in that session, 4 wickets falling, so Guyana will stay claim to that session. Good fight back here by Holder and Ford. Adding 30 runs in the session in their partnership so far, Basso. So at one point they would have lost 4 wickets for 87 runs, but these two are pushing ahead. We take a short break. We'll be right back in about 15 minutes or so.
Well, hello wherever you are once again. We're back here at the National Stadium at Providence in Guyana. Very cool afternoon here. Still some clouds hovering above. They're kind of lighter than the dark grey we were accustomed with throughout the session this morning. A little bit of stops and start, but we can safely say to you at T, the Barbados Pride, 221 for the loss of 6 with Ford on 18 and Chaim Holder on 13. 117 runs scored in that session. 4 wickets fell, 33 overs sent down, an improvement from the 24 that we had in the session before the luncheon interval. So at 221 for the loss of 6, the Harpy Eagles will be looking to continue to make inroads into the Barbados Pride batting. On the other hand, both these guys, Ford and Chaim Holder, they've been playing their natural game, stroking the ball around, and they're looking good so far. With me in the come box once again is Sean Divas. Hello to you, Sean.
Well, good afternoon to everybody, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. On a truncated day here at Providence, the game is fluctuating so rapidly. The first hour belonged to Guyana, then they recovered Barbados, and now it's almost even Stevens. A lot will depend on this partnership, though. If the Guyanese can dismiss one or two of these batsmen very quickly, Guyana would be large and in charge in their own backyard.
Yes, we are waiting to see the strategy that Kemal Savory, the Harpy Eagles skipper, will be using here in this session. Predominantly spin. Ali Mohammed had a few overs. That's between the lunch and tea session. No Isaac Turn, nor Niall Smith after they bowl earlier in the pre-lunch session.
Well, Niall Smith had a lot of problems with his no balls, his targets. Turn bowled very well, but the pick of the bowlers to me is Luke Knott. He bowled excellently, flighted the ball well, but now in the last session they've resumed with Muhammad Ali. Ali Muhammad, who's got 2 wickets.
I can understand why you said Muhammad Ali. He's your favorite boxer, right, Sean?
Yes, Muhammad Ali is my favorite boxer, but he is Ali Muhammad.
Yes, first ball after the tea session, well, pulling out of the stroke. Not knowing exactly what went wrong there, but Matthew Ford, he's not going to take anything by chance.
Yeah, Matthew Ford has looked solid so far. He's on 18, and Holder is on 13. So a partnership building here. But they've got to go on and get a big partnership. Guyana, on the other hand, needs to break it.
Now off the back foot, lovely flowing offside drive, through extra cover, and that's gone beyond that big fat rope. That's a gorgeous looking boundary.
So 5 runs off of that ball because it was a no ball, and that was caressed off the back foot, an elegant punch down towards the fast outfield, and it's amazing how this outfield remains so fast with all the rain we had yesterday, last night, even intermittently today.
Yes, and I think that with the fast drainage that we have on this ground, coupled with the hard work of the ground staff, that's the reason why we're having such a splendid outfield in the middle.
Much better delivery there, but excellent running between the two. Played with soft hands out towards mid-off and scampered off for a quick single. So good rotation in the strike. Again, this is a positive sign after tea from the Bajans.
Of course, I do agree with you. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 wickets for 28. He has done well. If there's any suggestion that you want to give to him, might very well be, just pull back that length a little. Far too often, he pitches it up a little bit too much on the half volley, driven through the offside field. And when he was short, he just gave them the opportunity, like we saw in this over, to get on the back foot.
In overcast conditions, Ali Mohammed.
And when Shawnee hits at those lengths, you can see he presents a problem to the batter, like the previous delivery there.
Yeah, that was back of the length, not too full, not too short. And as you said, presented a problem to the batter. 2 slips and the gully, looking for the outside edge to be found. And that's on the line of the leg stump. Bad line. Clipped away out towards the backward square position. And they will come back for, oh my dear, that's a good running. Even though, despite the fielder turn again falling over, that was good running. I expected them to settle for 2, and they came back for 3. Excellent running between the 2.
Yes, I wonder what's the reason why Turn actually went on his buttocks on the turf. Just kind of, what we say, canted a little bit on the on the left side of the body, hit the ground very, very hard. Has to be careful, Isaiah Turn. He's still a youth, so you see this youthful exuberance playing out in the middle.
Yeah, he's a 20-year-old in a big man's body. I always say that.
Carries some weight as well. We'll have to see him get a little bowl a little later in this session if the spinners and the medium-fast bowling of Ali Mohammed does not do the job.
Forward on 22 and gets a good length delivery again, just back of a length, and he needs to stay in that area. Consistency is the key. At this level, if you bowl 10 dot balls or even 5 to a batsman, he will play release shot. He'll out himself. But you've got to be patient, as well as the batsman knows that he has to be patient. A bad ball will come.
And that's the nature of the longer format of the game. It gives you time.
Yeah, a battle of attrition, they call it. Loose shot. No movement of the right foot across, and just swayed the bat. Luckily for him, it missed the edge.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, short, rising delivery as well, and beating the batsman, looking to flay through the offside field there.
A few more spectators have come in. I see Clive Lloyd outside there. I wonder when they showed it on the TV if he was in the ground.
Well, he was sitting.
I saw him there when I went out.
Well, he was sitting just there when our cameraman actually picked him up, and he was glued to the game.
Yeah, the super cat.
That's a good delivery, Sean, but well played by the right-handed Matthew Ford. The first over after the tea interval is concluded, 230 for the loss of 6.
And I like the positivity, the intent shown by the Bajan pair just after tea. They've got to be careful though. They can't go over the top, be reckless. But that was fine.
Yes, scores coming in from the other matches around the region. At Colditch and Antigua, the Leeward Islands, 218 for the loss of 4 against the West Indies Cricket Academy. Hamilton made 46 and Joshua Gore 44. In fact, both of them are still out in the middle. Joshua Grant scored 34 opening the batting. He's my countryman, you know. His father actually is our countryman, hails from Strathcampbell in Myconi Branch Road.
I know he had Guyanese connection, but I didn't know he was from your area.
That's right. Played cricket with his dad while he was in the army.
Cricket in Guyana?
Pardon me?
He actually played cricket in Guyana?
Yes.
Wow.
His father.
Oh.
This is played down towards Wide Mid-Off. Migrated many years ago to Montserrat. Spent some time there. Spent some time in St. Martin as well. Good for the youngster.
Yeah, good. Afternoon to Basil Morgan from Montserrat. Good delivery. Not big turn, not prodigious turn, but just enough to beat the outside. And most times when you get prodigious turn, it misses the bat. It looks good, but it misses the bat. So
that was a beautiful delivery, Sean. This one, a strifle a little bit on the shorter side and quicker too.
Yeah. That's where the consistency comes in.
Yes, and I think, you know, at the end of the day, if something dramatic doesn't happen for the likes of Virasamy Pamal, go back to the dressing room, see where did I went wrong today. I think he bowled quite a few loose deliveries that were put away to the boundary by both Jonathan Drakes and McCaskie.
Maybe trying too hard, being the spearhead of the attack, the most experienced spinner in the Guyana team. Well, the most experienced player in the Guyana team. Guyana with only 2 test players.
Yes,
Pamal and Chandrapal. Not Shivnarayan Chandrapal.
Yes, his son, the Cub. Anthony Adams in 4-day context has been a little bit on the expensive side as well. Some bounce and a little bit of turn here this time. 230 for the loss of 6.
Well, many times we see, not only with Guyana, but with most teams in the Caribbean and also the West Indies team, you get 7, 8 wickets and the tail wags. They make a big partnership. I remember a couple of years back, Guyana played the Windwards, and a guy named Maxween got 100 or very close to 100 batting at number 10.
And he was very, very aggressive. This partnership, these two boys are looking real good for Barbados Pride at the moment. You look at it, Chaim Holder on 16 from 42, a test of his patience, his ability to score as well. And Matthew Ford, 23 from 33. He has been the more aggressive one out in the middle. The two of them working in perfect foil. Richie Loknot, the right arm off spinner.
Yeah, well, Ali Mohammed has been removed and replaced with Richie Loknot. If I was the captain, I would have done that. I would have even opened the bowling after tea with Richie.
Down the track, that's a gorgeous straight drive, and it's going to beat the field. A diving effort. Brilliant save here. That stage around Chandapol, running away from wide long on. Had to cover a lot of grounds. But it was a fine shot.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Good shot, excellent fielding, commitment. This is good cricket so far after tea.
Yes, certainly both teams, they know how much they have at stake here. This is the opening round of the 2025 regional 4-day season, and you want to get your name on that points table. And Sean, this year, the first innings points for drawn games have been reactivated. And that's good to see, because, you know, sometimes it affects your game plan when you're looking for huge scores with a certain amount of overs. Here gives you an opportunity to play within the context of the requirements of the game.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Slip and a forward chocolate going down. That is deliberately hit over the top. Not for 6, but a couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. Over the head of the bowler, and 4 glorious runs.
Well, he's a very strong boy. That was right into the slot. All he did was to step forward, got it in the meat of the bat, hit it back straight over the head of the bowler. This time Tejan Chandapol had no chance. Lovely looking shot for a boundary.
The best way to attack is to attack hard.
Well, he has been doing well so far from his 36 deliveries, Matthew Ford. He's a strong lad.
Quicker delivery.
And look at him, Sean. He looked very relaxed out in the middle there. A little bit of a chip, but made the adjustment nicely. Now, this is going to test Richie Loknot. Somebody's being real aggressive against his bowling here.
And that's good. He flighted the ball, bowled the flat ball when he came down the track. Then the next ball, he flighted it. You go over the top if you want. He didn't. The over is completed.
Yes, and 6 bowlers have been used so far. Turn, none for 15. Niall Smith, 1 for 47, 2 for 37. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, and 3 wickets for the right arm off spinner. Those are the ones who have been among the wickets today. So Barbados Pride fighting back. It has been the nature of their innings. Didn't start it too well, like you mentioned earlier. 36 for 2 in the first over. Went to lunch at 104 for 2. At that stage, you know that, all right, they're back into this game, and they actually would have won that session. They scored runs and scored runs freely.
Yeah.
And then another 117 runs between lunch and tea.
236 now for the loss of 6. It's going to be 237 for 6 because the first delivery from Adams is hit down towards long off for a single. And the runs coming easier now. No rush shots, just playing the ball on its merit, hitting it along the ground, hitting it over the top when it's necessary.
Well, they have been together for actually a little bit over 15 overs so far. So that says to you they understand the game plan and they're working towards that, and so far they are successful. Now this is where Anthony Adams need to get him. You're having the forward short leg. You don't want to send him on the back foot. You want to get him stretching long forward or come down the track to reach it.
Yes, especially on a pitch like this. Any pitch, you've got to predominantly bowl the ball fuller, bring the batsman forward. The quicker delivery, you can bowl it a little shorter, beat him for pace like before, bowl down, even caught at slip. But generally, you've got to bring the batsman forward if you're a spinner. Left arm, right arm, any arm.
That's another good delivery, but well played by Matthew Ford once again, getting everything over the line of the delivery.
When I said any arm, I smiled to myself because Tadenarine Chandrapal bowled with his right arm and his left arm in the regional Super 50. That was just completed last year.
Yes, the over has been completed once again. 237 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, it's always good to have a bowler who could bowl with both arms.
I seen the under 19 World Cup, there's a young lady bowling with both arms.
Yeah.
Not at the same time, right?
No, of course not.
Yeah, some other scores coming around from the region at Arnos Vale in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Scorpions battling the Volcanoes. Scorpions 225 for the loss of 5. John Campbell, the skipper, made 79. Blackwood 75. So the two-season campaigner.
And both of them were dismissed.
This is swept away. Good looking shot. And they will get to, yes, both of them have been dismissed.
I, in my heart, I would love to see Guyana win. But what I want most to see is the big picture. Improvement for West Indies cricket. I want to see batsmen go on to make not just hundreds, but big hundreds.
Yes, and I agree with you. This morning we did talk about that while myself and Liam Mamchan were doing commentaries. Some 50s and 40s and 70s. You're not seeing the centuries. I think last year was a very fine year where quite a few players score hundreds.
Yeah,
much more competitive.
Michael Dewey scored 200s against Guyana.
And this is brave shot in the air for a while, but went in the air between the short mid-on and the straight mid-wicket, and they picked up more runs.
Well, this type of approach will test the debutant. This is his first match, Richie Lucknott, and if he gets hit for a couple of 4s or 6s in a 4-day game, you still got to bowl attacking.
That's down the track, and that's viciously hit. Hit away through wide mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. This is how you're going to treat spinners. You know, you want to make him look up. He looked up and he saw it as one was in that slot, came down the track nicely. And he's looking very comfortable against the Guyanese spinners.
And another thing I've not seen much in regional cricket, maybe with the exception of Django, is the batsmen using their feet.
Yes, and maybe that's the reason why Cricket West Indies organized that camp in Antigua.
Spin bowlers camp, yeah.
Yes.
And then they had another one in
India.
Antigua. Yeah, well, in India and Antigua.
That's right. Getting on the back foot there, just opening the face at the last moment.
And they actually sent the Guyanese batters to a spin bowling camp to face the spinners. So it was a two-pace attack, two-prong. The bowlers got a chance to bowl and the batters got a chance to face them.
Lucknott, 3 for 44 so far. Final delivery in this over, stroked nicely.
That's not a bad delivery though. Flighted it on the line of the off stump and pushed back the man, and he got a single. Maybe looking for him to go over the top and be caught.
246 for the loss of 6. Jonathan Drake 70 was a fine knock, 120 balls. McCaskie 64 of 75 balls, and the two of them, I think it was how much? 88 partnership between the two of them that got Barbados back into this game, and these boys are doing a fine job. Self-belief is such an important tool for any human being. You believe in yourself, you know, 50% of your work is finished.
Yeah.
And these two are showing great self-belief.
And if you're scared of failure, then most times you would fail.
It always happens.
I was telling Tadenarine Chandrapal that you can't be afraid of getting out. Just enjoy your batting. Don't be reckless, don't play stupid shots, but just enjoy your batting. If the ball is there to be hit, hit it. don't be afraid of getting out, because everybody gets out. And if you bat long and you make 20, that's not good, because you still get a ball that would get you out.
So Anthony Adams continued to wheel away from the northern end.
Comes from the largest county in Guyana of the three, Essequibo, the least populated. Well, they're getting more population now with the influx of Venezuelans coming in from Venezuela. Some of them coming into Georgetown.
Well, that's one. And secondly, with the $100,000 one-off cash grant for those babies that are born, it's an added incentive.
Yes, that means
make babies, Sean.
Yes, you're going to increase the population, force people to make children.
Yes, well, I think a number of people, they are definitely going to benefit from that, and sometimes you never know what living conditions they are, so I think it's a good move as well.
I've had enough of children. 3 is good enough for me.
That's a good delivery.
Nice
He was,
flight.
Yes. Wasn't stretching long forward. He realized it was flighted beautifully. 63 overs gone. And the score is 246 for the loss of 6.
Well, the sun and the clouds continue to battle. It's just about 4:23 in the afternoon on Wednesday. And the sun is forcing its way out. Hazy sunshine, you would see. Patches of blue in the sky. And there's some white contour clouds, but there's some dark gray ones too.
Yes, they're very high. That's a good thing. And they're not all that on the heavy dark side. There's some water building up there. But the thing is this, it remains kind of still at the top. Just a cool waft of wind coming in from that northeastern position of the ground. Some scores coming in from Trinidad and Tobago too at Brian Lara. The Red Fours, they're doing a fine job. They're 82 without loss against the combined campuses and colleges. Vikash Mohan is on 41 and Cephas Cooper on 39. Understand there's a little bit of rain that has actually stopped play there.
Yes, and it's good to see that the reintroduction of the pink ball in the night cricket. Usually when they play night matches it's with the white ball, but in 2010 was the first time that pink balls were introduced in the West Indies. And in fact Trinidad was a part of that. They played Guyana in Antigua. And the match ended in a draw after Trinidad and Tobago were well in front. Narsingh Dinarine got a second innings 100.
Yes, and the pink ball can be very, very dangerous to batters, especially in conditions like we're witnessing here in Guyana and in Trinidad and Tobago as well.
You still got a white side screen.
Yes.
And the ball is not red or maroon. It's a little duller in color.
Yes, it's a lovely pink by nature.
Pomal back into the attack down the leg side. Well taken there by Savory, going to his left. Pomal has got 2 men short at cover and extra cover. He's got a backward point and he's got a man on the sweeper and he's got a man at long off. So 2 men alone, or 3 men, the one at forward short leg, mid on, and the backward square on the onside. So he's got to bowl on the line of the middle and awesome turning away. And that's the thing, when you get the ball to spin, the arm ball is more potent because it goes the opposite way.
Yes, I haven't seen him use a lot of arm ball here today. And that's a devastating delivery from Virasamy Premal. Good use of the feet here again, getting to the pitch and stroking it down towards long off. Matthew Ford gets another run. And Premal, before this 15 overs, he hasn't picked up a wicket yet. None for 62. But sometimes when he begins to pick up wickets, Sean, he picks them up in a group.
In a whole heap.
Yes.
He's done that consistently though.
Yes, and the way this...
The course of his career, it began at the regional first class level in 2007 in Grenada.
Yes.
That's a long time.
18 years ago, Sean.
Beautiful ball. Inside edge. Why they call that a shot in the dark?
Because it was not intentionally meant to be playing it that way.
See, if the sun is out in all its glory with floodlights on, it's still a shot in the dark.
That's right. It's the figurative nature of the English language.
And what's a French cut? That's the same thing.
It's not played in France, for sure. That's another good delivery, right on target. And Pemal replacing the right arm off spinner Richie Loknot from this end as having one of the best overs that he has bowled.
Yeah. Bowling a little slower.
Yes.
Again, nice flighted delivery. Good over from Pemal.
Yes, takes his hat from the umpire, signals the end of another over, 248 for the loss of 6.
Well, you asked me previously who was my favorite batsman. I had a
from Barbados.
From Barbados, Gordon Greenwich.
Yes, I love to see Gordon Greenwich. They always call him the limping Greenwich. I mean, here we are talking about people who we have seen. I've never seen Sir Gary, the great man, fantastic cricketer, in many parts of the world seen as the best thing that has ever played the game. I'm not going to dispute that whatsoever.
When Gordon Greenwich swivels on that back foot and pulls, that's a famous shot. In any magazine you see that shot.
Yes.
I'll tell you something that you might not believe. I played against Sir Garfield Sobers at Border.
That was a practice match, or was it a festive match?
That was a festival match for, I think, Roy Fredericks, Lance Gibbs, all of these guys played. We just came back from Jamaica, and the whole Guyana youth team had to field. That was the biggest crowd I'd ever...
Was a double wicket competition,
yes, a
right,
double
John?
wicket competition.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Here, we are having a change in bowling from the top end. Isaiah Turn sent down 4 overs earlier. One maiden, 15 runs, no wicket. So he's hunting his first wicket here. And he bowled splendidly, was very disciplined, right on target. I can't remember he really bowling maybe one ball that was short and put away for 4 through the onside, through mid-wicket. Other than that, he has been brilliant.
Yes, he's come from a good grooming. Sir Andy Roberts, whose birthday is today, really likes him. He talks a lot with him, gives him advice, especially when he was living in Antigua, going to the academy.
Yes.
Sir Andy Roberts was one of his inspirators and his motivators and his mentor.
Yes.
Loose shot.
Yes, and Isaiah Turn, I think, is one of the youngsters who will be looking to make it count this season. I hope that he stays fifth. Shamar Joseph, no doubt, will definitely be back among the players hunting a position. And once he's fit, he's definitely going to be playing here.
Had a reasonably good season last year. Bowled with a lot of pace, himself and Smith.
If he gets a full season, my belief is that he's going to make it count. I know the entire Caribbean is looking forward to this youngster. There's another fella who has played cricket for quite a few years now, Brian Charles, from Trinidad and Tobago. He's one of the guys too, you know, who I feel if he has a very good season can really bang on that door of the selectors to get into the team. Sorry for young Joel Andrew today. He didn't trouble the scorers whatsoever. He made a duck, but there's a whole season in front of him.
You heard that, James Trotman? Joel Andrews made a duck, but he's certainly a top-class batter.
Yes.
I remember when last year, he came back from the West Indies on the 19 tour and went straight to school ground and made 100.
Yes.
Yeah. Jimmy Adams used to do that, come back on a plane from England. Nice shot. And just so one.
Yes. Sir Clive Lloyd came back, dropped off with an helicopter.
And batted with a black boots.
Scored 144.
Not a black boots, a black shoe, a going out shoe, as we say now.
Yes.
A dress shoe.
And the big man is in the house, definitely watching at the game.
And that match, himself and Kalicharan, I remember going into that match on the first day, and then when the partnership was going, the next day, the prices were increased. I was going to Richard Ishmael Secondary School. Kalicharan made 144. Or
Kali made 187.
Yeah, and Lloyd made 144, I think, in that match. It was a big innings. I also remember Roy Fredericks, who incidentally is the first batter to score 200 in the same match in regional cricket. Tell you more about that.
Isaiah Turn. Wow, that's a good delivery. He's looking to pick it from just outside the line of the off stump.
Seems to be losing concentration.
Hanging deep inside the crease there. Just lose that concentration for a little bit.
That's twice in this over now he's played individual shots.
Can Isaiah Turn hit that very lengthened line? And let's see what's going to be the response of Matthew Ford. Don't give him anything to drive. Seems as though he has walked with his driver's license to Guyana. His driving has been good. Through the covers, back past the bowler, presenting something differently late in the afternoon.
Well, maybe he's going to bowl a short ball now because he's pushed the man back, or it could be a double bluff.
Yes, it could very well be.
Turn. And this time it's short. And hit away out towards the cover position.
But I think the intention by Thorne was good, and now they're going to have the extra run. They're going to go back and complete 2. Return coming in from Virasamy Pemal. Not cleanly picked up. The short ball was there, but the line was wrong. A little bit width outside the line of the off stump gave him room to slap it through the covers.
And on a pitch like this, your short ball would be too short if you bowl it the normal length on a faster pitch. You've got to bowl the ball in the chest area, your heart area, your neck. I saw Patrick Patterson that bowled what said was a dead pitch. Bowl a quick short ball. That's better, but too short.
And well played too, Matthew Ford. He pivoted nicely on the back foot. The timing was great. Picked it off the meat of the bat and got the boundary through forward square. That's a brilliant shot.
Hooper used to pull and hook through forward square in his day. My favorite batsman, Sir Carl Llewellyn Hooper. But this is not a type of pitch that you bowl bump out batsmen. 1 or 2 short balls, test them, and he's brought the man out to forward square on the boundary. And he's got the long leg. And he rolled another short ball, he goes under it. Good thinking by both of them.
That's the first bumper we have seen in the entire match so far. 65 overs, 255. We're going to have a double change. And we're going to make way for our friend from TNT Basu. I don't want to tell you the other name, whether it's Tallinn or it's Talian, and our young, eloquent Liam Mamchan.
$255 for 6, the Barbados Pride, after winning the toss this morning and deciding to bat first. Isaiah Thorne just finishing up his 5th over, going at just over 4 runs to the over 22 with no wicket. Matthew Ford and Chime Holder not out batters. Liam Mamchan alongside me. I don't understand. I think they're buttering us up for something.
Yeah, it seems so. Matthew Ford has looked really good out there. You can see back in his under 19 days why he was considered a genuine all-rounder. He used to bat at 5 or 6 for the West Indies under 19, for Barbados under 19, and then come in with the ball and do what he does so well. And we're getting a glimpse of that today. 40 or 54. Shame Holder as well has been a very good partner at his side. He's on 24. And now we're going to see if Sammy Purmall take over from the presidential suite end.
You mentioned Matthew Ford, and he had a stint with the senior team, white ball format obviously. But should conditions be like this tomorrow, it would be interesting to see how Matthew Ford goes with the ball. We know he does get prodigious swing. the overcast conditions generally would allow for that type of bowling, that type of assistance.
Well, I mean, you look at the weather for the next few days, and it is going to be overcast. So I think Matthew Ford will be looking at that and saying, well, he's going to want to take advantage of that early on when the ball is still new. And yeah, that is his strength, swinging the ball. But in a different role at this point in time, he's with the bat in hand and he's doing an excellent job. He would be looking to close in on a half century here.
Sweeping, he's missed it. Nothing from the umpire. But should he get to that half century, that'd be the third half century in the innings for the Barbados Pride. They look quite a solid batting unit this year.
A lot of all-rounders, in my opinion, as well. And then you got the likes of Kevin Wickham, who didn't get going today. And obviously, the Nico Boucher, we know how dangerous he can be. So there is a good young batting lineup.
I mentioned earlier in the day that with the return of the senior players, someone like a Craig Brathwaite, once he is available to play, it's probably just going to strengthen this Barbados Pride batting unit. 255 for 6 at the end of the over, maiden over. 3 wickets to look at, and 2 to Ali Mohammed, the chief destroyers on the day so far.
One other thing to note as well, this is actually Matthew Ford's first class debut. He's never played a first class game, a recognized first class game that is, so this is his debut, and he will be looking to get that half century on debut today. Just 10 away now, and he's played some really good looking shots. He's not looked like a bowler or even an all-rounder. He's looked like a proper batsman out there. Stone is going to continue from the northern end, media center end that is, as he runs into bowl, and Ford cuts nicely, this time wide off the fielder at a deep backward point, and a throw is in, but 2 runs completed, and Matthew Ford continues to look the part for the Barbados Pride here.
Yeah, this partnership between Ford and Holder, that's been the modus operandi. They've put the fielders under some bit of pressure, just taking those quick singles. They've been good running between the wickets. It's just outside on the balcony, and you can hear the call, whether a loud no or a loud yes. So they've been positive in turning over the strike regularly. And there you go, you can hear the echoes as he shouts no, hitting that one to the mid-on fielder, I beg your pardon.
And this is good to me. I want to see Matthew Ford play red ball cricket for the West Indies, hopefully in the future as well. And this is a good start to get him playing all formats. He's already made his one-day international debut for the West Indies and T20. So you want to see him probably feature in that test team sooner rather than later, because he does have the ability to move the ball. And that was so straight that he's not going to get a run for it.
Stopped by the 13th fielder, the 3 stumps.
12, 13 and 14. All 3 of them.
That's what you want to see. You want to see him presenting that full face of the bat and playing as straight as possible.
Got a cricket around. Almost identical scores down in Antigua. Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 256 for 5. Just 1 wicket less, but the Academy trying to fight back.
There was a bit of a rain delay in Trinidad a little while ago, that day-night encounter.
Just Trinidad and Tobago in a strong position. Vikash Mohan and Cephas Cooper. Good to see Cooper getting himself in the runs. Something me and you spoke about actually.
Yeah.
About Cephas getting to the higher level and scoring runs as well. As Thorne runs into bowl to Matthew Ford. Ooh. That's a good single. That's a very good bit of running from Ford and Shame Holder. They sneak a quick single there.
And there's that positivity coming out again and turning over the strike. Didn't know where the ball went, and it was really Holder who called him through. And that's good positive cricket. They've done that well today, the Barbados Pride. And as I go back, you mentioned Cephas Cooper down there in Trinidad. Had a chance to look at him closely last year, and I just felt that he underachieved just slightly, because we know coming through age group cricket, club cricket back in Trinidad,
nicely played there from Holder,
that Cephas Cooper has scored a lot of runs. And that's a bit of an understatement. Centuries, double centuries, 258 for 6 after 67 overs in the day's play so far. He's always seemed to be there in almost any form of cricket that we have in Trinidad. You always tend to hear Cephas Cooper's name mentioned.
Yeah, I think in the last 3 years, he would have been in the top 3 run scorers in all 3 formats. The 3-day league format that we have in Trinidad, the 50 over and the T20 festival. In all 3 years, he was in the top 3 for runs scored. In fact, I believe in 2023, he had the most runs in all 3 formats.
So it would be good for him to get going in this tournament and show what he's all about. Of course, with the West Indies Championship presently underway, all 4 games in progress. The West Indies women will be in action in just over an hour and 15 minutes. Of course, they already won up in the T20 leg of that bilateral series. A glimpse of the old world boss in that first T20.
And the Andrew Dutton down the track, and 1 bounce straight to Chandapol at mid-on. Play has resumed down at the Banana Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago 88 without loss. Cooper on 41, Moan on 44. CCC still trying to get that breakthrough.
I was telling you during the lunch break that I'm a bit surprised by the CCC team that was selected, given the news that I got from their trial match a couple of weeks ago. Someone like a Cyan Hackett who scored runs in their trial match.
Damien Joachim as well, off the back foot this time, straight to Matthew Nandu.
And then you and I both got a chance to see Cyan up close and personal from 2 different perspectives. You on the field, myself in the commentary booth in the TDCB under 23 tournament.
Flicked away, and they're going to look for 2 here. Should get there easily. Now Smith does the chasing, and Matthew Ford closes in on a half century. He's on to 45 now.
Yeah, and I just felt like it was expected. He seemed to be in good form with Cyan Hackett.
Yeah, I think the reason he's left out is no fault of his own really. He has a lower back injury, so they probably don't view him as a batsman alone. They're probably missing out on his bowling. So that may be the reason that he is left out. Maybe when he gets back to full fitness, we could see him feature. It's a long season, as you know.
Yeah.
Going across 7 rounds of cricket. So we'll have to wait and see if he gets his opportunity. But he is recovering from a lower back injury. Down the track, and it's gone over mid-wicket. A couple of bounces into the boundary now for 4. Matthew Ford continues to turn up the tempo here for the Barbados Pride. He moves on to 49.
A good use of the feet, meeting the ball on the half volley and picking where he wanted to play the shot. No real risk in it. And he's inching closer. Just 1 away. 264 now for 6. And those 2 half centuries that we mentioned already, Jonathan Drakes and Zachary McCaskie, 70 and 64, and they both feel a little disappointed that they did not carry on to that big score, that magical 3 figures. McCaskie more than anything.
Yeah,
Quite comfortable.
McCaskie is the one that disappointed me the most because of how good he looked after he got through a tough period where he took a while to get off the mark, and then it was all going so sweetly for him. He was timing everything well. He was putting away the bad balls, putting them away for 6 as well. He took on the Sammy Pulmore when he just came into bowl, threw him off his line very early, and then he chased a wide one from Ali Mohammed. It baffled me.
I guess sometimes as a batter you're in that flow and you think you can hit everything, and maybe on another day you might have gotten a top edge and it flew over the slips, going for 4 today, not to be. But not to take away anything from the knock, and it's good to see that he started the tournament well. Last year he was more or less, along with Kevin Wickham, I would consider the anchors to the Barbados batting unit a little bit more than the others.
Kevin Wickham really has grown into his game nicely, and unfortunately didn't get much runs today, but that's not going to be his final say in this tournament by any means, as Thorne is back in. Driving his hold out straight to Tijan Chandapol at short cover.
Yeah, you mentioned Wickham. Today, Joel Andrew getting a duck in that score. Leewards were 177 for 4 at a point in time. Joel Andrew not troubling the scorers, and I just smiled when I saw the scorecard because I said, okay, he started off badly, but I think somewhere along this tournament, Joel Andrew will kick on.
I think you could expect something huge from Joel Andrew as well. He's just that sort of player.
Yeah, he is.
He's so unpredictable, but he's so good at the same time. It's done again. Appeal for LBW, some extra pace on that one. They scamper through for a single, and bat. Umpire says no leg by, so it's going to go down on the runs for Shane Holder. He moves on now to 25. Ford 1 away from a half century on first class debut. Not a bad way to start as a bowler.
He will tell you he's an all-rounder.
Well, yeah, I think he is. Ever since on the 19 days, Matthew Ford has always been a more than capable middle order batsman who bowls as well. So, and there it is. That's a half century. Down to Ali Mohammed at deep fine, and they pick up a single. Matthew Ford is on 50 as he raises his bat to the crowd.
And I find it, I feel like I've been looking at Matthew Ford play so much cricket. He's shown flashes of this, even in the white ball format, where we saw little cameos here and there, whether franchise cricket or at the senior team. Good to see, as you mentioned, him making that transition into red ball, the red ball format, and showing that he is more than capable with the bat, and coming at a good tempo as well, just 66 deliveries.
Oh, inside edge, and Ali Mohammed gives chase. They get a single. Thorne has been a bit unlucky today in terms of those inside edges, just missing the stumps. A couple of close LBW shots as well. He's bowled well, just into his 7th over.
Just on that point of some of the younger ones in this tournament, I'm really excited to see some of these younger players in the West Indies Championship. Amir Django and Mikhail Louis would have done well last year.
Stone again cut away from Ford, but straight to the man there at cover, that's Kevin Anderson.
Mikhail Louis with those back-to-back centuries, and Amir Django with that double century, and they put up their hand and they earned that selection, and a bit of a rough time, I would say, for Mikhail Louis at international cricket. Is hard where your first test is in England, and then you come back home for a bit, and then you go off to Pakistan. But not too long, I think he's going to settle in.
And Matthew Ford is down the track, and this one is going high in the air and straight back over Isaiah Thorne's head. Has it gone all the way for 6? I will leave it as. And yes, it has. Matthew Ford is on the charge.
Yeah, use of the feet. He used his feet against Pumol. He's now using his feet against the seamer as well. And to good effect. And using that full face of the bat. Importantly, got to the pitch of the delivery. End of another over. 273 for 6.
I'll tell you what though, Isaiah Thorne is not going to forget that in any hurry. Matthew Ford is going to have to face the music again if Thorne continues. And I'll tell you what, he loves a short ball. It's going to be Vasami Pumol to continue from the southern end, the presidential suite end.
As the floodlights begin to come on. At the start of this session, in fact, the umpires had the light meter out. So they have checked in terms of what their standard through the 4 days will be in terms of light and what constitutes safe conditions for the players to continue playing on.
Pumol is in a slip and a short leg and a very short mid-off in play for Holder. Oh, that one kept a bit low. Holder had to get down quickly.
Talking about young ones, Nandu is another one that I'm looking forward to see in this tournament. I saw him at the University of the West Indies Sports and Physical Education Center, albeit in the Super 50, and he looked quite accomplished.
He's got a brilliant 100. This one is pushed into the leg side, just past Perez at short leg. He scored a brilliant 100 against CCC before he was dismissed by Mikel Govaya. Or was it 98? Something along those lines. He got either got just past the 100 or very close, but he was dismissed by Govaya. Mikel Govaya is someone I'm disappointed not to see him in that CCC setup at least for this regional 40. Would have liked to see him more with the red ball. Young Kamil Puran as well would be in conversations with the CCC team. It's a long season, as I mentioned. Squads tend to change quite a lot.
Yeah, the second round of matches is starting towards the end of next week, the 5th of February. And all the international players will be back as well. And it's just a matter of the teams deciding upon how do you give our international players that balance of continuing to play cricket but also needing that rest, because traveling from the West Indies to Pakistan is not like going from here to the mall across the road. It can be quite tiring, the flight times and so on.
You look at some of the guys who have to come back into this Guyana team as well. 2 real strike bowlers, which is something that they probably missed a bit today. That's Kevin St. Clair and Gudakesh Moti. Obviously, Shama Joseph missing out because of injury as well.
I was mentioning to Sean earlier that I saw a report that he was in the nets with them, I think yesterday or day before when we arrived. So it's good that he's bowling again and getting back into his groove. 274 for 6.
Yep, I'm sure we'll see him before the end of this tournament.
Sean is shouting from the back of the commentary booth that he's going to be back for the next match. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago will get back Amir Django, West Indies vice captain Joshua De Silva, and Anderson Phillip.
We still await to see the situation or the severity of that injury that had left Jason Seals out of that second test. As well as, there's also Terrence Hines, who's going to be coming back in from the ILT 20 as well over in Dubai. He should be home in a bit. He was also a pretty important figure in that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Red Ball team over the past few seasons.
The thing about Jaden Seals is there's a consideration. I think around the 4th round of matches is when he's expected to leave to take up his continued stint in England.
Well, I think if it's me and I'm the Trinidad and Tobago management and selectors, I already know what Jalen Seals is capable of. He's just come back from a difficult series in Pakistan. I'd give him a rest before he goes to England, because the thing about fast bowlers is over bowling and overworking your body could always be an issue. You've got to be able to manage your body properly, and Jalen has been someone that has picked up a couple of injuries early on in his career. You don't want to risk anything for just 1 or 2 games in the regional 40. He's about to head off to county cricket and to play with Sussex again. You want him to pretty much just rest up before that, because it's also a grueling schedule across in England as well.
Yeah, and it's almost 1 year to the day, because I remember last year's 4-day tournament, he was just coming back off of injury when we met up in St. Kitts in the first round. Now Smith is back into the attack. Just another easy single here for Holder and Ford.
Yeah, right about that is because I remember back in early 2024, I would have been a part of the Red Force camp right before the regional 4-day, and all of the talk was, is Jaden going to be available for that first game? He worked really hard and that was right after his surgery as well, his knee surgery. So everybody was just waiting to see if Jaden would be ready for that first game.
Yeah, he took 3 wickets in the first innings in that first game at Connery in St. Kitts. So he's definitely come on leaps and bounds, and I think we can all but say he is the main strike bowler now for the men's senior team.
Yep. As Niall Smith is in again. Pulled away, and Niall Smith continues to bowl no balls. It doesn't matter which end. 4 runs for Matthew Ford.
Well, you did say when he got to that half century that he loves a short ball, and Niall Smith, they're genuine half tracker, and thankfully it's not the white ball format that is going to be followed up with a free hit. He's just going to have to bowl over the ball.
We would have had about 12 free hits for the day. I'm not quite sure what seems to be the issue, because the spinners have been bowling no balls. Niall Smith has bowled at about 9, I believe now, 8 or 9.
It's about 9.
And even Ali Mohammed had bowled 1 or 2 from this southern end. But now Niall Smith has switched ends and continues to bowl no balls. Seems to be, the issue is definitely going to be where he's jumping from. He's jumping maybe a bit too close to the line. He needs to start his jump a bit further back. That usually is the issue when our fast bowlers bowling no balls. So he shortened his run up. Because we saw him bowl with a run up almost past the 30-yard circle, or where it would have been. Now he's just running up a few steps. So
more like a medium pacer rather than a fast bowler. But I thought maybe he might have been just not fully fit, because he came off the field after his first spell, and I just wondered if it was a matter of, because I guess as a cricketer you know that you're never always fully fit. You always,
especially as a fast bowler.
Yeah, you always have a niggle somewhere.
He's definitely shortened his run here, as Holder continues to tick along nicely. He's on to 29 of 71.
We talk about those players that all the teams will get back. Of course, Leeward Islands will get back Justin Graves.
And Mikhail Louis as well.
And Mikhail Louis.
Casey Carty.
This Barbados team will get back the player of the tournament in that Pakistan series in Jumel Warakan, who was their top wicket taker in the 24 season.
He was also almost the top scorer for the West Indies in that Pakistan tour.
It's refreshing to see.
Chance of a run out at the non-striker's end, and wow, Niall Smith almost got taken out there for Sammy Purmol. They settle for 1 in the end.
Of course, when they do come back, the senior players, the ones who are fit and who can play, just taking a bad bounce off of the grass, just on the square. Of course, the consideration as well too for Barbados, maybe if fit, they may even have Kemar Roach at their disposal. He is the elder statesman of West Indies cricket fast bowling.
I don't know about that. I think for me, you've got young Jai McAllister, who's been short of cricket in recent times, maybe due to injury or whatnot. I want to see as much as I possibly can of him. Shima Holder, who's just recently off injuries when he his second or third tournament back from injury. I want to see as much as you want from him. Another no ball there from Nat Smith.
A good quick single by the pair.
And yeah, I think you got those guys, and then you see Matthew Ford. He's just made his debut. He's on 62 with the bat. I can't wait to see what he can produce with the ball.
In these conditions, as we've been seeing.
You've also got young Raymond Simmons sitting on the bench, so you want to give those youth, especially with a guy like Roach, who's closer to the end than the beginning of his career now. You wanna pave the way for these younger players to get their opportunity at this level.
I'd rather suspect, even if he's not in the playing 11 or the playing squad, short and looking to cut, he's actually put it over extra cover and it's going to trickle very close to the boundary. Won't get the boundary. He'll pick up a couple of runs. The ball just seemed to stand up in the pitch just momentarily because it was short and he was looking to cut and ended up playing it into extra cover. That delivery though will bring us to the end of the over. It is 285 for 6, and with that we'll have the official drinks break. Just about an hour to go in play after this. We'll take a short break. It is the West Indies Championship 2025 where legends are born.
Well, motivated by the flying fish and, of course, their delicacy, the cuckoo, Barbados Pride are fighting back here against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So far, a 95-run unbroken partnership for the 7th wicket between Matthew Ford, who is on 64 from 76 balls, and James Holders, 30 from 73 balls, has kept their hopes alive in this game. What a fine fight back so far. They scored 66 runs without further loss in that first hour after tea. With me once again, Sean Devers. Sean, 287 for the loss of 6. A great fight back by Barbados Pride.
Well, I wouldn't say a fight back. I'd say continuing the fight and staying in front. After the first hour of play, it's been all Barbados. A brief period when debutant Luke North got those 2 wickets for 9 runs, I think. That was the only time then when Barbados were on the back foot. Since then, they've been going forward like a horse.
Well, why I said fight back, because at one stage they were 182 for 5, half the wickets gone, and you look 287 for 6. That will suggest to you almost 100 partnership in sight between these two. Look at the difference, 182 and 287. That has to be a real fight back, Sean.
Yes, well, if you look at it like that, but I still say that it's going forward. The Guyana bowlers have lacked penetration after tea, and they've looked a little bit flat. Those 2 batters have batted very well, though, showed superb technique, and strange enough, Matthew Ford is picked more for his bowling than his batting, and it's his debut. He's got a 50.
Yes, certainly, and a fine 50 as well. Oohs and ahs here coming off of the edge onto the pad, then into the offside field as Premal continue to wheel away from this end. Virasamy Premal, his skipper, has shown great faith in his trusted warrior.
And some bad news for my sports editor. This game will go on till 6 o'clock, but good news for cricket.
Well, let your sport editor stay there, monitor the game, and await Sean Devers' report.
And it will finish at 6 o'clock because the lights have been turned on. So there's no issue of bad light.
Cannot be whatsoever. Now, this is a good delivery here by Virasamy Premal. Maybe a little bit pace more onto this one, but the line and the length, was good. But this guy that's batting here, James Holder, showing great composure under some pressure, but the partnership has blossomed beautifully.
He's 30 and he's forward. This is a tidy over from Premal, but no real destructive spin, no destructive bunks. It's only day 1, so we don't expect that a Pakistan pitch on day 1.
No, I don't think it's going to crumble here whatsoever, because there's some dead grass that rolled into it and some live grass. There was some greenery on it this morning. So I think all in all, it has been a good pitch.
You've been out there with the toss. What are your thoughts on the pitch?
I see a good pitch. I see a good cricketing pitch. I mean, this pitch is one of the best that we have on the square here at the National Stadium. So no complaint about pitch whatsoever.
Fully agree with you, but that's why Barbados, without hesitation, won the toss and batted. And after the first hour, it's proven them a good justified their decision to bat.
Yes, certainly. Well, I think both sides, any skipper that won the toss on this pitch would have chosen to bat first. In that case, Reefer called correctly, and he decided that he's going to have a bat first. So continue with a left arm spin from both ends, because it's Anthony Adams from the northern end.
So
would you have done that as a skipper?
No, not necessarily. I would have tried with the off spinner from one end, or maybe give turn a couple more overs from the northern end, but bowling these 2 left arm spinners in tandem, the ball is going the same way, but they're different types of bowlers though.
Yes, so Anthony Adams, he's in his 11th over, none for 35 so far down the track. Hoisted, that's a big shot. That should clear the ropes and clear it by a long way too. That's a maximum. A great shot once again by Matthew Ford.
Yes, saw him come in and fired it into the pads and still got the treatment because it was so fast. He played through the line and got it in the middle of the bat and 6 runs.
And great use of feet there too. 102 partnership, a century partnership between these two of just 153 ball in a 4-day tournament. That's fantastic.
Yeah, the strike rate has been very good. The commitment, this is a lovely shot. So he's not shown brute force and power. He's also shown dexterity. I think that ball went for 4.
Yes, well, look at the two end of the divide. Has it gone for 4? You haven't seen any signal coming from the umpire?
No, well, good work there from Chandrapur, but I still think it went for 4.
Well, let's see. Well.
Yeah.
Well, the umpire does not have the
but
use.
he can't see so far. And
That's right.
The Chandrapur.
He might not even know.
Yes. He rolled over with the ball on the boundary. So
Yes, should have been 4, but
Yes.
nevertheless, they got 2 in the process.
But those two were contrasting shots. First, he came down the track, power. Then he leaned back like a Lawrence Rowe, Carl Hooper, dabbed it down towards third man.
Well, actually, they got 3 because at the striker's end there is now Chaim Holder. But I agree with you. One blasted over the top, pure elegance as well. And the next one, like poetry in motion, just laying back and cutting it. And this boy continues to be impressive, Matthew Ford, 73 from 79. For cricket's sake, I hope he doesn't throw this away.
Yes. Should be the first batter in this round to get 100 if he continues to bat like this.
Yeah, has a chance to get it this afternoon because you look at that there, he is on 73 of 79 balls. So the strike rate there will tell you there's a golden opportunity. Supported by Drake's fine 70, McCaskie 64, patient knock, some good strokes, started a bit slow, but just blossom as the innings got better. 296 for the loss of 6, 4 runs away from 300. And Sean, to get 300 on the first day, with still a lot of time remaining this afternoon. Congratulations.
Yeah, I remember gone are the days when 3 batsmen used to get hundreds in the same innings. The first, Guyana, in fact, Guyana's highest score, 6-4-1. Butcher, Kanai, and Kalicharan, I think, got hundreds in that match, or might be Solomon. And then Barbados responded with a double century from Peter Lashley. Sobers, Sir Garfield Sobers had 100. And those were the days. I think the last time that happened for Guyana was at Enmore against Trinidad. That's a nice shot.
Down the track and the floor there by Richie Loknot. Down at short extra cover. That should have been taken. Why do you want to drop a catch like that? It adds more pressure now on the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And Pamal would be very, very disappointed in the work of Loknot. There is bowled well and Loknot, but you can't drop catches like that. Guyana's dropped a couple of catches already. Anderson has put down 2. Loknot now has put down 1. Bad line. Down the leg side, swept away for 4.
Well, this has not only added salt to the wound, some bleach on that wound as well, because this one has gone for 4 down through long leg. So the runs are coming in gay abandon at the moment, and that's because how this partnership, these guys, their approach to batting, they look very, very cool under some pressure, and they build the innings beautifully. Top class partnership between these two.
Yes, fantastic work, good partnership. 100 runs partnership.
And that's a 300, Sean, coming up on the board.
300 runs on the first day. But that's the evolution of 4-day and test cricket that's caused by the influx of 2020. You score a lot faster nowadays. Yes. Back in the days with Boycott and those guys, you would have 150 for none at the end of the day.
So what do they call it now? Baseball?
Yeah, English people call it baseball.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. Good comeback here by Virasamy Premal. He scratches the back of the head, and maybe some beautiful coin phrase is still going through his mind when Richie Loknot dropped that one.
I'm trying to remember who and when Guyana played Trinidad at Enmore in 1997, and Lambert, Chandrapal, and Hooper scored hundreds. That's the last time 3 batsmen scored 100 in the same match. Well, these two have thrown away their innings, their chance to get 100, but forward, they're still there.
Yes, and certainly playing well. Played 8 one-day international for the West Indies. Matthew Ford did a good job, I think, against England.
Yeah.
And he's showing us just why Cricket West Indies selectors think highly of him. Is this the blossom in a new adventure for the youngster? His first-class match, scoring a half-century. And not only the half-century, the way that he has scored it, both against spin and the pacers, he's not afraid to drive, cut and pull.
Yeah, he's looked an accomplished batsman. Maybe looking to become a genuine all-rounder.
Well, he has the capacity, he
Yeah.
has the skills, because what he has displayed here today tell us that he has an abundance of talent.
And he's only 21 or 22, so he's young.
Yes, a youngster. Matthew Ford, quiet in defense now. And look at the cool aura around this youngster. He's not flustered by anything whatsoever. Men in catching position.
Batting with a level head and still playing his shots, another 6.
That's a huge one, Sean. Getting under it, pivoted nicely and smashed Anthony Adams. That's another gorgeous looking stroke.
Yes, and we'll wait and see if he plays with dexterity and elegance, or he continues to hit the ball with brute force and power.
Yes, well, he has been elegant, because you look at some of the shots he played off the back foot, onto the front foot, driving, backing away and slapping through the offside field. His cut shot.
Yeah, he's looked quite a picture. And that ball was slower. He waited on it, played it with nice soft hands. So he's not just bashing the ball, he's batting properly.
Yes, and I think our spinners, they've been a little bit too quick through the air.
This one is very quick.
Yes.
Pitched outside leg stump also.
And going further down the leg side too. There's not too much of dust on the pitch whatsoever.
Well, the modern day spinners in the West Indies, I might add, once you hit them for a 6 or a 4, they bowl flat defensively.
I remember after this over, I'll tell you, Sean, it's 307 for the loss of 6 when Carl Hooper was the skip of the Guyana 4-day squad and Mahendra Nagamutu was the leg spinner. Nagamutu will come up and bowl some quicker ones. Carl will go up to him and say, hey, just flight it a little bit more. If he smash for a 6 or a 4, he goes back to the flat bowling. Carl will just clap the hand. He knows exactly what he has to do.
Yeah, but that would be very hard for Nagas to bowl 5 flighted deliveries. But he got his wickets. I think he ended up with the most regional first-class wickets before Pomal, after Butts, for Guyana. And he played 5 test matches in 5 different continents.
Mahendra Nagamutu?
Yeah. So he never had a long run. Same thing with Danraj, Rajendra, Danraj, Ramnarayan. In those days, West Indian captains knew how to set fields for fast bowlers. They banked on the fast bowlers.
But one of the things that happened in that era with the likes of Rajendra, Danraj, even Neil Magarel, Dinanath, Ramnarayan, that was an era. That's a good delivery. Made the adjustment beautifully here. And that's Chimar Holder. Forces it into the offside field. And these two boys are looking like number 3 and number 4 here against the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Batting so beautifully.
Yes, I think selectors and captains did not show the kind of patience with our spinners then. One of the things too is that many good fast bowlers were coming through.
Yes, we had a 4-prong attack, then Marshall joined it and it turned a 5-prong. And then they even had some, by the way, fast bowlers who could make this West Indies team easily now. Lyndon Joseph was one. Bimby.
108 for the loss of 6. He was a character, Lyndon Joseph, but a brilliant fast bowler. I agree with you. Standing tall on the back foot once again, Matthew Ford, and just stroking it away down through the covers to collect a single. This guy is sniffing triple figures here this afternoon. He knows it. 81, from 89. He can get it this afternoon.
I would love to see that. A youngster getting 100 on the opening day, who's not even a specialist batsman.
Well,
that's what I want to see. The youngsters, the Nandos, the Joel Andrews and so on, get big runs in this year's tournament.
yeah, so the Harpy Eagles been pegged back here. The bowling has not been bad. There were some moments when I feel that, it could have been better. But the batting of these two here has certainly put the match back in Barbados' favor. There's still 4 wickets standing.
Even after tea, the bowling has not been bad. It's been not penetrative, but it's been steady.
Yes.
But the batters have forced the issue by attacking the bowlers.
Yes, now he's going to show some guts here. Kimal Savory adding the silly point into play. So some attacking play here by Versami Premal. So 309 for the loss of 6. The 76th over completed here this afternoon.
When you talk about silly point, I know it's silly because when I was feeling there, I felt silly. It's a silly position to feel there. That's why it's called silly point. Only a silly person would go there.
Well, I guess when your captain calls upon you, do you have any chance to refuse to go there?
Depending who's the captain. I remember Clyde Butts in India when Harwani got those 16 wickets. He got none. And Richards was the captain and Haynes was that forward short leg. And he set 7 players on the offside. Butts was turning the ball into the right hander. He asked Haynes to tell Richards to put some other people in the onside. That's the respect they had for Viv Richards. Haynes said, you tell him yourself.
Well, we're hearing some real stories from the Sean Divas. 309 for 6, and now they've gone back to the off spinner, Richie Loknath. 3 for 45 from 13 overs. Can Richie Loknath, he has bowled splendidly today. There's no doubt about that. There were periods when he gave the ball generous flight, got some turn from the pitch as well. So his bowling has been good on debut. He's going to be happy with that.
And his first over in first class cricket, he got a wicket from this end, and then he got 2 from the other end.
So 2 debutants going at each other here. Yeah. Matthew Ford opening up nicely and stroking it into the offside field down through extra cover and gets a single.
Both of them have played white ball cricket, but Ford has played international white ball cricket. I think Luke North has played, 3 List A games for Guyana in 2003. So the floodlights fully on now, taking effect. Hello to the guys in Trinidad and Tobago. The lights are working fine.
So here is Richie Loknath, right arm off spinner, just a solitary slipper. He's bowling with a backward point, 3/4 of the way to the boundary and stroking this nicely. Every single ball, both these boys are getting into good position. Down the track there and he's gone.
Very excellent bowling from Luke North. Deceived them in the flight, played across the line and bowled down.
Is he bowled down or is he stumped? We'll have to watch this back again. That's bowled.
Yep.
Ball clipping the leg stump. Maybe one more time we're going to have a look at this. He's blocking our view. Yes, bowled down. Clearly the ball hitting the leg stump. That was brilliant bowling once again. We were mentioning, Sean, how he's getting the ball to turn. And that one turned viciously from outside the line of the off stump to hit the top of the leg stump.
Very impressed with the work of the debutant in first class cricket, Luke North. As I said, he listens to people when they advise him. He knows who to listen to. Don't take the advice from everybody. But even if the Norman, the juice man, tells him something, he would listen. Not necessarily implement what Norman says, but he would listen. That's the type of character possessed by Luke North.
And a very good innings come to an end. Not a huge innings, but 35 in the circumstances, 100 partnership with the right-handed Matthew Ford. And certainly Chimar Holder will feel that I've done a good job. Maybe I wanted to stay there a little bit more. 310 now for the loss of 7. Harpy Eagles now a little spring in the step. And the off-spinner has now taken 4 for 64. He's in his 14th over and a big chance here for him to get a fifer.
Yes, it would be nice to get a 5-wicket haul in your first match. It would also be nice to get 100 in your first match.
Yes, certainly. That's the thinking of Matthew Ford.
And both of these debutants have that chance.
Yes, certainly they do. Just wondering to know if Loknath gets his 5-wicket against him before he reaches 100. One will celebrate, one will be a little bit disappointed. So, Chimar Holder has come out into the middle. One holder replacing the next. Quite a few holders from Barbados.
Yes, they're holding the fort well.
Yes, they've done pretty well here. At least one of them.
And Chimar, I think, has played a single test match. Yeah. So he's one of the test players.
As a West Indian medium fast bowler.
Yeah, even though it's just one. And hopefully he'll go on to play more.
I haven't seen Akeem Jordan on this team, but one of the promising fast bowlers. Good looking shot into the offside field and through the covers. Will it get towards the boundary? It can't. And nicely pulled back once again by Tejara and Chandapal. Basu was telling me something about... Oh. So, 312 for 7. The Harpy Eagles got a wicket in this over. Ford is there on 82 from 90. Drake's 70. McCaskie 64. Loknath 4 for 48 from 14. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, another wicket taker.
Yeah, he took 2 wickets.
Pamal is going to feel relieved from this end that at least, somebody has taken a wicket there to break the partnership. He's been trying his best from this end. Well, I've just been told that Akeem Jordan is actually playing for the combined campuses and colleges. Down the track, he's good. Yes.
Brilliantly stumped. Down the track, missed everything, but Savory did not. Took the bails off in a flash. So
yes,
another wicket going down.
And after playing a fantastic innings of 82 from 19 ball, Matthew Ford threw caution to the wind, came down to the left arm spinner, and was just beaten all ends up. And he's a goner stump. Brilliant work by Savory. But I'm sure that his dugout going to feel pretty happy with the way he has played to ensure Barbados Pride gets a competitive total. And look at the Harpy Eagles. This is what success can do to you. They're cock-a-hoop, they gathered, high fives, and now thinking that this afternoon that they can dismiss the Barbados Pride team at 312 for 8.
Well, it's not likely that any batter would make 100 on day 1 of this tournament. Of course, the day-night match still has a lot of time to go, so somebody could make 100 there. But that's the main disappointment to me. Although he's batted nicely, spectacularly, he's played very well. I want batsmen, well, he's not really a batsman, he's an all-rounder, a bowling all-rounder. I want batsmen to reach 100. I look forward to hundreds in this tournament, because if you make 100 here, it's like 50 Test cricket.
Yes, I understand what you are saying, and I think across the region that's the view of many people, not only the administrators of cricket, the cricketers themselves, and the fan base, the stakeholders, sponsors. They want to see these half centuries turned into hundreds. Far too often we're having our batters making our international side, and they just have the averaging high 20s or low 30s. You can't improve unless you're an exceptional, you're a genius. Only then things like that can happen.
And if you bat like that, then you don't bat long. And to make 100, you need to bat some amount of time. And that's why our games are ending in 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. And that's why we're being relegated to a low position.
Yes, and Leacock has come out in the middle. Some testing times here for him. 2 slips, a silly point. There's also backward point, a short cover, short straight mid-wicket. So they're on the attack, on the prowl. Veerasamy Premal, 1 for 78, finally picking up a wicket. Oh, that's a good delivery, but well played too by the right-handed Javed Leacock.
And people wonder why West Indies get 2 test series when we used to get 6 tests and 5 tests. We used to be a staple ingredient in the Boxing Day test with West Indies and Australia. Because of the time that you lose in, it's not lucrative financially for the TV rights, the funds. If you will lose a match in 2 or 3 days consistently, what do you think will happen to your team? We're
big appeal for a catch of the wicket, given out. So that's the 9th wicket going down here for Barbados Pride, and the Harpy Eagles with their wings spread is ruling the roost in this last few minutes of play here. 312 now.
2 and 2 for Pamal. But
yes,
I would wonder if they would love to bowl out Barbados right now. If they do, they would still have to bat. And batting would be immaterial for runs, but you could still get out.
Yes, it's going to be a tricky atmosphere if that should happen. But I think on any day you want to see you ensure that you bowl out the opposition. That is of vital importance. 312 for 9. The last pair now will be at the wicket. And that will tell the story how important was that partnership between Matthew Ford and Chaim Holder that held the lower order together. Now wickets are just beginning to tumble. The big fast bowler, Jair McAllister, makes his way out in the middle to join Chimar Holder. So Richie Loknath still had a chance to pick up a 5-wicket on debut here. He has so far picked up 4 for 48. We're going to have a double change in a moment or so.
And it's been a good day for Savory, in particular as a wicket keeper. He's had 3 dismissals so far. And he's not done a bad job as captain, maybe too defensive at times, but he's done a good job, all in all.
Yeah, certainly I do agree with you, Sean. In the circumstances, a fine job and a fine shot too onto the back foot, and this is hit away by Chimar Holder through extra cover and away to the boundary for 4. What a fine shot by Holder. Look at this one. Just give him the width outside the line of the off stump, the off spinner. You want to get it a little bit closer here. Maybe that's the reason why. Put it a little bit wider and then get one closer to that line of the off stump and get the off break spinning back into the right hander.
He's pushing the man back to the long on. He's got the long off a couple of yards off the boundary.
And this one right on target too. So we've seen some serious thinking going on here now by the Harpy Eagles. For the right hander, there's a forward short leg, solitary slip, backward point, short extra cover, short straight mid-wicket and a short backward square.
Nice
and a
flighted delivery, and that's the plan. Oh my dear.
The return comes in, chance for a run out, makes it home there. Well, the plan was to get him to go over the top.
And that position there, I used to bowl with it as an attacking position. You flight the ball, encourage the batsman to hit the ball over the top and get him caught at long on. That's exactly what Richie Loknath did, but it didn't pay off because of the iffy work of the fielder on the long on boundary.
Yes, and news coming in, the Jamaica Scorpions experienced batsman, that's Blackwood, just scored the first 3-figure score in this year's tournament. Thanks to Vinod Mamchan, our producer, have just mentioned that to me. So that's good news coming from the experienced Jermaine Blackwood.
Yes, and I still think those players play a part in the regional cricket for the sake of mentoring the younger players.
Good delivery. Drawing him onto the front foot, but he looks good. And hello to you, Mr. Philip Spooner, our dear friend, such a wonderful human being. Had the privilege of reaching Philip. Philip passed on to us about that 100 score by Jermaine Blackwood. Thank you so much, Philip. And we know you're always on the ball, listening to us, brother. Thank you so much.
Especially when Barbados is playing. He's such a proud Bajan, Philip Spooner.
He's a good Caribbean man as well.
Yeah, did human services for the West Indies as media officer.
Yes, I remember him particularly during the COVID-19 time, you know, when he came to Guyana and ensure we got our tests and so on, ensure we got our results, you know, consummate.
I knew Philip since I was on the 19th play in 1988, playing in Barbados. Philip was covering the tournament there. He and Woody Richards.
319 for the loss of 9. And should we take our leave, Sean? We're going to have a double change, or just waiting for a little signal? All right, thank you so much. So we've been asked to continue as our friends, they're just having a little bit of a snack. So important. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
319.
Literally, it's been a long day. With all the breaks for rain.
But the cricket has been good, Sean.
Very good cricket, exciting cricket. And who says first-class cricket is not exciting?
Well, there was a trend that started last year, and we talked about that a little bit earlier. We had bigger scores, more games went into the fourth day.
Yeah.
You know, and those are signs that the quality of the cricket beginning to improve. And just for the cricket's sake, if we could get some of our international stars to be back in 4-day cricket.
That's what we need, the stars to come back. The crowd is non-existent, but if you had stars, people would come not necessarily to see the match. Like when I was young, I would go to see certain batsmen bat.
When I was young?
Yeah, when I was younger.
You sound like an old man,
When
Sean
I was
Davis.
a little boy, I mean.
Well, that's a good delivery. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. Chimar Holder just pushing forward at it and didn't make any contact.
The last batters that I went to see was maybe Brian Lara, Sarwan, Samuels, Hooper. But nowadays, even the batters that make runs, like Chandra Paul and Braffett, I wouldn't really go to see them bat. But they're efficient and do their job. But I would go to see a Gale or a Samuels or a Hooper.
This is played nicely. Just a little bit of a shimmy and turned it away into the onside field, down through forward square. Gets another run, Jair McAllister. In fact, he's off the mark.
Yeah. And some people blame cricket boards and so on for lack of marketing or whatever. But you got to be fair to them. The crowds would come out if you have quality players playing. Nobody, especially, I think in Trinidad is the only country, or Barbados, that you pay to go into first-class cricket. Guyana is free.
Yes, I don't know what's happening this year or what's happening here. I haven't looked at that. But sure, first-class cricket in Guyana, absolutely free for people to come and watch it outside the line of the off stump. Savory went up, cock a hoop. Versami Premal was hands akimbo there.
Another excellent delivery from Pomal. He's already got 2 wickets. He's gone now to 638 in first-class cricket.
Yes, Premal, 2 for 79.
He's been on the expensive side a little bit in this innings. But as you said, when he gets 1, he gets 2, continues to get. And in the second innings, I'm sure he would get at least 4 wickets.
It's 320 here for the loss of 9. And one of the things too, Sean, we must take into consideration the influx, let's say the barrage of T20 and now T10, you know, coming on board. People, they want to spend their money where they could get true entertainment. They will tend to go to T20 matches, T10 matches, and so on. These are our boys on that manual scoreboard, and they've done a fantastic job throughout the entire day.
That's gone high and hard and over the head of long on for 6.
Yes, that's a brave hit here by Chimar Holder. It's gone on to how much? 16 with that shot. Great shot. Good pick up and deliver.
But
Well, yeah, go ahead.
But if I was Luke North, I wouldn't too mind about that because you've got the man there on the boundary. Any miss hit, he could get a wicket.
Yeah, that's the reason why they put him there. So you can't blame him for floating the ball up. But Holder is right to the task. Brave shot. He got the maximum. So he will feel that he has won that little battle with that one delivery.
And it'll be interesting to see what type of delivery bowls next after being hit for 6.
Well, we shall see. Good to see him make on debut. It's a good feeling for 61 so far. And will sorely hunting that 5th wicket. Having some words of wisdom by no other. That's Veerasamy Permaul talking to him.
Yes, you can't get better than that. Sami Permaul is not only in the team to produce and for his experience, he's there to also help the younger players, especially the spinners.
And he has kept his faith over the years, Richie Loknath, as he tosses this one up nicely to the right-hander.
I'm pleased with that.
Yes.
That next delivery.
So, he still has 4 deliveries remaining in this over to get the final wicket. 2 wide outside the line of the off stump. No pressure on the right-hander. Would you at this late stage put in maybe a silly point just for pressure's sake?
Yes, I would. The last pair of the crease. Nice shot, but he's taking the strike now because he's the senior batter.
Yes, Chimar Holder with 4 deliveries gone, just maintained that strike, refusing a single, just shielding Jair McAllister.
Well, that suggests the quality of McAllister's batting.
Yes, can't get a single here. Will he now be able to keep McAllister at the non-striker's end? That's Richie Loknath. We shall see what sort of delivery he's going to send down here to Chimar Holder. Will he look to go over the top? Very difficult to squeeze a single down towards a short cover or even to a mid-off or a mid-wicket or to a backward point or to a forward short leg. The field is well set there to prevent a single. And he's coming forward. Yes, 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 they come through. Return comes in wide of the keeper. And they stole a single right in front of the eyes of the Eagles to end the over.
Yeah, well, poor work there from Smith at mid-off. He should have known that they would have been pushing the ball there and he attacked the ball and prevented the single and prevented Holder from keeping the strike. But in the end, 327 for 9.
Yes, so they got the single. He got what he wanted, Chimar Holder. He's gone to 17 from 18 deliveries. He has the strike. He's backing himself. And if they can take it to somewhere around 340, maybe 345 this evening without losing their wicket, well, then you can consider that the Barbados Pride, they have done pretty well in the batting department.
And this is not a bad little cameo from the fast bowler.
Well, he's experienced. He has been around for quite some time representing Barbados. Well, so certainly he's not going to take the single there. It was on offer, first delivery of the over. Backing himself here. Like the field for the right-handed Chimar Holder, Sean?
Yeah, but I would push Chandrapal back on the boundary and toss the ball up. Most tailenders can't resist hitting the ball.
And he has judged this run beautifully,
Yeah.
Sean. From the time it left the bat, there were 2 written all over it. Just using the pace of the bowler down towards short backward square and getting 2. So he still has a strike. He has scored 2 more runs to go on to 19.
And I would have brought in the man at deep cover, the sweeper position.
Lots of turn by Virasamy Primal there. And I agree with you. He needs to toss it up a little bit more. Give him the opportunity to go over the top. You have somebody down at long on, one down at mid wicket. Because you know he's not going to take singles.
Beautiful
Good judgment.
Ball. Yeah, bounce and turn. He got the ball a little slower to the last pair.
Well, he's bringing in now with 3 deliveries sent down. There's still 3 balls to be bowled. This will give him the opportunity. He can swing to the heavens now.
Yeah, go over the top and get 4 over mid-on. But he's going to be bowling flatter, so you can't play those shots.
Yes, that was flat. Had some turn on it as well. Chimar playing a nice little innings here.
Oh my dear.
No.
That was never a run. So he's kept at that end. Pomal does well. And it's over now to McAllister.
Yes, big McAllister. His partner didn't show any faith in him whatsoever. Yes, and those 2 flags that are fluttering there, the Barbados national flag, Guyana national flag, in the wind. I will tell you how strong the wind is here.
As I said, those are the only 2 flags in the whole Caribbean that's got names. The broken trident and the golden arrowhead of Guyana.
That's the golden arrowhead, you're right, Sean, and the broken trident. Barbados delinking themselves with British rule.
Yeah. So they now become a republic.
Exactly.
The Republic of Barbados. The Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The Cooperative Republic of Guyana.
McAllister looks good, stretching long forward and defending down towards mid-on. And he's holding his 4th well. He has faced McAllister. 4 deliveries so far. A quicker one, and here's a drive. Left the bat in a hurry.
He would be a brave man to play those shots with that boy at the other end looking set.
Tossed up, dragged towards mid-on. The return comes in, and that was halfway to the pitch. Anthony Adams sending the left-handed return halfway down the pitch while the batter was struggling to make the ground.
Yeah, missed the woodwork by quite a mile.
Yes. Well, he tried valiantly. And sometimes your feeling can win matches for you. Your feeling can pick up wickets.
And you've got to keep the intensity for every ball of the day until the last ball is bowled. But that's easier said than done. You're a human being. Nice stop. Great stop. That was hit hard.
Yes, hit pretty hard indeed and knocked down at that short straight mid-wicket region.
That's one of the players I want to see make big scores.
Machu Nandu?
Yeah.
Well, this man has played a big shot over mid-wicket. That's going to be a maximum once again. So he's fighting some fire here while it's not fast bowling. That was tossed up and given the treatment.
Yeah,
bang for 6.
The idea was good, but the execution of the batter was better. The idea of the bowler. That's what you got to do. Flight the ball, got the man out in an attacking position, the long on, and hope that he makes hit. But you got to bowl it slower and flight it. Let it dip. Most of the off spinners these days don't get the ball to dip.
What skills are imparted, Sean, after this? 336 for the loss of 9. Another over has been completed. What's the skill set like?
If you flight the ball and spin it hard, people think that a spin bowler is easy work. But a spin bowler has to use his body, ring his body, flight the ball. The more energy you put in and the ball turns more, it will dip. It will flight and dip at the end. It will end up before the batsman thinks it will end up.
Yes, you talk about putting the shoulder, swinging the body. The fingers as well has to be very strong.
And you got to ring your body. And your action is crucial to how you flight the ball. Anybody can bowl fast and flat, but you've got to have a good action, and your left hand controls your bowling hand.
From all to McAllister, plays well, comfortably, no problem whatsoever. Watches the ball right onto the bat, and the big man is defending.
And the positioning of your front foot also gets the ball to turn, or if you put it straight, gets the ball to go the other way.
Yes. And Chimar Holder, why not you want to take two there? You got a chance to take the single. I think he thought they would have gotten three, but instead they just got two, something that he didn't want to do in the previous overs. But now he's showing some faith in McAllister.
Yes, he's been there for a little while. He hit ball, hit bat. So he's more confident in him now. Lovely shot.
Yes, and stylish and beating the cover too. That's going to run pretty close. It's going to kiss the rope now. And that's 4 runs to Jer McAllister. Well played. Onto the back foot, beating the fielder and getting the boundary.
Guyana has to be careful that this doesn't get out of hand. They want to finish this now as quick as possible. Even if they bowl them out now, they would still not get to bat because 10 minutes is the break, and it's...
Who is that fielder that dived and allowed the ball to go through?
It seems like
Isaiah
Turn. Yeah.
Fell heavily and the ball went through him. Should have stopped it. Cutting outside the line of the off stump. Goes by into the gloves of the keeper. Ambitious shot here by Jer McAllister.
And if you're a tail end and you hit a 4 off the middle of the bat, you get greedy. You want to do it again.
Well, has to be a little bit more careful here though. That's the way they play. Nobody like to consider themselves tail enders anymore. Lower order batting like this, defending, kept it down, regardless there's a silly point.
Gone are the days where there's Lance Gibbs and Courtney Walsh and well, Shannon Gabriel is still around.
That's a good delivery and well played too by Jer McAllister. Good defensive shot on the back foot, killed whatever spin right in front of him. It's 242 for the loss of 9, so they'll be eyeing 350.
Yeah, what do you think the ploy would be? To bat out the day or to score as much runs as possible?
I think it's going to be good for them to bat out the day because now is actually 9 minutes to the hour of 6 o'clock. Match stops at 6, so there is no chance of bowling an over or so to the Guyanese batters. So the best you can do, bat out the day and come back tomorrow morning and see how many more you can put on the board. That's going to put some pressure, moral victory against the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, I quite agree with you because if they bowl out Barbados now, then they will come back fresh tomorrow. But if Barbados bats, they would have to come back in the field tomorrow.
So Anthony Adams, he's hunting his first wicket after 12 overs, none for 50. He has replaced the right arm off spinner in Richie Loknot, and he'll be bowling to Chimar Holder. Not playing a shot. Outside the line of the off stump, far too wide to even provoke umpire Nigel Duguid in raising that finger. But he has to be careful with the ones that are closer to the line of the off stump. It's been a good start across the region for this 2025 CWI 4-day championship.
And at least I've got my wish, 100 on day 1.
Yes, and that was smashed to the right of that Smith, Niall Smith. Apparently he didn't see what was happening. That's the reason why he's spreading the arms and saying, where was this ball going? He just lost everything. It was catchable height. Whether or not he was in that corridor to take the catch is another story, but he apparently missed it badly.
Maybe the lights had something to do with it?
I'm not too certain. This is the time, when the lighting system will take real effect. And it can be that period too.
Yeah, when the twilight...
Right, it can happen.
Twilight period.
But he didn't pick it up whatsoever.
No.
Big swing again. And the catch is now taken down at extra cover. That's the end of the Barbados Pride innings. 346 all out. Anthony Adams gets his wicket. First wicket in the game. 1 for 54 in his 13th over. So the Pride has finally folded. The Harpy Eagles have gotten their opposition out.
So that's the end of the first day's play. Barbados making 346 all out in 84.3 overs, and 3 batters making half centuries, and that's why they got such a big score.
Yes, so just to remind all of you that Pride won the toss this morning, and they decided that they're going to take first strike. 346 for 9. I think it's a very competitive total. It's a pity that they couldn't take their innings into the second day. Congrats to the Harpy Eagles. It had to be a fight by the defending champions. It was not all rosy out in the middle. We haven't seen the best of Niall Smith today. Sean, number of no balls, wasn't at full throttle. He's an all-out fast bowler. He will be bothered by that.
Yes, certainly. Last year he had an injury, bowled a lot of no balls. He's come back. He's got to do these things in the nets. Many bowlers bowl in the nets and they don't look at overstepping. They look at all the different other aspects of their bowling, outswing, in swing, short balls, blah, blah, blah. But they don't focus on overstepping, and that's very important for a fast bowler especially, because when you go into a match and you bowl a no ball and a man is out and the man has 98 and he gets a double century, that's your fault.
Yes, and Isaiah Thorne did not pick up a wicket today. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed started very well. When he bowled short of a good length, he looked so much of a better player. I thought he bowled a little bit too full on occasion. That's the reason why many drives were played. Richie Loknot on debut, picking up a 4-wicket haul. Congratulations to him. He's going to remember this.
Yeah. So this is where we say goodbye until tomorrow when we rejoin you at 8:45, 10:45.